There goes Palantir. Oh, boy.
Oh, Wayne, you in there? He's saying go, go, go.
Go, go, go. So go over to Hims because it looks like you got it.
Yeah, no, Hims coming right back in below that VWAP. So I was looking for VWAP to come in. We got a reversion to VWAP. 42 false break there. Maybe not 40. 43 false break is the one there on Hims, but a little bit of VWAP hold here. What happened for a few minutes? So I was watching that, covered a piece there. Let's see if we can get down to 40s. Pre-market lows at 38.80s. And again, we kind of talk about maybe the name being a little saturated there. The only name. And we're coming right back into 40 half. So, oh boy, Sean. Are we going to get to opening range low?
Nice trade.
39.88 is the opening price here. 50 pennies away from that on Hims. Will it be hers? I don't know. Let's see what Adara has to say.
Yeah, go.
This has nothing to do with Hims or hers, but we have WAFU, WAFU, this name of the company, WAFU Education. Does look like they're halted right now about this $5.31 area. They actually have a catalyst and it's DeepSeek related. So last night they announced they're going to be having this DeepSeek integration, sending it to the upside. They have a pretty small float as well. We're talking about 1.3 million shares. You can read more about this one on our morning watch list, but WAFU, very strong small cap contender this morning. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Great trade, Obi. The market was tanking, and I'm short the only name that's going up. So I don't really know what to expect here from AMD. So we just got some more outs again in the teens. This is like I'm only holding 2/3 of this position now, that reloaded position. And good thing we did take some profit because this name is starting to rip. And I don't want to go long it, but there it goes. So again, we'll slap a fail, but Spidey senses were up on that one. So yeah, wow. Okay, AMD, like. You might have just stopped us out at the high, but I'm actually okay with that. I'm not going to get back in. We definitely know, you can sense when you're, battling a stock, and that's definitely what we were doing right there. Apple, I mean, I'm having a problem going. We might just have to go into the queues because some of these names right now, it's like, I like that Apple long, but I don't like the market long. I liked AMD short, but for some reason it was saying no to me. And then there it goes again. We get wicked out at the top of the day, high of the day right there, got taken out. I mean, can only absorb that so much, and then it just drops again on us. So, nah, man, this is... that AMD for me right now is a fugazi, so we're going to have to wait for that. $80 on the futures here for the TQ. Sorry, looking at the wrong chart in front of you guys. But that was the VWAP right here, 80 for the TQ. So this is, again, the triple levered NASDAQ name. Oh, unbelievable. AMD is now 40 cents lower than where we just had it, and so that sucks because that's now into the money for us, obviously. Yeah, the market's breaking lower here. Oh, no, look at AMD. What happens to me here, Obi?
Yeah.
So there you go.
Market's definitely coming in. You're
playing baby shares, it's fine, but when you're not, it hurts, right? So there goes the downside. Great trade on Hims. What's your position looking like now?
Yeah, not too bad. We're consolidating in and around VWAP still, so I covered a decent, I'd say about 70% of the position here, but I want to look for the continuation, to be honest. So let's see how VWAP consolidates. If VWAP is going to hold as a little bit of a bid, I do want to respect that. I kind of yesterday's journal, I'm just like, I should be a little bit more nimble. There's a lot of opportunities in this market, and if I'm trying to fight something, like it doesn't really make sense to kind of like continue. Like yesterday, for example, if you guys were here in the later session, what's going on? I kind of fought with Nike a little longer than I really should have. And I was like, all right, well, opportunity cost as well, right? So there's definitely a lot of opportunity cost trying to make something work, especially in this market, because it's just like, good trades are just like buses, you miss one, next 15, there's another one.
Yes.
I think, who said that? Someone said that. I think
you did, but that's a great one, man. That's Rick Ross. Yeah, I think so.
Not about trades, though. He was talking about something else, I think.
Yeah, no. I mean, look at this, man. We just get right back into it, man. We talked about we wanted to try some Apple there. So it came back into that 247, so we took it in. Oh boy. I'm a little bit pissed off, obviously, because this is now a $1 difference, and we would have made our day already right there at 948, but instead we got stopped out there. Hit was minimal compared to what it could have been, but look at that, man. We top-ticked the very top right there for AMD, so boo earns on that one. But look what's happening for Apple. Oh boy, Obi.
Oh boy.
Again, man, it's going to be hard to get the smile off this face again here because we were able to do it. So there it goes, man. Apple, yes, sir. Covering up our loss right now on AMD is Apple. So nice move to the long side there. We're happy for it. Really upset about that AMD trade. We did it yesterday, right? We did it on Tesla. We were sitting here banging our head against the table. Why did we sell? We sold it at 332 yesterday and then covered it. And then boom, it just ripped up. But right now, we've got Apple, man. And I'm glad to be here with Obi, man. Obi's putting on some positions, putting on some shares. This man is another real one. So thanks to Obi for covering. Nice move there on HIMS. So yeah, man, we're just going around making those trades. I want to thank everybody for watching. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Come on, Apple. You got to break through that 248, man. That's where VWAP's sitting right now. We're looking for higher highs at this point. If we can get out that 249.50, that would be absolutely fantastic. But again, our stop is right here breaking through 247. So we, 20 cents, let's call it 30 cents worth of risk with slippage. We just took that, right? So we got to make sure that we're doing more than that to make the trade worth it on a risk to reward situation. So that's what's happening right there. Tesla's in free fall zone right now as well. Tesla down 5%. This was one of Joe's picks, one of Brendo's picks for the year. These stocks are getting absolutely destroyed, along with Bitcoin right now down to 87.5. So we said we'd have a look at IBIT to see what's going on with that once we got to 87. So we're getting pretty close, man, maybe 49 and change. But right now, crypto getting smoked, market getting hit. Yeah. You know what? If you're not emotional and you're not like that as a trader, then I feel like you're probably not really doing your job, or maybe you're not trading with as many shares because, Obi, just like how you got excited there when it was going down, just like you have, Wayne, I don't care if you're a calm person or not, but when you're making or losing money, you're supposed to feel emotion. And no, I'm being serious.
The ideal state, I don't know about that. I want to stay zen. I want to be like, I am.
No. Okay, that's fine for you, but I would say that.
But yes, you get emotional. It's definitely, it's human.
It's human nature. You want to feel it. Like when you have a big winner, does that not get you excited when you have a big winner?
It does get me excited, but I noticed.
You don't want to overtake you.
Exactly.
That's for sure.
Wayne and I were literally talking, wow, here comes the 40. Why don't I have enough? But that's
Stop getting excited.
Exactly, right? So it's like, yeah, I know. Wayne's like, the classic Obi thing to say is, why don't I have enough? Oh boy, there goes smashed through the 40s.
There it goes, it's gone.
Look at that even dollar. Seems like they work here as we're getting 20 pennies instantly through the 40, 30 pennies. Oh boy. Here we go, about 2 points off of that 42. What a beautiful failure to follow through of that 43, back through 42s. We're getting some 40 action here on HIMS. Let's see if we can get some continuation again. That day low, pre-market low, coming in at what is that? 38.80. So about a point away from there on HIMS. So yeah. Some selling pressure definitely there. Don't forget, this is an SSR, and the bid is getting hit aggressively. Oh my God, 39. We're going to
great trade.
But, yeah. So the thing is, Sean, is just like, yeah, I do feel emotion, but what I realize is like my decision making goes off on a wow. The market's tanking as well.
Absolutely I mean, AMD is down $2 from where I got out. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
But yeah, no. So decision making is obviously going to be affected by instantly took me on the bid there.
Nice.
But decision making is definitely going to be affected. I want to be able to manage that as well.
Right, of course. Yeah.
Not only am I a risk manager, not only am I an account manager, I also want to be an emotional manager as well. And I want to try to make the best decisions. And when emotions are fluctuating, when they're too high or too low, I find myself not making the best decisions. I know I'm not at 100%. So Wayne and I literally talked about this yesterday about having those emotional fluctuations. And yeah, you're going to have them as being human, but being a day trader, you got to do as best not to be like too one way or the other, but like kind of balance that out. And I think, yes, Sunray, this is the way. This is the way.
Yeah, this is the way.
Here's the pre-market lows, 38.80s. Boom.
Yeah, great, absolutely great trade on that one. I am still flustered by this because, wow, that AMD trade right there. And look, both of us only have I have 2 trades on today, Apple and AMD. Great trade there over there for HIMS. You happy with the share size you took up there?
No.
Right. Okay. So I was just wondering what would have maybe triggered you to get a little bit more. But okay, well, we can talk about that because the market's moving right now. It's 9.
I mean, honestly, I was risking I was risking 10 pennies.
Yeah.
I was risking 10 pennies with a 20 penny cross.
Hey man,
So it's like if I'm risking 10 pennies,
dude,
I should. We talk about risk units. I should be putting at least 20, 30% of my daily risk limit on a trade like this. It's earnings day one, and it's doing what I'm looking for. And yeah, a little bit of a miss there, especially if I'm risking 10 pennies. And Wayne, you're right. Why can't I just be happy? I don't know, man. I'm just. I'm content. I'm content. But you know, can always be doing it a little bit better here. Trading below pre-market lows.
Wayne, stop showing so much emotion back there, Wayne. Stop with all the emotion. It's not worth it. But no,
Beautiful.
great trade on that one. Let's go over
let
to
it run. Hands off the wheel. Look, Ma.
Yeah, look, Ma, right there. So we had a big position on with AMD. We lost it at the top. So we you know, again, stopped out by a penny, or else yeah, that's about $1.30, $1.40 on that one as well. Stopped out by 1 penny on that one. So I'm still excited for Apple. I mean, this is going to be obviously a decent spot here to try to get the long. The only thing is when I'm looking at the futures right now, yeah, we're looking. We talked about this yesterday. What was going to happen if we dropped 522, and there it goes right back in 514, 510, 511s right there. Nice trading to go short. So those of you guys that were sort of looking at that from yesterday, great job there for us. So yeah, man, really proud of what we've been able to accomplish here, obviously on the show and with some of these trades. So come on, Apple. This is going to be, honestly, this hopefully will be a decent spot. I'm going to get some more out here in the 60s. I'm still waiting for 248. Hopefully that can come through, and then at that point we'll let it fly. But it looks like we're having a little bit of problems. So we're at 247.65 right now to get out of a little bit more. You were just in HIMS. It was HIMS, right? Yeah, so right now we'll go back over to Tempest and see what's going on there. Another name that bounced nicely off of that SSR play. Oh, wait a minute. So HIMS, we wanted to bid the lows, and we had written down 35.36. Looks like we get as low as 38 right there. Not doing too much. Starbucks is always gets hit for me here on the radar, but yeah, it's not really doing too much. Okay, Obi.
Money.
Oh, there's a bit of reversion happening.
There it is, man. All right, it's Apple right back in, man. So, yeah, really happy with this trade as we just got some out at sub 248 right there. So let's see if it, higher than 248, just broke through, but then came right back in again. So put out a little bit more here at 89s. We get filled. Now let's see if it rips up. We do have 248, 249 coming through in target here as well. So hopefully that will come upside. But again, you can't have the winners unless you let them breathe. So let's let this one breathe just a little bit. And you guys can clearly see, man, glad to be beside Obi now. Completely different style than Mr. Roberts' neighborhood. So we're glad to have him in the building again right there. Consumer confidence, thank you, Day Trader Cut. That's coming out at 10 a.m. as well. So every morning I will tweet out all of the numbers that are coming out right here. So here we go. CB consumer confidence right now expected 102.5 right now, as well as the Fed Richmond composite coming through as well. Oh boy, Obi, Apple. It's too bad about that stop out on AMD. We'll be green on the day, but we could have been monstrous on the day. I still hope we will be with Apple right now. Oh boy, nice move up into 248 and change. It is going to be the cash cow right now for us on the day is actually going to be Apple. Great trade by HIMS. Let's see if Apple can continue this move higher. What's up, Adara?
We are going to be getting consumer board consumer confidence. It's the less closely watched of the consumer confidence numbers in about 2 minutes. But just to let you guys know here, we do have another small cap to be aware of. Adapt Health, AHCO small cap earnings name with a 9% short float. Again, consumer confidence in 1 minute. I'll be giving you that number. Back to the guys in the meantime.
Like we were just talking about the HIMS trade there. Thank you, Adara. Yeah, no, bit of a quick action there at that 43 mark. If you're looking at it on a lower time frame, we can take a look at this. We're catching
a little nervous about consumer
back
confidence.
into VWAP here. Yeah, consumer sentiment coming out in a couple minutes here.
No, consumer confidence.
Consumer confidence, economic number, right?
Economic
so it's
number,
like, like get ready for a shake and bake on the markets potentially, basically. So VWAP coming in as a bit of resistance once again here. So maybe an opportunity to reload. But I've covered, I guess, over 95% of my position as of right now. Majority of it being at the VWAP, but oh boy, I definitely have to leave on a lot, some more for the continuation trade. But you know what? You know what I did well? I have held on to a little bit of a piece for
Yes.
the continuation,
Yes,
just
sir.
for putting in those reps. Let's see if 40 acts as a bit of an over-under. Let's see if VWAP acts as a bit of an over-under. But this false break of 43 is what I was talking about. Not much time to execute here on the false break. And yeah, and even when that false break happens, you don't know that it's going to come back into VWAP, but definitely a little bit of a tape turn there. Definitely maybe a potential reason to sell. Look at that, bit of a clip, a false break, if you would call it, of the pre-market highs. Pre-market highs exactly at 43.15, and guess what? Day high, 43.21. So false break on multiple levels, not only the even dollar there on 43s, but I got in a little bit later, right? I got in much later. I got in on the break back below 42s, and then we got the consolidation at VWAP and continuation to the downside. We're getting some more continuation back down to 39s as of right now. The market tailwind is definitely in our favor as the consumer sentiment is coming out.
Yeah, go to it, Dara.
What's up?
Consumer confidence well below estimates here, 98.3 versus the forecast of 102.5. It's also well below the previous print of 104.1, much below expectations. We also got Richmond Fed Composite Index here, higher than expected, 6 versus -3 expected. Just some other economic data headlines to keep an eye on. We have Fed's bar at 11:45. We have Fed's Barkin at 1 p.m. And then now, apparently, I'm also seeing Trump is set to sign some executive orders at 3 p.m. So keep an eye on more volatility in this market. NASDAQ pushing to low days here, getting that lower than expected CB consumer confidence print. Then we have IBIT, so just showing here that we have not only market-wide weakness, but crypto-wide weakness as well. Low of days here for IBIT. Not every name, though, is weak. We have some earnings plays like Home Depot pushing to the upside. In case you missed it, Home Depot did actually have a strong Q4 report. Their guidance, though, leaving a little bit to be desired. So some positive names in the market, but definitely a push to the downside after we got that number. Back to you.
Do have a downside push happening right now in the market. So just be careful with what we're seeing right now. Not a great number there. AMD is now over $2 in the money right now as it just continues to tank. Like we nailed that one, but obviously not good enough and got stopped out right there. Apple came through and broke through 247 on that number, so we went long and then got stopped out. But I think, honestly, this is one of those plays that we saw yesterday where the market sort of got washed out there and then just battled right back. So 21,200, that play right there, 247.15. I think if we can break that level, then we're going to go back long a little bit here. Let it settle down. We don't want to catch that falling knife again. So we'll see if it does want to break a little bit higher here for Apple. And if it does, then we'll push it through and see if we can hold, again, 247 again, or maybe even that localized bottom. But yeah, starting to push lower right now is Apple. So here we go. Let's see, man. If it breaks below, if it breaks, then great. Not great, but we don't, we'll trade it a little bit to the north side. Here it goes. So let's see. Just resisted it again. So we're going to wait for that. I see him still going down. Good one there. We can't worry about what happened to us, obviously, on AMD because that was the top tick. And what are we going to do? It was one of the best ideas we had. We only had Apple and AMD there today. Tesla, man, getting absolutely clocked as well. Is there a level here on TSLA that potentially puts me interested? Wow, the daily chart's not the greatest. You guys know that we just bought some of this at 230. That's not going to be, 330. That's not going to be holding out pretty good. But on the daily chart, you go back here. What day is this? Oh, yeah, wow, November already. November 14th, back down to 308 was the bottom right there. We're at 311 right now, Obi. It's not, unbelievable that we go down another couple dollars from here. Right now, Tesla getting absolutely clocked. And there it goes, man. Bye-bye. Everything that Trump put through this market is now through. The market's gone red for the year, and it's pretty nasty out there, man. Janet Jackson style, down over 1% right now. Apple trying to hold out. AMD makes me want to throw up. Great trade over there on HIMS. Yeah, so far so good. It's just, I wish there was a little more oomph to that AMD trade earlier, and we would have still been able to be in that. But we'll see about Apple, see if it wants to get going here. It is holding out a little bit at 247. We'll give that a shot. Yeah, there it is, Miss Jackson, if you nasty. What's up, Adara?
Part of the show is brought to you by Oragenics. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there's still no FDA-approved treatments. NYSE listed Oragenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Back to you.
Dude.
I know, dude. I mean,
wild. Like, that's huge.
the amount of money that we both left on the table, really.
Yeah.
But that's what trading is. You know, we talk about that.
You're always going to leave something on.
Yeah, we talk about not getting too emotional about the decisions that you're about to make, or even the trades that you're currently in. So let's just give it a little bit of a breathing room there. We got out of 15% of this as it went right up into the 200 period moving average, some 40s right there. We actually got some decent spots right there on Apple. Will it hold? I don't know. We hadn't looked at Nvidia yet. Oops, that's NVDS. Here's NVDA though. Wow. Oh man, like we nailed these chip names, man. It's just, unfortunately, we got run. And we got the opposite of rug pulled there. We got like reverse rugged right there on advanced micro devices. But okay, the other idea we had was Palantir today. We wanted to short up around that 94, 95 area. As you can see, we write those down in the pre-market. You saw me writing the sticky note here. It didn't get up there. It only got to 93 and change. A little bit more of a bump. We might have been short. I still have the offer there at 95, but that does not fill, obviously. And right now, you're come right back into another level, 86, 87. There goes Apple, by the way. So wait a second, we should not have got stopped out right there. Breaking through 247. I wanted it a little bit lower, but it doesn't matter. The fact that it gets stopped out there. So again, we take 20 cents, then we lose 15 cents, and now Apple to the downside. So let's not really try to fight this too much anymore. The day is still fine. It's just, we won't have any winners there, including this AMD and that Apple trade. Apple's fine, really. It's just didn't go for us. We're waiting for something bigger, right? So in trying to find a bigger trade, it might just be to the short side, Obi. I know you've still got that.
Yep.
Did you ever mention what percentage you have left, or whatever you want to say is fine?
Yeah, I mentioned before, less than 95%. So right now, what I have absolutely does not mean anything in terms of P&L, but what I'm focused on, like I said before, is more decision making, right? It's like, all right, so do I have what it takes to hold on to whatever percent, even if it's 1%, to a percentage of the position until a strong reason to cover actually shows up? And sure, I have other reasons to cover along the way, which I did follow, but maybe not to the best of my abilities. I covered, like I said, over 60, 70% on top of VWAP right here in the 40 halves and the 41s as well, but we're trading down to 37 halves. So I'm like, all right, well, you know what? How do I get better at this? I need to take the reps to hold, at least even if it's one share, even if it's nothing, right? I need to get into the reps to hold on to that so that in the future, when you have more aggressive position sizing, I have the ability to be like, all right, well, I'm still going to allocate 10, 20% of my position to a hold on certain exit rules. So that's what I've been trying to get better with. And yeah, so I'm holding on to absolutely nothing, but the trade here is to make good decisions, not necessarily how many shares I have in the trade as of right now. But I think the chunk that I was looking for, it already happened. It's giving me a lot more. I'm thankful for that. And I'm going to see where this one goes. What's up, Adara?
Just be aware here, I wanted to give a little bit of context for that CB consumer confidence number we got, because like a lot of these confidence or inflation prints, there's multiple elements to it. So, of course, the confidence number well below estimates. We got 98.3 versus 102.5, but there's other surveys in there. So apparently, confidence in the present economic situation dropped to 136.5 versus 139.9 last month. Consumer confidence expectations also dropping, but here's pretty key. Median inflation estimates are at 4.8%. That is well above 4.2% the prior month. So lots more inflation is expected short term. That also backs up comments we had from Jamie Dimon saying that he expects some more inflation short term as well. So lots of inflation potentially on watch here. Back to you.
Why did that just stop out? 106.29. Okay, so now you're going to see me playing a little bit of a long on AMD. Why? Because I was just looking here. Obviously, oh man, that's going to haunt me, but that's okay. We had the same thing yesterday with Tesla and made it all back and wound up being... We didn't want to say anything yesterday, but okay, so right into here, we're just waiting against... So what I was going to do is waiting to see if that, okay, and it's going to get run over, but my idea here was that maybe that was a capitulated bottom. We did have that wick low right there on AMD, and it's not like it's a huge volume, but it wick low, then it made the new high, then it covered up that last barely, but it did try to cover it anyways. That candle there, maybe that wasn't good enough. I thought we were trying to blast. I put a bid near the bottom of that candle. Then we sort of put a wrong stop order in. Fat finger got right back in. So now we're long right here on advanced micro devices just against that bottom. So if we break the low of the day, which is breaking 30s, then we're out. And that's not too far away. But again, just trying to see if there is a little bit of a playback into this area. So I really feel like it's worth it right now, 20 cents worth of risk. I think there's a little bit more upside to this play, Obi, and all we can really do is look at things and judge them by what we've seen in the past. I got wicked out right there, could get wicked out again, I don't know, but right now I'm down for this one here on AMD. Let me take a piece out if we can here in the mid 60s. Just looked like it rejected 65. Would like a little bit of follow through for once here, as I feel like I'm up against it the last couple days, picking great levels, but then getting wicked out a little bit. So here it goes. We'll take a little bit off there at 65s. Let's see if this wants to go right now. There's our 20 cents. That's back into the 1-to-1. Let's just get it going now. Let's just get it going. Again, we're going to go long AMD. We take out a quarter there for the R to R 1-to-1.
Yeah, so I'm kind of, again, I think HIMS I can take eyes off of. Let's see what that one does. I got my, again, covered most of it. On to the next trade. I want to see what you guys have been trading. What are you guys looking at going into the midday session as well? What are you guys looking to trade in terms of tickers? I know a lot of people had eyes on Bitcoin today. I'm watching Coinbase and MSTR, both of them nice little sell-off off of the open there, especially that Coinbase maybe potentially coming into that 200 mark and MSTR coming into that 250. So let's take a quick look at some of those tickers here. So again, crypto with a bit of a sell-off last night. So coming into today, yeah, maybe some of these crypto-related tickers might catch a bit of a sell. I think that's a good idea. But execution set, how are you potentially looking at getting involved into that? Maybe VWAP as well. You can see straight Kwadunk off of VWAP, opening range lows, test VWAP and kind of reject there as well, giving that, this is beautiful, absolutely. Look at that consolidation in the pre-market from 7 a.m. A little bit of a flat bottom there at that 216, and we can't really hold that on the flush, can't really sustain. So that 216, 215, we don't have to be up here all the way at 220s to really get involved. Once we give up that shelf, it's giving you another opportunity to kind of continue that trade all the way down to 208. 80s currently, and of course you have that market tailwind as well. Let's take a look at what Bitcoin is up to, and yeah, a little bit of a sell-off all the way down to 86s and change, Sean. So absolutely crazy. Let's see if we can get down to 60s, 50s, maybe 30s. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, absolutely wild here. Some of the selling that's been going on in this market is absolutely beautiful. Is this some backside stuff? A lot of continuations. Oh yeah, I mean, Sharif knows I love the backside, and some of these fades on a higher time frame. Oh boy, the reversions are coming in quite nice. Just take a look at the spider, and you don't have to look any further than that to see some of the selling that's been going on. We'll go up to a higher time frame here, 3 hours, and yeah, look at that. 6 kind of highs there. We kind of crack some of this trend as well. So yeah, a little bit of a backside action, but still sideways, still within range of some of the prices that we've been seeing over the past 3 to 6 months here on the spider. So I think well within range. Can't forget that spider is definitely one of the tickers that, again, it's very strong. It stonks only go up. It's a good example of stonks only go up. You go to a higher time frame, like a weekly or even a monthly. I like to go to the 3 month sometimes. Here, you can see what the spider looks like on a 3-month chart. Oh boy, Sean, oh boy. Where's pullback, backside on a 3-month? You can't even see that. It's not even there. So we're having volatility within this trend range on a higher time frame. And, those markets can be great for, especially for day traders where you're looking for, strong volatility within quote unquote tight ranges. But ranges again relative to tight is relative to the time frame that you're looking at here. So the 3-month definitely still holding prior bar lows for multiple months on end here on the spider. No real strong signs of weakness just yet, but strong selling in the market nonetheless. So it could be interesting. I'm maybe looking for a potential break of prior bar lows on a 3-month chart on the spider, but that doesn't necessarily come in until 563.30s. We're trading 593s as of right now. So again, I don't know if we're gonna get there, but the market does seem very strong. But currently, very, very weak in terms of strong selling pressure here. Palantir, I was looking for to get involved underneath some of these levels. It's trading much lower, printing some fresh lows on the day. Here comes the market making even more fresh lows. Can we get to 21,100 flat on the NASDAQ? I have no idea, but oh boy, Sean, these sellers are definitely showing their hand. What else? What's the next trade? I'm kind of, when I see strong action like this, my first reaction is usually like, oh boy, I want to get, I want to stare at some of this tape to look for reversion. Is there, okay, hello, Intel, I have Intel tape here.
Intel
There's 1,000 lots on the ask, kind of chasing it down on Intel. So let's take a look at what Intel is up to here. Where's Buddy at? Okay, cool. Wow, oh my God. I guess that looks like the market here on Intel, but yeah, 2420s to 23s with some size, maybe potentially chasing it down here on Intel. So yeah, chips obviously quadunking to the downside here. Nvidia trading at 126s. I was looking at that 130 as a little bit of an over-under. Honestly, I was looking at that 129. We talked about that 129 being a strong over-under place for me, and Nvidia cracking through that, trading 3 points lower at 126s as of right now. So a lot of missed trades. I took what I wanted, but I can always do better, kind of, getting involved and taking more cookies out of the cookie jar. But,
Yeah, for sure. I'm still disappointed in that AMD, which is now $4 or so. It's down to, just broke 106. All right, we're into a new position. You said potentially what's the next one? Tesla's at 310. So I just tried this. I'm going to go trying it against 308 right now. My average position is 311.50. We're not in a monster position here because we was hoping to get not hoping for this. We started obviously a little bit too early, but oh man, down 7% right now is Tesla. Oh geez. I was just going to wait for 308 break because that was that level that we had talked about right here. And we're coming into it like full steam ahead right now. So, oh man, I thought I was getting better like the way I was feeling here, but I guess not. Okay, SMCI, I'm just gonna wait on it. Like I'm not gonna scalp this thing out or anything like that. If it breaks, it breaks, man. It is a stupid thing to say, but we're just gonna have to wait for it. We should be short. We were short. We started the day short. And I was like, why am I short? Remember I said to Obi, I was like, why am I short? The only name that's going up. And then AMD was like, nah, we'll go down. But we'll stop you up first. Then we went back in and out here at 106 and change. That was actually okay. Did a little bit okay until eventually broke. So that was kind of just a meh. We tried it right there, trying to get into some more shorts though. It doesn't seem like we can find any. All right, here goes. Tesla's just getting pressed. So here it is, man. It's going to break. Hands are off, and then we just have to regroup. Like we said, man, we should have looked the other way, I guess, and just gone short. There goes Tesla breaking through 308 again. So that was our stop out. We could have got out at 75%. I wound up getting out of all of it, but there it goes to the downside. So reverse dollar club there on Tesla as all these longs, man. Like there's been nothing. Look at the 5-minute here for Tesla. Like straight. This is why I thought maybe 311 was going to hold because we did do a little bit of a bounce there. But the last 5 minutes, just extra pressure. Read all about it as this market comes right back in. So yeah, man, on days like today, I'm jealous of those that are using less share size because maybe that was the play there today as you just take the play and wait. Wait for as long as possible before waiting for a move. But honestly, man, there goes Tesla really getting wiped down right now. If you're going to look long, I don't think that's going to be right. Apple, though, is into the level that we had written down, 246. So it's here. It's a level that we liked. Our mind can easily change, right? And I think that might be worth a call down here, 246 for Apple. Strong name. Will the market battle back, man? The ES is really down 0.1 for the ES, down 0.8, sorry. NASDAQ down 1.5. Looks like Apple might, we'll try Apple small here, but maybe there's a bounce situation coming off 246 only because we wrote it down. But this is, for me, 20 cents worth the risk. I think it's probably worth it down here for Apple. Man, I'm going to cough again. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, Obi.
No worries.
What are you looking at? Same?
I got eyes in Intel here as of right now. Kind of coming into some prior levels. I like it. It did a bit of a gap here from 2285s, and then gap fill in and around double top low. If you look on the daily chart, it's about 2250s here. So we're about 40 pennies away from there. So let's see what Intel has in store. I kind of yesterday, I was like, oh, one of the, remember when I showed my daily watch list, I was just like, oh, weekly backside on Intel question mark. And I was looking for it yesterday, and oh boy, did it come in. Again, higher time frame. It's coming in on the day today, along with the rest of the market. So I'm going to look for opportunities on this one potentially. Let's see if we catch a little bit of a bounce here, reversion potentially on the market. I'm going to stay patient. I'm going to watch, like Sean just said. Let's wait for the next opportunity. What's up, Adara?
Tell you what's certainly not up, and it's the IWM. They're down in the day, much like the rest of the market. Crushing through yesterday's lows, lower highs, lower lows. This is quite a sad story for that Russell 2000. We know it is particularly rate sensitive, as are all these small caps, right? And we did get a particularly worrisome inflation expectation print, at least on the medium term. That came through from the CB Consumer Confidence print. They're seeing 4.8% inflation now in the medium term versus 4.2% in last month's reading. Now we're going to be looking here at Lava Therapeutics, LVTX, basically announcing here that they're going to be evaluating some strategic options. Apparently, this announcement setting it to the upside. Selection Therapeutics as well on watch here, SLXN. This one has rallied in the past, apparently announcing they've completed their initial study of their orthopic pancreatic cancer treatment models. Last but not least, ONVO, Organovo. This company, which has about a 15 million share float, going to be having their FXR program acquired by Eli Lilly. So Eli Lilly acquisition for ONVO. Back to the guys.
God, Apple just broke as well.
Yeah. I mean,
so like every level right now is just breaking. Like the short was so good, Obi, and we had it and lost our ways on that one. Shoot, man. Yeah, anything would have been right.
Yeah.
Tesla just wicked down to 306.
Oh, no way.
So there's
almost at that 300.
Yeah, 306.20.
Wow.
Right there for Apple. Bitcoin getting clocked as well. I'm taking a 246 break long, and then that's it, man. And then if that doesn't work out, then we are, excuse me. Jeez, man. I honestly, Obi, man, I hope I hope I don't pass this over to you because we don't have you. We're in trouble. Okay, so here we go, man. We're gonna take that trade and see if a 246 holds. Like again, I don't, wicked bottom. Who knows? But right there, that is 245.50. So we'll see if that comes into play at some point here for Apple. But for right now, nice move to the downside. We'll see if it wants to hold this level. But futures down to 21,000 again on the NASDAQ, right? Down 1.6%. Seems like a bad day. Could get a lot worse. We've seen the NASDAQ push 3% at points. So here we go, man. We'll see if Apple wants to get going. Looks like we're back into this name. So Apple here, let's just let it settle and see if it wants to play nice back upside, Obi.
Yeah, I think just watching this trend down, and I'm just like, okay, well, yeah, we broke. I was looking for that 21,100 to come in here on the NASDAQ. That came in, that flushed even harder. And yeah, 21 flat maybe could potentially come in with a bit of a bounce. So we're getting some bounce as of right now, a bit of a reclaim of that 21,100. But yeah, let's see. Sellers are definitely in charge. A lot of these tickers are selling off. Mag 7s, a lot of them to the downside. Surprisingly enough, relative strength on Apple. Apple's still holding within yesterday's ranges. There, we saw that consolidation in and around 245s, 246s yesterday on Apple, and we're still holding that 246 as of right now here on Apple. So relative strength, Apple's the only one really showing it. And in terms of crypto names, yeah, nothing really catching a bid here. I'm looking at Mara, I'm looking at IBIT, I'm looking at Coinbase, I'm looking at MSTR, and a lot of these tickers, the short was the way right off of the open, and I definitely wasn't involved, but hopefully you guys were. VWAP was a great place. I kind of looking back at it in retrospect, some of these tickers holding that VWAP as some resistance, kind of showing you, and again, looking back at it, HIMS did the same, right? HIMS held that VWAP, it consolidated underneath it, giving me a chance to get in a little bit more on the rebid up into this 41.5. You see this red line is basically VWAP. We reject that VWAP once again, kind of showing us that sellers might still be in charge, again, on an SSR name. So yeah, absolutely beautiful opportunities to get short here. I do not have, I just had one, but yeah, it's working out all right here. Definitely could have held a little bit more. But again, like I said, just making some of those decisions. Trading at 36.60s now, all the way down from 42s. Absolutely wild here. Some of the other tickers that are selling off are the energy names, the quantum-related energy names like Oklo. So I got some of those on watch as well. OKLO selling off. I know you were looking at some of these. We can take a look at SMR and NNE. You can see similar story here. Bigger picture, these tickers have been selling off. We saw this theme get really popular over the past couple of months. A lot of volume pushed into some of these tickers, and we're catching a bit of relief here. Absolutely beautiful reversions happening on the higher time frame. CEG is another one from this basket, and you can see, oh boy, 267s all the way down to 250s. 250s clean trading on CEG as of right now on Constellation Energy. So yeah, sell-off happening everywhere in the market. So that, you know what I want to do right now, Sean, I'm going to check the map. So let's take a quick look at the map and see the sector map and see what's actually catching a bid as of right now.
I'm the map.
I'm the map.
I'm the map. No swiping. No swiping.
Can you say sellers are in charge? No, I'm joking. But yeah, so consumer defensive bidding, healthcare is bidding, Lilly, oh boy, okay, LLY. We know somebody who really likes this ticker. Shout out to Dara. 900, so yeah, catching a bid, looking distinctly different from the rest of these. Walmart as well, oh boy.
Oh, man.
So consumer staples, I was looking at, whoa, my God. Wayne, have you looked at consumer staples today? Another day of some continuation here. What was the ETF? I think it was XLP. So let's take a quick look at XLP. Shout out to Wayne for introducing me to this ETF yesterday. Oh boy. So that bid coming in on staples. So money moving around definitely for sure here as staples continue to bid up. So where is the bid, you might be asking? Look no further. Look at a map of the market here, and you can see that consumer defensives are definitely trending up. Pepsi as well. This was a ticker that I was looking for continuation over the past couple of days. You can see back to back. Eventually, the bid does catch. On Friday, where the rest of the market sold off, you can see how aggressively bid Pepsi was to basically opening up near day lows and closing at or near the day highs. And then coming into the next day, strong push off of the open. Coming into today, strong push off of the open. Absolutely wild. Coke as well. Again, Philip Morris. We were looking at that yesterday a little bit as well. Philip Morris also bidding up. So a lot of consumer staples. Let's see what else we have on this list here. So in healthcare, we looked at Lilly. UNH actually to the downside. J&J, another one here. I was looking at J&J on a higher time frame, and I was like, if we break this trend, this range trend to the downside and consolidate above, oh boy, I don't know what that means for the rest of the market, especially with J&J being a bit of a staple here. So let's take a look at, okay, can't do the 9-hour. Let's go to the weekly here. And you can see we're kind of testing some of these range highs, Sean. You can see this is absolutely beautiful here. Kind of a held offer a little bit here on the weekly since 2022. This is J&J, right? So J&J 165s to 170s, bit of a resistance happening for the past 3 to 4 years here, and we're coming back into some of those levels. So if J&J can break out here, and if money is really moving into some of these staples, I'm asking what's going to happen to a lot of risk-on assets and a lot of tech names that we know are heavily being, I guess, have heavy interest from retail as of recent. So again, all questions I'm asking, observing this price action. Absolutely beautiful. I have nothing else to say. Where's the next trade is what I'm looking for. I'm waiting for something else to fall into my lap. But something that is falling into laps right now, Sean, is Google. And Google was on one of my lists for continuation. I was like, okay, out of the Mag 7, what am I looking for continuation? Google was on there. What did I write down on my morning watch list here? Google 180 over under. Look for continuation if it's holding underneath VWAP. And again, very simple idea. Could we have executed on this? Let's see how well it held VWAP. Oh boy, look at that. Right off of the open, it wicks VWAP. VWAP cannot get above VWAP right here at 939. Sellers push it down. We're trading below 180, so that's fulfilling the initial criteria for taking this trade. Oh boy, indeed. And then take a look at that. 178s, 177s for another flush to the downside, giving us 175.60s currently trading at the day low. So wow. Yeah, so a lot of these trades kind of working out here, and I don't really necessarily have a lot of them on board, but you know what? I'll look for the next trade, and I think that might be a potential reversion if tickers can catch a bit of a bounce. But this market is looking, most of the market is looking blood red here. And again, you notice that Adara is wearing red today, but only half red, so half of the market's kind of red today. I don't know how much of a correlation that has to anything, but statistically significant, to say the least.
Good, yeah, well, now we know. I mean, we definitely, it seems to be a proven entity at this point. Tesla 306, we were oh boy about it last time, we just broke it right now. We're long Apple, but I'm gonna let it settle. Hopefully we can get a move upside. I have no idea if Apple's gonna go. The one name that I wanted to look at, we already talked about shorting AMD. We were there, we missed it. Tesla, I know there's a lot of people on it, so I want to look at it. Here goes Tesla potentially back up there to the upside off of that 306. We talked about 308 maybe being a key level. We tried it there and then lost it. So we were in and out. So Tesla's fine for us today, just not great because of it did lose itself. So that was not a good one, like M&M lose itself, I guess. The NASDAQ still a move down. There was a name I wanted to look at. Oh, I just want to check on the health of Palantir right now. I know that's not too healthy. Down to 86, 87, down 4%. You know, to try to find a bottom, I wanted to, 50 period moving averages right there as well. So maybe something happening right there for Palantir at some point. But for right now, downside, could get a bouncing spot there at 86. What's up, Adara?
Bitcoin is certainly not up here. We are at lows of days. This is a daily chart, guys, for BTC. So I talked about this yesterday too. We had that pseudo double top when we made new all-time highs on January 20th inauguration day. And I was reading we're down roughly 20% from that all-time high on inauguration day. A couple different reasons have been attributed to this sell-off. Of course, we have market-wide weakness, but specific to Bitcoin, we were really expecting some Bitcoin-heavy executive orders early into Donald Trump's presidency, specifically with regards to a crypto reserve. We haven't gotten that necessarily. He does have a crypto and AI czar, David Sachs. David Sachs at one press conference that Trump didn't even attend. But the point really that we're trying to make is that emphasis on crypto in the new administration has not been to the extent that was necessarily expected. Not only are we well below 90,000 now, hanging out at this 86,000, we don't really have support until right after the election here. It's going to be around that $85,000 level, currently at 86.1. So let's see if Bitcoin is able to reprieve itself and push back to the upside, but not looking great for BTC at this point of the day. And all of the crypto tickers, as you could expect, pretty weak today as well. MSTR especially to the downside. Let's talk about what some of these other cryptocurrencies are doing. Ethereum, which has been hanging out in that 2,600 range for quite some time, now below 2,400, down 11%. XRP down 10.5%, Solana 11%, Doge 12, Tron 7, Cardano 11, Shiba 6. So there's very few. There's really no names that are spared here. It's not if they're selling off, it's how much they're selling off, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it's not if but when. All right. So we're back into Apple. We're long at 245. We've been fighting it down here, just trying to get again a name that Adara said doesn't matter about kind of like if, but how much. Apple was a name that I didn't think was going to get hit as hard as the market, but it really did. I mean, it just came through. The reason why it's not down more is because it had such a great move to begin with, right? I mean, it was all the way to the upside, and then it just had to lose some of that momentum. So realistically, still down almost down $5 top to bottom there on Apple. We've had more dramatic moves than that. It was Walmart, as you were talking about XLP there. We talked about Walmart the other day. I was like, if you can get that 95, that's not horrible there on Walmart. That was the 50-period moving average. But yesterday you got 92. I remember looking at it and it was like 92 and change. And we're just like, what? Excuse me. And that's where I sort of thought that this 90 area or so could be something. So, we were, that's right, the split hits the charts. But right into their 90 and change for Walmart is where I sort of thought. But yeah, that wick down there into 92. So up 3% in a game that's been, hard to find strength. You had mentioned it there in some of the consumer names. So this is the biggest one around. Also Costco. A lot of us won't trade this name. Wow, still 1,050. Okay, so it didn't have the Walmart hangover at all. It actually is close to its all-time highs. You're now about $30 away from 1080. So nice move up there for Costco today, up 1.2% as that name keeps on going. I'm going to try to let Apple go up. We just got in and around there. Got some more outs in the 60s. We were really starting to layer some of those out as we're just sort of cutting some of the blood right there. I should have known that this was going to be one of these days when we had that tick right there. When we were building the short, it was a good position for us. Didn't wind up getting hit on that much, but we like to take an L of being short AMD at 108.40 is tough. That's down $3 now. So, okay, there. So you're back into Intel. Intel's down to 23. A name that's been really getting hit off of earnings. We just talked about what Walmart was doing. Reddit, man, like this name, I don't know. Everyone's smart going long it, but where's the shorts at? Like now it's 220 down to 155 and change. Not looking great on a daily chart here for Reddit. Right back into some levels. So if you've liked the name, you've done your work on it. I'm not even sure what the PE is. We'll have a look, but this looks like it wants to hold. This 155 or so, it's only testing right now, but this has been levels that have held in the past. We've been to 180, back down to 150 a couple times, created that channel, and right now 155, 156, not a horrible spot there for RDDT to start to look at. So yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one to trade because you have this spread involved. Wow. Crypto, man, really getting spanked right now. I'd like to hear what some of the bulls have to say right now. A lot of traders caught northbound on crypto. I mean, I don't know anybody that got out near the top there. Joe had mentioned that he had sold some of his to look for lower. So that was a good one. I hadn't heard anybody else. So $55, $53. Wow. Bitcoin, IBIT, everything getting cranked. This is where that buy and hold forever method does not work out. But okay, let's go over to Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by eSignal. Traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize, because our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with back testing, reliable, real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. All in one platform, so do not miss out. Execute your best trades now with eSignal. Are you ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, a little bit of a reversion happening here on
Intel.
Market's also catching a little bit of a bid. First green candles since the open on this 15-minute chart.
Come on.
And how much time is left for this 15-minute candle to print? Let me just check.
Come on, Apple, you can do it.
7 minutes, 7.5 minutes, about halfway there.
Not really getting it today.
Let's see where VWAP here is on Intel, 23.33s here, so about roughly 10 pennies away. I kind of liked it down at the 23s. It was holding a bit of a stacked bid there as well, giving us some confluence. But let's see if it'll continue. Can it get to VWAP? I have no idea. Again, the market's catching a little bit of a bid, but you got to remember that sellers are definitely in charge, right? Sellers are definitely in charge on the day today. You got to give us some more information here. if we kind of can't get all the way to VWAP, then yeah, it kind of shows that sellers are willing to step in before that, or whatever, right? All I'm looking for is there any significant selling happening? And as of right now, a bit of a reversion. The bid had caught back on, but let's see if the futures revert as well. Definitely that tailwind is going to help here. Again, Intel having a pretty, I forget what last time I checked the beta on Intel was. Let's see what the beta on Intel
Can't be
is.
too strong.
No, it can be. Yeah.
What,
Okay,
against
so
the market?
Yeah, 1.02. So yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay, that's
cool.
pretty close.
So
Wow.
that's pretty close to 1. But yes, with the market bidding up here, let's see if Intel can catch a little bit of a bid as well. What's the ATR? You may ask. $1.37 is one ATR on Intel. So the opening range highs
Let's
at
go.
24s came all the way down to 22.8. So it's been a little bit of an ATR mover here on Intel. What do you? Let's going. Apple.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go.
I mean, let's
A
go.
little bit of a long there happening.
We had hundreds of shares, not thousands of this trade, but still, it's a dollar club right now. Thank you, Sharif, for hitting that one. I don't want you to look at Tesla. What do you think the price is?
300. No, with the bounce, actually, let's say 315.
Exactly, right? So that was a much better guess, I would say. Much closer with the first one. Look at
Oh,
this.
boy.
I was kind of.
Okay, all right.
I was trying to set you up a little bit
Tesla.
there. Yeah. You nailed it first, right?
Yeah, I was like, wait, 300?
Play the trial. I was like, holy shit, the guy was on close to being right. Because I was like, okay, with this bounce up, I was going to look back and say, where's Tesla? And I was like, don't tell me, like I got out of this thing at 308 break there.
Something's not looking.
And where are we at right now? But oh boy, right now, here goes Apple again. Like we say, man, you play with fire, you get burned. That happens all the time. And yeah, we got burned up a little bit today trying to trade some of these longs. And again, the patience didn't really. This doesn't matter. I'm not going to say this is patience. We have the same amount of shares here as we did here as we did here. It's just now working. You know, traders that get. I'm lucky enough to be, been here for so long and have virtually no stop, right? And I mean, it's just like I have one, but the company's lucky enough just to trust me, and I'll do what I do here. But at the end of the day, it's like if you chased all these longs, your account's probably stopped out or not great. My account's not great either right now. But at the end of the day, we had battled back there from yesterday, and I do feel lucky to be able to take so many shots at these names. It doesn't mean that that's the right way to trade. It's not. But again, you gotta be what you're doing. Like, look at this. Apple just goes. We're out of half of this trade, but Apple just made that nice move back upside. I'm gonna get out. Man, I'm gonna cough again here. I'm gonna get out some more here, sub 246, as it is having a hard time. We just got some nice outs there at the 50-period moving average, or close enough to it. So VWAP and 247. I'm not sure that's coming or going right now. Alibaba would be a name to look at as well. It's 340. I wish it's 1040 right now. Alibaba, this is where some of the strength lies too, man. Look at this chart. Obi, would you take a look at that? Up 4% now.
Oh, wow.
What's the last kind of tech name that we looked at? Walmart, which is not, but we looked at Alibaba right now, up to 134 and change. So nice ripper right there. Would have loved to notice that one instead of Apple. Like, Apple's a $250 name, and I can't even get this thing up 50 cents. Right now, that's up a straight $3 right there for Alibaba. So congratulations. Yeah, Daryl, oh, you got stopped out too on AMD, says Daryl. Okay, so that's what I'm saying, man. Traders unite. It's going to hurt because we're playing with shares, my guy. But at the end of the day, we did get stopped out there on AMD, which does suck, down to 105. Nvidia also getting clocked out a little bit today as well, down to 126, down 3% for AMD. Still above our DeepSeek levels that we bought in and around 120. But yeah, not a nice day there for Nvidia. It's Adara. She's at the screen.
I'm blending in quite nicely with this side of the board because there's a lot of weakness in technology. Nvidia, very weak ahead of its earnings tomorrow after the bell. Apple, Broadcom here also selling off. And then we have technology services, which is not faring better in any way. Oracle, Palantir, very much to the downside. We've got Meta, Google, Microsoft, all three of our Mag 7s in the sector, all down more than 1%. Amazon dragging down an otherwise pretty stable retail trade sector here with Walmart and Home Depot, both strong. Home Depot here, earnings day one. Walmart with an upgrade. Finance is a bit more mixed. JPM, Goldman Sachs to the downside, but BRKB, which had a great day yesterday, continuing to push up higher in one of is arguably its earnings day too. Health technology, great look for most of these names here, including Eli Lilly. Consumer non-durables really strong, communications strong, process industry strong. But as we had Obi mentioned, some of these nuclear names aren't great. And with that in mind, utilities, having some names like Vistra and CEG, trade sharply lower today. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Oh, wow. Oh, boy. There's some acceleration there happening on this 15-minute candle on Intel and the market as well as we pull right up into VWAP. 23.35. So we got a beautiful reversion to VWAP here, and I did kind of piece out. Oh boy, I did kind of piece out of a decent. I'd say just over 50% here. Going to be willing to take off more, so I only have about a third of what I got into. And oh boy, Sean, that 23, that action that we had at 23. So now we're reclaiming VWAP. So we've already gotten about a 30% reversion from the lows. Can we get a 50% reversion? We're about that would mean printing 23.50s here on Intel. We're back up at 23.40. So, oh boy, this thing is absolutely wild here. I want to take off a little bit more because the trade I was looking for has already come into fruition, which was reversion to VWAP. And we get that market tailwind coming alongside us as well, giving us a little bit of confluence and confirmation as well. So I might get a little aggressive here in and around VWAP. If it gives us a little bit more, like I said before, I'm going to practice a little bit of patience with holding, let's say about 10 to 15% of whatever I initially had for fruition. If VWAP sellers do come in like they are kind of showing themselves as of right now, going into the close of this 15-minute candle with about 30 seconds left, more than willing to piece off a lot more there on Intel. But yeah, quick little scalp here. Tesla coming into that 300 mark, 301.74s.
I was just saying, are we shorting this? Man?
Yeah. So I think the idea is like if you have inventory for the 300, like like it's been trending down very aggressively, holding trend very tightly on Tesla here. I have the chart pulled up on this window here. But yeah, you can see clean selling all the way from the open, 330s. Nice little consolidation low break. Prior day low break comes in real hot off of the open, 324s. What was prior day low? 324.70. And oh boy, let's go down to the 1 minute right here. 324.70. What do we do around there? 324.70. Okay. All right. So we get a little bit of a 325 reject and a break back down of opening range lows happening at 321 halves. But then it doesn't really come in. Maybe a little bit of a held offer here on the 1 minute chart. 321s kind of stands out, and we just sell off of there. 300s incoming, but do I expect it to be clean? Absolutely not. I think the trade was to take inventory into the 300 and then maybe look further there. But that 300 breakdown could be a trade in itself. But like I said, not expecting it to be clean at all. Let's see what happens. This market's finally catching a little bit of a bid here. First 15-minute candle that is green was printed just now in the prior 15. Yeah, let's see if we get a second one, maybe a reversion on the markets as well. I'm looking for 21,200, but this VWAP consolidation here on Intel has me intrigued as well. Maybe time to piece off a little bit more. If we can hold and reclaim above VWAP, then maybe that can be some more reason to buy, maybe some more reason to engage for a continuation there. So now I have just my leftover, like I said, that 10% that I'm willing to hold to see if some of this continuation does happen on the markets, or was this just a little bit of a bid and sellers step back in at VWAP, which Intel has been showing right off of the open, not only just Intel, a lot of the other tickers across the board that have been selling off, showing some resistance off of that VWAP. So again, good place to execute. Yeah, looking for the next trade. Show me in the chat what you guys have been trading. I want to take a look at some of those names here. Oh boy, Alphabet continues to make some fresh lows, Sean.
Man.
Oof. That one definitely relatively weak, and I was like, okay, well, this thing has room to the downside if it can crack 180, and we're trading 175.
That's 200 period moving average on the daily.
Yeah. Rejections all around. We're kind of cracking some significant higher time frame support trends as well. If you look at some of the mag.
You pulled up that 3-month chart?
3 months.
Yeah.
So that's, yeah, I mean, we're fine.
That's what I was going to, no, I was just going to say, like, No, that's not what I'm necessarily saying. What I'm saying is that we did have a pretty epic 3-month period there. And it does suck when there's, you're caught at the top, and if you were playing earnings season, and most of the earnings came out actually pretty strong, and I could see some people trying to buy dips into that, but that's all getting liquidated now as many of these names are now back below sort of that gap fill. I mean, and you just mentioned Google. Here it is on the daily. There's the 200-period moving average right there at 175 and change, Andre, coming in right there. So that could be, you know, again, if I'm already loaded up on this thing, but like that's a good level again as well, right? 175, 175.50 right there for Google. Shoot, man, I'm not playing around with like, you know, the long-term account. I don't even want to look at it. Like the amount of money, you know, we could have a 6-figure hit here today alone on this market. So, yeah, I mean, I don't even want to look at it. So we'll figure it all out. All right. At the end of the day, though, it is what it is. Okay. So Nvidia, I was looking at this 128 and change. I mean, shout out to everybody there. That's woe is me as well with that AMD trade because we did nail it, and we're just gonna figure it out after that. There's VWAP right here for Nvidia. I don't think you really want to get excited until you mention the market trying to break higher. Good dip by there, obviously, on Intel at 123. At least we're still long 19 something on that one. At least that one's still in the money. But yeah, 128, 127. On our watch list today, shout out to Watchlist Nation, it had Wafoo on it. And if you just traded that one, you got a halt early at 950. So that was it right there. Nice move up to $7 for Wafoo, and now all the way down into 130 right there for Wafoo, 130%, but coming right back into the levels that were supported before. Reason why I bring this up now is because of that reason. Came into the 200 period, fall right into possible support, WAFU. You're looking to make a little something back right now, and you're a cowboy or cowgirl or cow they, this is a good move right there back to the upside potential on Wafoo. I took some more out, whoopsies, I took some more out of Apple. Look, P&L wise here, it's a little different because we have Obi that does put on some shares and some bigger trades, but this is going to be a big P&L trade for me, but it doesn't matter. We're still going to be red on the day. It matters. We made some money back, and it's about being confident and not like, you know, hanging your head. So we'll make back like 20 or 30% of our day right here with Apple right now. It's just that we had lost it. Like we had lost early, we lost on AMD, and we lost on Tesla. So we only have those 3 trades today. Yeah, just for that reason, I'm gonna get out some more here at 89. Come on, that's my ARCO holding it? Really? Okay, look, did we get filled there? Yes, we did. Okay, thankfully. Wow. Okay, Adair, only 10 minutes left. Let's go find out what's going on with Forex.
Still such a downtrend here on the daily chart for that DXY. Lower highs, lower lows, still very much intact, though. As of today, we have not taken out yesterday's low. And it's worth noting, we actually have a bit of a bottoming tail candle yesterday on the DXY. As I said, not taking out that low yet, but certainly looking a lot weaker from a candle perspective. Selling off right now pretty significantly. Currently low of day around 106.3. And the biggest economic number of the day by far, in terms of what we were waiting for and what the market reacted to, was that consumer confidence print for the month of February. It came in lower than expected. This is CB consumer confidence, not the more closely watched University of Michigan number, but CB consumer confidence here, 98.3. That is much below the estimate of 102.7, and it's also below the prior print of 104.1. Now, why is this significant? Beyond the weakness, basically showing that we have consumers feeling less confident, we also have an inflation aspect to this number, just like what we have with the University of Michigan print. And the inflation aspect was kind of troubling. We basically have 4.8% now is what people are seeing the medium inflation rate versus the prior of 4.2. So much like what we have with some recent University of Michigan prints, we are seeing an uptick potentially in inflation or fears of inflation. Not a great look there for that sentiment. Here is the September CME FedWatch tool in terms of what we think the rates are going to be. And this is the first one I can find where we're seeing more expectations of a cut than we are of a hold. So that means we're not seeing any kind of cut priced in for now in a meaningful way until September 2025. Early today, and this is before we had that number come through for the CB consumer confidence, we actually did have B of A saying they don't actually see any cuts this year. So we'll have to wait and see, but the case for a rate cut in 2025 is seeming increasingly grim. However, not to fear, we'll have Fed speakers to clear some of that up for us. Keep an eye on comments from, I believe we have a Fed starting at 11:45, then we've got another Fed speaker at 1 p.m. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. A little bit of a bounce happening. So we got that continuation, second 15 green. So shout out to all the longs, shout out to all the reversions. Intel, again, like I said, I covered, about 90% again at VWAP, just holding on to a bit of a trail. Have a little bit more out in the 23, just underneath 2340s here on Intel. But yeah, beautiful reversion coming in with the market tailwind, so thankful for that. But yeah, where is the next trade? Where's the next scalp? And Google was a bit of a missed opportunity. Kind of the whole market turning on that one there. I was looking for that 175 to crack through, and that didn't really come in. 175 held with the 175.15 current day low. We're getting that reversion to VWAP. VWAP sitting at 176.70. But yeah, a little bit harder, I would say, to kind of snipe this one here. But again, if you're using some of that market confluence, you can see that even HIMS and hers themselves is also kind of consolidating sideways here, maybe catching a little bit of a bid. Finally, maybe poised for a bit of a turnaround here. So this trade, again, like I said, I'm going to wait to make the right decision on this one. If this one consolidates sideways for long enough, I will get timed out of the trade, and we'll see where that one goes from there. But yeah, a little bit of a chop happening here on HIMS. But yeah, let's see if Intel can reclaim VWAP. Like I said, if it can get above VWAP and it holds above VWAP and starts to consolidate above VWAP, maybe we can continue to look for a push back up, maybe a V-shape all the way to 24s, but that would mean the market would have to be definitely trading a little bit higher. Again, we talked about the beta on Intel. It is following the market pretty well on a day like today. Some days it doesn't necessarily do that. There's definitely days where there's a strong disconnect. Oh my God, look at the MSTR reversion to VWAP. MSFT, nice.
MSFT or MSTR?
MSTR. No. My muscle memory, whenever I do MS, it just goes FT right after. But MSTR, beautiful reversion. Failure to follow through on the 250. 250 was definitely a little bit of an interesting price that I was watching. It goes down to 247 halves. Again, maybe some of those options levels coming in every $2.5 ish. That 7 halves I really like underneath a hole, especially something like 250. And we basically hold that price 247.70s for a push back up. Again, reversion with the market. Let's see what Bitcoin is doing and see how much of a bounce that's caught on this little move here. So 85,800s were the lows there, trading at 87.3s as of right now. So a bit of a pull up here on Bitcoin, reverting about, let's say, a little more than 30% of the move off, just giving it an eyeball there. And Ethereum, though, just consolidating sideways on a 30-minute chart as of right now. So where is the next trade that... SPF, that's jokes in the chat. But you know what is consolidating and has done absolutely nothing today? A ticker that I was trading yesterday and I did have eyes on today because of the interesting action it did yesterday was Nike. I was like, is Nike going to do it? No, it's not just doing it today. It's still kind of trading within its prior day's consolidation range. We saw that the opening drive was very aggressive on Nike, but it made a range and traded there for 6 hours. So coming into today, I was like, all I'm doing, simple. I'm going to take a range break on this. If it breaks 81s, I want to look for the long. If it breaks 79 halves, I want to look for the short. Guess what it's doing today? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Kind of just a consolidation of that 80 halves as of right now, just orbiting. So nothing really there for me. But if you are a range trader, then Nike is your pick on the day today. Not really doing too much, giving you about a 80 30s. What's the lows? 80 20s and highs in and around 80 60s to 80 70s maybe. But the range is kind of compressing as well on Nike. So a bit of a range trade happening there. I want to know what you guys are trading. I know MLGO has been a hot one on a lot of people's watches over the past couple of days at the very least there. Yeah, Friday, very aggressive move on Friday, all the way up to 11s. Beautiful backside there. Shout out to my swing shorts. getting in on the backside move on the trend break of day one there. But yeah, a little risky business, but coming in, you do get that follow through on day two of that move, and today just holding that range of that day two. So interesting stuff. Today's day low, opening range lows as well, 385s on MLGO. So yeah, some strong moves on that day one on Friday, but yeah, yes, T-Money, I definitely love the backside there. Again, very distinct. Front side, it shows you what's happening, but distinctly different is the backside, and coming in very beautifully there on MLGO here. So yeah, don't really have too much else to watch, to talk about here. As the market, it looks like it's reverting a little bit. I'm waiting for the next trade. Potentially SMCI, again, don't forget, waiting for that SMCI to still come in. 50 could not really hold here on SMCI. We're trading a little bit lower, but again, with the market catching a little bit of a bounce, we've been consolidating since about 10 o'clock here on SMCI. So a bit of a range forming, 48s to 46.30s day low. Let's see if this range breaks one way or another. That news could potentially bring in some volatility on SMCI, so I'll be having a continued watch on this ticker going into the midday and going into the close as well. So that's
cool. Yeah. We do have, running out of time, it's going to float into the midday show. We do have Jeff Mendel coming through from OTC Markets. Going to talk to Sharif and Joe. And I think it's a great day to talk to him, because we're going to talk about, what's happening, obviously, on his market, and then some of the symbols that, are able to trade over there that you may not be able to trade during open markets. Some of the Chinese ADRs and whatnot, market closed. And you can see what's happening right now in the broader market. So shout out to Jeff, and he'll be there in just a couple of seconds. I want to thank you for coming through one more time. Obi, the man, the myth, the legend. We do have Apple still. We just got some more out. That really started to go. So those are some good levels for us. We'll wait to see if that can breathe a little bit. AMD found that bottom. Oh, the one name I want to talk about before we go, there's only one more minute left, and then we'll throw it. But that Tesla, some of you guys said, F it. I'm YOLOing down here at $3. So if you did that, you got a huge move back to the 50-period moving average. You got $7 on that bump from 300 back up to 307. So that's like a play for me. That is right there. Definite opportunity to have shorted and or gotten a little lighter on that long. And I mean, that's just, I'm trying to do as I preach. Like when we got up to the 50 period, we got out, we got more out there as well. So I'm also trying to do that on some of these major cap names. Alibaba, as we get ready again to talk to Jeff a little bit, this name here in the Chinese space, nice move up, man, over 3.7% to the north side. This is one of the better ones right there. I want to thank everybody. There we go. Nice short T-Money right there. You're shorting right there, 307. So a good one again, man. Let the SPY bleed, a lot of people are saying right there. And yeah, man, I mean, sometimes you get what you wish for. People want lower prices to get better entries. Yeah. Merry Christmas right now today, as some of these prices might not get too much lower than this, or will they? I mean, what kind of cycle are we in? Rate hike, rate cut? Like, that's still up in the air right now, and we're getting through earnings season. Some of these last couple ones, not the greatest. We had Tempest, we had HIMS, great trade on HIMS, great trade on Intel today as well. But there it is, man. I want to thank everybody for watching. We had over 11,000 plus at one point. We're setting records every single day. You've now found the best trading show, period. Yes, we've got the best traders, period. And we've got the best news anchor, period. We have okay technical assistants, period. No, just joking. Thank you to Fabian. What's up, Fabian? Oh, I really liked that look that we had with Fabian yesterday. Oh, you were here.
Yeah, I was here. Yeah,
where we did that. So I want to do more of that. So shout out to Fabian, man. And Andre, thank you so much. I'm not sure, did I see Ramin today? Yeah. Okay, so shout out to Ramin as well. Brendo's back. We're all really super happy. It's a great team. And regardless of the net, today, we're going to be red today. Regardless of that, turn that frown upside down, because there's always more trading. Exactly. And it's the best show yet to come. It's the Midday Madness. Obi, let's go. Boom. Let's spin it.
Take it away.
Bye, guys.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Gotcha. How to trade show during the midday. That is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And we're gonna wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream, shout them out, and then we're gonna get our special guest of the day, Jeffrey Mendel, from the mean streets of Wall Street. Shout out to Jeff. Let's give everyone a quick shout out here. Joseph. Yes, all right, sir. Here we go. We got Kahlua, we got Gore, we got Pillsbury, Greg Moore in the house. Shout out to Charlie Taff, JF Trader Fiddlebeck. We got Hello, hi. We got Trejo. We got Sean and Neil. I love this one. Mateus Lane. We got Naps. We got AK. We got Daniel. I hope we don't get dinged for that little. T-Money, Omega Zero, Ronaldo. We got Mark Susi and Sam L. Shout out to Jag and Tez. We got Tomas, Phil Rich, Vizbot, Jose Perez, KT Options. As opposed to Joey Options. Pretty Panda. We got Celery. Who else we got over here? Let's have a look and just pause the video super quick. We got Mary S. Lyman, Black Hawk JP, Mr. Love Shack, Airy Pages, TN Tree, Try Nitro Toluene. Don't know why I remember that. Joseph Brown. We got Memes. We got Jerry. We got Vivid Distortions. Shout out to Jazz. And last but not least, Dabba Do. Shout out to my man. And the Flintstones there. Hope everybody has a great day. You know why, Andre? Because it wasn't plugged, brother. All right. We're ready for Jeff anytime he is ready, guys. Shout out to Jeffrey Mendel. Ready to bring him in? Okay. Just,
we'll just sit here and wait. Yeah, we'll wait for Mr. Mendel to be ready, guys. I think it's been a tough one for sure. Well, I mean, for the Bulls, we'll talk a little bit about more some sector rotation right after Mr. Mendel.
Hey, there he is. Shout out to Jeff. How are you, Jeff? How's it going over there?
How's it going?
Yeah, I can't complain. I mean, it's better today. It was, I don't know if you know, but we got smacked with a big snowstorm, and then it got really cold. So none of the snow melted, and nobody could drive because, well, the streets were just full of snow, and it was very cold. So it wasn't good, but it's getting better, Jeff. Now it's in positive territory. But I want to talk to you about a specific ticker over here, one that's caught my attention, especially with these Chinese ADRs starting to pick up steam a little bit. I've talked to you about this before. I remember at the big desk, BYD, Jeff. It's been my focus for a long time. I know you and I had this discussion before, but I think it comes from a lot of people. There's two tickers on the OTC exchange for BYD. We got BYDDY and we got BYDDF. What's the difference, Jeff?
Yeah, so one is an ADR, right? So BYDDY. Can you hear me now? No? No?
Can you put up his volume?
Hello? Hello?
Yep. Go ahead. Yep.
Nothing? Okay, good?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So, no, thank you for the intro as well, too. Good to be on the show with you guys. So, BYDDY is an ADR. And so basically it's so a bank packages it up and it becomes a depository receipt, and then it trades at some ratio to the local ticker, right? And so BYDDF is a US dollar denominated quote of the actual local share. So it's called foreign ordinary share. And so typically, I like, knowing, you guys on the show, and you guys would have access to trade the ADR because it's easier to clear and settle. It clears and settles here in the US, and the way that your trading platform is set up. You're probably going to be looking at the ADR version of it. And so if you want, you brought up the chart. And so, in this name today, it's traded a decent amount of volume. It's over $17 million worth of shares traded. It's up about 2% today. So we're just over $100 here today. Decent spread too. Right now I'm seeing a 5-cent spread on it. It's and so great name to trade. Obviously, with all the news about China, tariffs, also, just electric vehicles in general as well too. Great name to kind of take a look at.
And Jeff, you and I have talked about this one as well in the past. Volkswagen also traded on the OTC exchange. Super important. Rivian reported a few days ago they have a business association there for the tune of about $2 billion, maybe a little bit more. How is Volkswagen doing? Are we seeing more volume come into that after Rivian's earnings?
Let's take a look here. So let's see here. Bring it up. Okay, so a little bit of activity in Volkswagen today. So it's VWAPY is the ticker here, and so decent spread, 3-cent spread on a 10-cent on a 10-cent, or on a $10 name here. So, another kind of good one to look at. This is an ADR out of I think one of the German exchanges. Off the top of my head, I can't remember which one, but great stock to kind of look at. Some of the other names out of Germany as well too, RHHBY, number of just European names that trade here. And also too, one thing to kind of think about too is there's an overlap in between the European markets and the U.S. markets as well too. So typically from about 9:30 to 11:30, you definitely see the markets kind of, they kind of go back and forth, meaning they stay in line with each other. And then also once the European markets close, it's a great way to trade a lot of these European names as well too, after the close. And the U.S. is still kind of intraday. So yeah, great names to point out.
And one of the biggest companies that obviously we don't trade on the direct exchange over here, Tencent, not Tencent Music, TCEHY, Jeff. Tencent, obviously, holdings out in China there. So in the WeChat app as well as some of the ride-hailing stuff. How's that one doing? Any interest in that one lately?
I mean, listen. This is one of the biggest companies in the world, right? TCEHY. It's traded already over 80, almost $83 million worth of stock today, right?
That's when he has
very tight spread, lots of liquidity as well too. Traded almost over 1.3 million shares as well too. It's trading at around 62.50 right now. So another kind of great name to look at. Some of the other names as well too, like Luckin Coffee, Didi. Luckin Coffee, LKNCY. Right, there is no local ticker for LKNCY, so it's a very popular brand. It trades on OTC markets, right? DIY, similar to Luckin Coffee. Another kind of great name to look at. So Didi Global, right? It's trading just under $5, down a few cents today. But got a lot of them here. Then also let's look at some of the domestic names too. FNMA, Fannie Mae, right? It's down about 6% today, but this stock has been moving all around recently, right? With talks of privatization of Fannie Mae, right? And I think the stock is going to continue to move around. Very liquid name. It's been trading millions of shares each day. So, we got a wide range of names from international companies to some of the domestic names here that are, kind of all available. Can trade it using our ECN, OTCX, also the brokers as well too.
All right, Jeff, I don't know if you've had an opportunity to meet Joe. He's got a question for you though. Go ahead.
Mr. Mendel, yes. How's it going? Very good.
Good, man. How are you?
So just a quick question for you here. I want to take a couple steps back and just kind of get into someone who is kind of new and not really familiar with the OTC markets. So for traders who aren't familiar with them, I'm curious, where would someone who wants to get involved in the OTC markets, what would be a good spot to start, and what should we look at specifically if we wanted to start trading in the OTC markets?
So I think we have a great resource, our website, otcmarkets.com. And so I don't know if you can pull it up right now, but I'll show you exactly where to go. So otcmarkets.com. And on there, if you can't pull it up, it's no big deal. You go to market activity, you go to current market, and then you can sort by dollar volume traded. Number of trades is a good indicator of activity in these. So I think between those two, you go to the dollar volume and the trades under there you go, on market activity. And so you look under there. I'm going to click sort by trades. We can go through a lot of the names that we talked about. FNMA, Tencent, Nintendo, NTDOY. One that we didn't mention, but international brand, decent amount of trading going on, nice amount of volume. as well too. I think this is the best place to go if you're interested in OTC markets. Also on the website too, you can go and you can check out just some stats. We have some FAQs on there as well too if you want to learn more about us, right? It goes, just kind of like a market, like kind of general dump of, how it kind of works. It goes, it also highlights, as an issuer of companies, right? So the actual companies themselves that trades, there's a lot of information on there as well too about them. We try and make everything really transparent, especially for our QX and QB, our QX and QB tiers, which is our premier market, and then also our ventures market as well too. But if you're just interested in the trading, go to current market, check it out, and yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Mendel. For those who wanted to learn, that's a great start. Very much appreciated, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thanks, guys. And I think I think I lost a bet to Neil last time, so I'm kind of glad he's not on here right now. But great win for the Canadian hockey team. It got us in the championship.
Yeah.
We got you once, but still, man, when it really counted, just couldn't pull through. So awesome win for you guys.
It's all right. You always got 2 years from now anyway, so there you go. Next time. Have the next time.
There you go.
Cheers.
Good stuff. Thanks, guys.
Take care.
Have a good one.
All right, guys. Thanks for being on, Jeff. All right, guys. I'm involved in a trade over here, SLXN. We'll talk about this one in a minute. Oh boy, it just dropped off pretty aggressively there. We'll have to flatten out and look to reset over here. I'm also keeping my eye on ONVO. Had a good trade on this one, but it is off the highs. Just worked its way back into the volume weighted average price, but it's having a lot of trouble with this $1.45, $1.50 area, a previous area crest. So there's lots of small cap gappers to keep an eye out on today. A lot of them, sadly, though, are giving up the ghost in the sense that they are trading now below VWAP. We're going to have to be careful with that, make sure that we don't break our rules, because we don't want to take these bad boys long in an area where we know that there are bag holders above that area, either because it's below VWAP or below the pre-market high. So very focused on the small cap gappers today, but we got a hell of a lesson today, man.
Yeah.
Are we talking about that options wheel?
Yeah, we're going to talk options wheel, guys. I think it's going to be a good lesson just for current market sentiment. We've done it before, but I think just a good refresher is the way to go on this one. So let's get right into this lesson here, guys. I think it's going to be really important for those long-term accounts. I heard Katina Man say, hey, don't even want to look at that. I said that same thing to Sharif. I don't even want to take a gander at the long term, but we actually have to, unfortunately, we have to face those fears, face the realities of the market, and then we have to take action. We don't want to make any impulsive action. We want to be smart and calculated, guys. So let's get right into the options wheel and see what we got going on for today. All right, so this is what we're going to get into. So we're going to break down the options wheel. We're going to do some cash secured puts, covered calls, and leaps. I think that's really, really important. Stock selection, technicals, and fundamentals, and then why it's just classified as the triple income strategy, especially in times like this, guys. So let's get right into this here and see what we got going on. All right, so the options wheel is a popular trading strategy amongst many traders and investors. To understand the options wheel, first you must understand the three basic components, okay? So stocks or leaps. So stock, 100 shares of stock are one long-term equity anticipation security. That is a leap, okay? So you can use both of these vehicles. If you do have shares, then you want to sell options against them, okay? But there's also something called a poor man's cover call, and we'll touch on that shortly as well. So cash secured puts. Very simple stuff. So these are things that we want to focus on, stocks or leaps. Cash secured puts also reduces cost basis on ownership of your specific stock, okay? And then covered calls, I think, which is the more popular one and something we will most definitely be touching on today as well, and will boost overall return and mitigate unrealized losses, okay? And help mitigate those unrealized returns, especially in times like this. So steps of the wheel. Number one, there are multiple steps required in order to execute the options wheel correctly. Do your research on an underlying asset that you would like to own for an extended period of time, not short term, also not overly long term, okay? So once you've done your due diligence, scroll through your options chain and select a strike price you would like to own, the underlying asset, and a time frame in which you would like to possibly own. 20 to 60 days to expiry for the cash secured puts. Okay, so basically I'll take a step back. What is a cash secured put? So you essentially have you're liquid in your account, you're sitting on some cash, and you want to own a specific stock at a specific price, okay? So what you're going to do is you're going to scroll through that options chain and say, okay, I would like to own Walmart at $95, but it's trading at around $97, but you have some cash in the account, and what you do is you sell a put at 95, waiting for that strike price to be hit, okay? So now you're going to be assigned 100 shares at 95 and not 97. That is the key to this step of the process, okay? So you've now selected your short put and are waiting for the price to come to you. Once you get assigned on your short put, you now own 100 shares of the underlying asset. Holding your long leg of stock, all right, so now you've been assigned on that short put. You are now the proud owner of the stock that you wanted. You can now sell covered calls on that position, collecting premium while the stock appreciates and or mitigating risk while the leg of stock picks a specific direction. Now we can get a lot more intensive on the options chain to what we want. We just got this, we are now the proud owners of those shares, and we just received them, so we may not want those to get assigned right away. So what we can do is we can sell far out the money calls against that position while that stock is either appreciating, depreciating, or moving sideways, okay? Moving forward. So once you get assigned from selling the out the money covered calls, you now profit from the difference between your average stock price and the short call strike price. You now are liquid and hold cash. You now repeat the same process on the underlying asset or continue to do your research and select another stock. So now, this is a little bit complicated. Maybe me describing it is a little bit complicated, but this picture may help you a lot. So if at the start here, let's look at here. So what we're going to do is we're going to sell some out the money cash secured puts, as I was referring to earlier. Walmart is trading at $97. We don't think that's worth it. We want it a little bit cheaper, so we want to sell some cash secured puts at $95. So what happens here? Does the cash secured put expire worthless? Yeah, if it does, yes. Then we just collect that premium and still wait. We can sell another cash secured put and wait for that to come. Now, the key to this is if we're not getting assigned on that cash secured put, we're still collecting premium and we're still liquid at the same time, all right? So keep that. That is really, really important. Now, if we do get assigned, all right, so this is the next step in the process. So the cash secured now finishes in the money and you are assigned those 100 shares of stock. All right, so now we're on to the next step. We now have these 100 shares of Walmart, but what we want to do is we want to create more passive income, so we start selling further out the money covered calls. All right, this is exactly what we want to do. Now, back to that same step, does it expire worthless or does it expire in the money? Yes, it expires worthless, okay? So that theta chewed up the value of those contracts. We didn't get assigned. We've now collected premium, but we still own those 100 shares of stock. That's perfect. We're benefiting from the appreciation of the underlying asset, and we're benefiting from theta in the decay of the options contract, okay? But oh, wait, 1 second. We sell another cash covered call here, and this time we get assigned. So this is what happens when we get assigned. Our brokerage will now take those 100 shares away from us at the strike price that we own, creating the difference of what we can profit from our average price of the underlying asset to that covered call, okay? So if we were to own Walmart at $95 and we were selling covered calls at $100, we now profit from that difference from 95 to 100 on those 100 shares, okay? Meanwhile, we still collected the premium from the previous covered call. So now we don't have any shares once we've got assigned, and then we just start the wheel all over again. We now are sitting liquid on some cash, and we want to own Walmart again, so we sell some out-the-money cash secured puts. We get assigned. Now we are the proud owner of those shares. We now want to sell covered calls against those shares to collect more money. Eventually, we get assigned on those, and we're right back at the beginning where we are cash liquid, profiting from the difference of our average price to that short call, okay? So that is the options wheel. Now, stock selection. Stick to boring stocks. Avoid highly volatile assets. So you want to stay away from the likes of Tesla, Nvidia, and even Bitcoin at this point, all right, guys? We don't want to avoid those. We want to stick to boring names like the staples, like some energy stocks, and etc., okay? So, sector ETFs are really good choices as well, guys, because they are not as volatile. Technicals matter. Stick to strong trending companies as well, too. You don't necessarily want to be selling cash-secured puts in a stock that is in a downtrend because it can continue to move to the sell side. Now, in a primary bull trend or consolidating with the potential of a move higher. The more expensive the asset, the more capital required, all right? So we know if we want to buy 100 shares of Walmart, that's going to cost us approximately, at $95, it's going to cost about $9,500, okay? So there are good companies ranging in different prices. You don't always need to buy the $200 stocks. Now, just keep in mind, when you are going into the lower price stocks, you are going to collect less premium as well, okay? So just keep that in mind. Fundamentals matter when operating the wheel. As of right now, Tesla isn't necessarily something you'd want to be involved with. We know that a lot of companies have give weak outlooks for Q1 and they are in downtrends. We want to avoid that. We want to look for strong fundamentals, strong guidance, and strong reports as well too, all right? So you don't want to select stocks with declining revenues and are continuously missing on Wall Street estimates such as EPS and Rev. The depth you dive into fundamentals is also subjective. Finding basic key fundamental metrics will help you with consistency. So stick to the same thing. If you have a certain amount of criteria that you're looking at, for, like I just mentioned, EPS, revenue, and guidance, stick to those three, build yourself a sample set, and then see if you can build some consistency within that type of system. Now, Rev, EPS, and forward outlooks are good to monitor, as I just mentioned. Using the PE ratio, forward PE can tell you whether the stock is priced accordingly compared to its peers and the overall market. Now, the triple income strategy. Why is it called this? So, income number one, collecting premium from the cash secured puts, all right? So we went over this before. If we don't get assigned on those cash secured puts, that's just more money into our account. And guess what? We can buy more shares after that as well. So, pay you to buy shares you would like to own. That is extremely positive. Income number two, collect premium from selling the covered calls, and then collect cash while your leg of stock appreciates and the covered calls does not close in the money. Income number three, collect cash when your covered calls get assigned and you sell your shares, okay? So that is why it is called the triple income strategy. Now, putting everything together, determine which stock or ETF trading vehicle you would like to operate the options wheel on. Do fundamental and technical due diligence. Sell cash secured puts. Wait to get assigned, then start selling covered calls. Once your covered calls get assigned, repeat step one, guys. And that is the options wheel. You know what Sharif says? Sir. We hope that everybody prints up multiple storms. Oh, yeah. If you have any questions on the options wheel, you guys know what to do. Put them in the chat, and I'm going to do my best to answer them, my friend.
All right, Joseph, we're taking out some levels here on Onvo, baby. I had a trade before the show on this one, and I'm back in it again. ONV dang O. You're just trying to get me back for what I do to you when you're on the big desk. I know it. All right, here we go. We're taking out some more here. Get it, baby. All right, ONVO. This one is holding VWAP. It's a good look. It might. Is it going to halt here? No, there's no way it's going to halt at $1.53. Okay, so we're looking at a possible up halt here. There it is. It's halted to the upside now. ONVO halted at $1.52. Good look on this monster. Get out of the way, Trenda. You're in my way. So that's the look right now on ONVO. Multiple outs on this bad boy. I got in at $1.34. It was a skosh above that volume weighted average price. It's a good look right now. I'm going to continue to wait for the open here. It should be a 5-minute halt. I believe this is the first time. I'm not 100% sure. I have to go look at the 1-minute chart, but I'm pretty sure this is the first up halt here on ONVO. It's up a light 311%, so not a big deal. Nobody get too excited about that. All right, so then the other one that I'm involved in right now, MLGO, taking out multiple outs on this bad boy. I added, though, when it came into 82s. And then I wet my beak again at 90. I've layered my orders on this monster. I'm waiting at 94s and also at 98s. It's trading above VWAP. It's respecting the level. I'm talking about VWAP right now, but what it's showing me is this propensity now to zig and zag. It's got a bit of a consolidative move, and I will submit to you, it's been in this consolidative holding pattern since about 10 after the hour. So we're going on about 20 minutes or so where it's been in this consolidative push. Hadn't done that before. It had basically bounced off support levels, rejected off resistance, and then trended. Now we're caught in a bit of a consolidation, which is fine. I like my price. I'm long at 86s. I've wet the beak all the way up to their 99s. But again, as I mentioned, holding VWAP, but no longer really breaking through that $5 level like it had been before. As you can see on the chart, I've got planned, underline that, planned dollar cost averages into the $0.75 and as well into that 70 penny area. Only reason is because that's where VWAP is. Now, if I'm going to hold my position into VWAP, why the hell wouldn't I add into that position, and then if it breaks a level, get out, so that the position that you added into is only like 3 or 4 pennies out of the money, right? Because you added at the lows and then you got stopped out just right below the ad. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to, gracefully trade these monsters. It's hard because sometimes they make you look awfully stupid because the bottom can drop off just like that, and then you end up looking like an idiot, which is fine. I mean, that's what we signed up for on this show, and that's what we're going to do. We just wet the beak again. We're nicely in the money on this one. Now I'm waiting a little bit below 5, so it behooves me to wait on the north side of 5, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Basically predicating these orders on the break and take of that $5 level. But as you can see, it is not as forthcoming as it had been prior. So that's the situation right now with MLGO. Now, what I'm doing is I'm going to have a look over here on ONVO. What time did this halt at? 11:26:42. I'll submit to you guys that the current time right now is 11:29:40. So where are we at here? We're 3 minutes deep. We're exactly 3 minutes deep. Uh-oh. Who is that in the chat? Big Smile. He's changed his name to Burdette now. Why are you smiling, Big Smile? Because everything's red and the world's crashing? Is that that's what makes him happy? We'll talk about more about Big Smile once we get back from Adair.
When we get back.
Just be aware here of Alcoa. Alcoa is near day's lows, or basically at day's lows, really weak, even alongside the rest of this market-wide uncertainty, because they actually do have a catalyst here too. They're talking about these tariffs because they are the world's 8th largest producer of steel, so they're likely to be impacted here by these tariffs. They actually said apparently 100,000 U.S. jobs are at risk of being eliminated from the tariffs. The company's CEO estimated that these 25% tariffs on aluminum and steel would lead to 20,000 direct U.S. aluminum industry jobs to be eliminated, and that if we get these 25% tariffs, they also could result in 80,000 indirect jobs being eliminated. So Alcoa is saying that there could be quite a lot of job loss in the aluminum industry should the tariffs go through. Obviously not a great look for this aluminum company, pushing to the downside. Back to you.
I give you credit. Shout out to Randy. He wants credit. We're going to give him credit. When I talked to him about Tesla in October, when everything was moving up aggressively, you said there would be a pullback, but so did Big Smile.
Big Smile.
Hold on. Let's just give him his credit, too, because he's just back in the chat. He was asked by Joe, I think, 500 first or 300 first, and Big Smile, true to form, because he wants the world to burn. I'm kidding, of course, that's not true. He said that we would be definitely hitting 300 before we hit 500, Randy. How's that? What do you think about that?
Yeah.
Well, we're at 300 now. So Kyle won that.
Ford's up.
Yeah, Ford's up.
%.
Yeah, it's a tough look here on Tesla. I know you guys are saying pullback. I think this is a little bit deeper than a pullback here, Sharif.
Oof.
We're starting to hit into somewhat correction territory. Take a look at that. As all the boys over there to the right of us would say, let's go. Obi's killing it. 38.6%. To the downside off of those highs, off those all-time highs on Tesla. That is a little bit more deeper of a pullback. That is more correction territory, in my opinion, Sharif. I don't know. But yeah, Spile, you were right, and you called it when we were north of 400, my friend. I said, no, I think we tap into 500 before we get to this 300, and now we are south of that. So really, really ugly look here for Tesla, giving back all those gains since the election. This is an ultimate high beta stock, something I wish I locked in a little bit more profits, guys, on this one, on the top side. And that's what I was talking about yesterday, Sharif. I said, you got to pay yourself sometimes. And the more this sell-off continues, it's like, you got to listen to that stomach. You got to listen to that intuition and just pay yourself when you're supposed to, because sitting through a correction like that, 40%, is definitely not fun, my friend.
No, it certainly is not. Okay, ONVO is open to the upside now. New high day, $1.83. We're done with this one. I'm looking to add on ONVO at the 50 penny area. It's gonna, if it comes down into 50 pennies, obviously, I'm very interested in at that level. I don't really want to punch in at highs with this one. This one did bamboozle me. No, it wasn't this one. Sorry, it was SLXN, the one that bamboozled me. So this one, maybe I shouldn't have such strong bad feelings about right now. 183, as I mentioned, high day on this monster. I'd like it on a pullback, though. I just don't feel comfortable punching in at highs. It's about where I get in. So the $1.50 area is one that seems the best area for me. So let's go ahead and front run that size. I'm going to sit at $1.55. It already wicked down a little bit. I believe it did come into 155. So I may have missed my entry on this monster. We'll see. So if I get filled at 155, I give it I give it 15 pennies. I'm going to give it to that $1.40 area. Otherwise, I will get stopped out of that. Currently, we're at a topping tail candle on ONVO, so it's not a good look. But as I've mentioned in the past, these topping tail candles on small cap gappers are not the same thing as seeing a topping tail candle come in on a Mag 7 or a different large cap name. So I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. I'm really interested in adding into the position, but it's going to have to remain directional. Let's put some respect on this one's name. It's up 336%. Solid look on the day, but not allowing me in at the moment as it's not coming back into that $1.55. I'm also involved in, what's this one called? MLGO. I've added in this 7 penny area. I've taken out the majority of the position, so I've got a small amount here relative to what I initially had. I'm out of the money, obviously, on it, but it's holding this general area that it's defended before, so I want to pack my patience here. I've moved up my stop from below the $0.50 to a little bit higher, so that way if it does, break down here, I don't give back too much in the way of profits, but I'm also involved in this MLGO trade, but out of the money currently on it. Looking to wet the beak at around 82s to de-risk a little bit on this one. It's showing me 70s, so we're already 11 pennies out of the money on this one. Okay, so it's moving up to 76, so not so bad. All right, here we go. Back to ONVO. It's showing me 58s. I'm waiting at 55, so I may get the fill here. Here we go. 56 is now showing up as the selling comes in on ONVO. It's up 328%. It is not about, come on, bro. It wicks in, and then it shoots right back up into that mid-60s area. Okay, well, that's the situation. So here's the deal. I've got to throw out a stop on this monster in case I do get filled and then all hell breaks loose. So we're going to throw a preemptive stop despite the fact that I haven't got filled on here. Back, into MLGO. Okay, now we're 1 penny out of the money as this one retraces back into 80s, but it doesn't matter if it retraces back. I'm going to have to get filled, and it's going to have to continue on its merry way. And this one already had a lot of trouble with $5 despite the fact that it was able to wick above 5. It can't seem to hang around above that $5 level. Every time it breaches it, it comes back down. So that is no good for me. We're going to pack our patience, though. We've got our levels, come what may.
Hey, yes, sir. So yeah, okay, I had a great question in the chat.
Go.
Someone asked me, they say, Joe, I own this contract and the company did a reverse split and I only owned one contract. So what happens? Well, that's a great question. So when a stock undergoes a reverse split, this is an answer here that I received. The number of shares in your options contract is adjusted to reflect the new share count. The strike price of the option is also adjusted to maintain the overall value of the contract. For example, if you own an options contract for 100 shares with a strike price of 10 and the stock undergoes a 1-for-2 reverse split, your contract will now cover 50 shares with a strike price of $20, okay? So the Options Clearing Corporation ensures that the adjustments are made fairly so that the value of your options contract remains consistent. This way, you won't gain or lose value simply because of the reverse split. So you'll be okay. Everything is just adjusted and accordingly to that reverse split. But let's see what Adair is up to, guys.
Just keep an eye here on U.S. Steel. I'm seeing this report coming through here by Semaphore, circulated on X. Apparently, U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel executives have been seeking meetings with senior Trump administration officials in a last-ditch effort to save their over $14 billion merger. So, of course, in case you missed it, basically what's happening here is U.S. Steel is said to be acquired by Nippon Steel for over $14 billion. The Biden administration blocked it. Trump has blocked it up to this point. So we're going to have to wait and see here. But X on Watch reports that U.S. Steel and Nippon officials are trying to talk to Trump officials to get this deal salvaged here. Back to you.
Very much appreciated. All right, guys, let's just talk about, I think, something a lot of individuals in the chat, I see people saying they're buying calls on Tesla, on iBit, and etc. So let's just talk about what's going on here. Katina Mann was touching on it as well. I mentioned before, so what I really want to focus on is that the inability to construct a new high here. That's really, really key. So what did we do? We put a double top essentially on iBit and Bitcoin itself, but then we also have this definitive base that I mentioned time and time again. I said if we crack this, there's going to be more downside, and we did exactly that. We cracked it with momentum, so I do believe there is going to be more downside here in Bitcoin. So guys, just be weary. And a lot of people are asking me, like, Joe, is it time to long something? Is it time to do this? And I'm going to give you my answer, and it's not right. It's subjective. I'm going to say no. I don't want to buy Tesla down here. I don't want to buy actually anything down here just yet. Sitting on some cash can be ideal, because when there is blood on the streets, that is when the smart money is going to start buying as well too. But have we hit that max pain level yet? I don't think so. The market is actually only down under 4%, 3.7% to be exact. The SPY is down from those all-time highs that we constructed last Thursday, I believe. So, I mean, we're not completely in correction territory just yet. We can still call it a pullback. As ugly as it may seem, I think it's time to be a little bit more patient in this market and just wait for better prices, because I believe they're going to come very, very soon, Sharif.
All right. I'm caught in a halt down here, though, on ONVO. I don't really mind because this is still above VWAP. I've gotten a bit of a scalp here into that 60s area. I'm long at 55s. It's currently halted at 51s, so it's not a bad look. I'm actually looking to add into this one. So I will be adding at 40s and at 30s if it does spike down. So much do I like that level, I'm going to go ahead and throw out those orders now. So if we do get that fill or that open, then I get to fill there. So I've thrown that out, happy with that. Let's see if we can continue to extract some profit. So this one's been volatile. It's halted to the upside and the downside, but I'll submit to you it's still above the 10, the 20, and VWAP. So we'll see exactly. And besides, right now the top is already showing me 159. We're halted at 151, so come what may. MLGO, scalping into this one. So we've got 78s now. I scalped there into 85s. I'm now waiting at 92s. This one, though, could be trouble. We're in the money on it now, but I don't like the pattern that it's putting in. Here's what I'm talking about. Area high at 530. And then area high at 5, area high at 495. And currently, we have an area high at, say, 487, 486, whatever. Something like that. The point is, it's a lower high. That's not good. because I'm long. So what I'm looking for here is not a downtrend off which to get long, but an uptrend. So what I need there is higher highs and higher lows. So right now we're in the money, but barely. I've scalped a little bit up after adding into the 70s, so we'll see what comes from this one. Currently still above VWAP, but that's all that's good right now about this one. Straight up, that's the only thing that's good about this one right now. I'm talking about MLGO, is the fact that it's trading above VWAP, but it has a bit of a downtrend, especially off that 530 touch and drop. Now, this one, when we got above, almost into my level there at 88s, the spread had opened up in a way that it hadn't been with this one earlier. What does that mean? That means liquidity is drying up a little bit. So that's not good either. We need volatility. We need definitely liquidity here in order to keep those spreads tight so I can get filled at the price that I so choose. That is not happening at the moment. Back to ONVO. This one halted at 37.56. It is now 42. What time is it? 42.04. So we're going to open in about 50 seconds on this monster. And right now it is showing me the theoretical auction price of that $1.60. Doesn't mean it's going to be a $1.60 when we open. And nor does it mean I'm going to get printed, because where's my order at? Well, my order's sitting at 164. So currently with the tap, I will not get the print if that happens. So I'm keeping my eye on both of these monsters. I'm talking about ONVO. I'm talking about MLGO. I'm really thinking about flattening out my trade here on MLGO. This is not what I want on this name. It really isn't. So I'm going to move up my stop into this monster, and I'm going to put it at 69s. So here we go. We're going to throw it there, and then I'm going to keep a tight stop. I don't care if I give back some money here. I don't like the pattern, and the pattern is why I'm in the trade. The pattern is going to get me out because this is looking awfully precarious. Back into here we go. ONVO is open, showing 55s right now. Bit of a sell at 55s. Let's see if we can weasel on up. We're showing 57s now, so not a bad look here. It's definitely not parabolic. It's still holding above the 10 exponential on the 5. ONVO still holding at these levels, but looking like it might drop. Now, I've got a planned DCA right at that 10 exponential, and I will have another DCA if it does lose a bid there at VWAP, because this one has been respectful of the volume weighted average price. So we're going to keep an eye out on this. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm cooking up on some Walmart, guys. I mean, this is what I like to do, and I just like to find relative strength. Sharif mentioned it yesterday, and we mention it all the time. We know that tech is relatively weak right now. It's hard to trade the NAS if you're long bias. It's hard to trade the SPY if you're long bias, and some of these tech names as well too. So what do we got to do if we're looking for those longs? What does our good friend Jim Cramer always say? There's a bull market somewhere, all right? Beginning of Mad Money. There's a bull market somewhere, and it's our job to identify it.
Bang.
Now we're sitting in some Walmart here. This isn't the best entry. I would like to be closer in at VWAP, but that's okay. Let's see if we can take a second leg higher here, guys. On Walmart, we're up about 3.1% on the session. But one thing I want to do is just talk about the top performing sectors. So we have the energy sector at the bottom of its class, okay? So it is in last place, down about 2%. The communication service is down about 1.8%. And the consumer discretionary down about 1.74%. So obviously being led by the likes of Amazon and Tesla in the discretionary aspect. Communications, we got Google and Meta, all right? So we're going to keep that in mind. But what we have at the top of its class in first place in the best performing sector is the consumer staples. We're up about 1.6% on the session. And then real estate again in second place for the second day in a row, up about 1.25%. And then the healthcare about 0.25% up. So now it is my job to find something that is relatively strong. And to be totally frank with you guys, I swung the bat hard this morning. I was short on Palantir. I swung and missed over 3, and that's okay, right? Katina Man said, yo, you gotta swing it hard. That's the only way to make money, and it's true. You have to do those things. And guess what? Unfortunately, in this game, it doesn't always go your way. So what do you gotta do? You take it on the chin and just look for the next trade. Everybody here says look for the next trade. It's one single day, nothing to cry home about. Just be patient, have those risk measures in place. If you get stopped out on the day, that's okay. Take it off and go find something else to do. Now, guys,
what?
Let's see if we can continue to climb higher here in Walmart. I think I'm a little bit early on this entry, Sharif, because the volume is really, really starting to dwindle. But I do believe that we're going to continue to climb higher and higher. But I also had a good swing idea And I was telling you guys this yesterday as well. If this candle here on Walmart closes as a hammer, I'm going to look to get involved for the long. But now we also have a lot of things working in our favor. This is giving us more conviction. One, we're seeing more sector rotation. And the sector that you're looking to play is holding up compared to the rest of the market. So what do we have to do? We have to get involved in this stock. And that's why we're swinging here on Walmart from a swing standpoint to hold on to this, and from an intraday standpoint. So I'm going to stick to the sectors that are strong and avoid things that are weak, because that is my style of trading. But let's see what Adaira's up to, guys.
Just be aware here right now, TSM and Apple on watch. Apple is actually having its shareholder meeting right now, its annual shareholder meeting. And Tim Cook, CEO of the company, said that Apple is actually going to be TSM's Arizona factory's largest customer. So Apple said to be the largest customer of TSM's Arizona factory. So keep an eye on TSM here, basically at day's lows. As for Apple, we are at day's highs. Apple continuing to basically move inverse of the market. So AAPL strong on its shareholder meeting day, TSM on watch as well. And I think it's worth noting too, we've got this shareholder meeting for Apple, but in case you missed it, it was mentioned earlier, PayPal also has its investor day today. So PYPL still on watch, though I have heard nothing from that meeting, guys. Back to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Adaira. I was just complaining to myself there that I didn't even know it was the AGM for Apple. So a fantastic shareholder I am, Joseph. No, but Tina Man is letting me know. Like, bro, are you making any decisions over there? No, I'm not.
No, exactly. So you're not going to find out about it right away, right? That's all you can do, man.
Joseph, here's what we did, baby.
What'd you do?
We did well on ONVO. We took it out there into the break of 69.
Hey.
But we did get stopped out break even on the last little part there. It is halted down. I am no longer involved in it, but as you can see there on your screen, I am looking at getting back in. I'm looking at getting in at VWAP. Call them crazy, but that's what I'm looking at there. I'm seeing higher lows with the area low at 9:55 a.m. at that dollar area, and then another area low right at 11. That's about $1.20. So it's higher low, higher low, higher low. So that's the situation right now. But it is this one that's irking me to no end. But that's okay. I've moved up the stop on MLGO, and it's either going to hold 70 pennies or it's going to have no part in my trade the rest of the day. It is putting in lower highs, and it feels awfully flat bottom breakish. Here's that flat bottom break. I perceive it to be at around 470. So we kind of defended 470 over here at 1110. We defended it again over here despite the fact that we wicked below it, but you can see the closing prints all around that 470 area. All the while, we are putting in these lower highs over here. So now we're moving back up, and I would be remiss if I didn't wet my beak here for a 4-penny winner, given that I'm complaining that a flat bottom break is imminent on this thing. So I set up an order there for a quick beak wetter. It's not much of a win at all, but we shall take it. What's wrong, Katina Man? The Katina Man's complaining about Apple because he doesn't have enough shares. But he's like $5 on the money, but he's still complaining about it. He's $4. Did you hear that, bro?
Yeah, I heard it.
It's like correcting me, but like I'm exaggerating with the 5, and he's actually 4 in the money.
4.
What a guy. All right, guys. No, seriously. Apple's rocketing up right now. We could see 250 awfully soon. We are on the way, guys, to 249 on the dead one, Apple. It ain't dead today, baby. It hasn't been dead for the last little while. It's been very counter market. I'm more pleased I could not be. What's up?
No, but you said that yesterday, though. When you were showing me your screen, you're like, look at all these tech stocks.
I said that specifically.
Specifically. And he's like, look at all these tech stocks, and then look at Apple holding up. Why isn't it selling, right? Look for relative strength. Continue.
China. That's what I'm thinking about that. The association with Alibaba, and I think that's what the market is looking at here. I don't think it's the $500 billion that moved the needle. In fact, you could kind of make the argument that moved the needle the other way with CapEx. Look, they only have about $100 billion in cash on their balance sheet. Right now.
Only.
Yeah, well, I know, but they're talking about spending $500 billion. Where's that money going to come from, right? So that's the concerning part to me. But as I mentioned to you guys yesterday, the Wall Street Journal had a piece that this $500 billion was already on the books. It's basically a reallocation or a redistribution from previously allotted money into different areas. So if you subscribe to that thinking, then you may not worry too much about that. from that perspective. I happen to be a little agnostic about AI spend right now. I just don't know enough to know if DeepSeek really did change things or not. We're going to probably tell 3-4 quarters down the road, maybe a year later or so, whether that is in fact the case. All right, back to MLGO. We're still zigging, we're still zagging, we're still holding VWAP, but that flat bottom break looks like it's imminent here. Joseph, what's going on?
Oh, come on, Walmart, man. Yes, finally, that's what I'm saying. Look for relative strength here, guys. Finally getting something to work out for us, and we're in on some Walmart. So as you can see, entry on that pullback, that volume was absolutely dwindling, and then now we're looking to take it a little bit higher. So we're going to start taking some more off the top and trimming until I think we're going to get that breach of high a day here, and that's what I'm going to continue to aim for. Maybe 97.10s here on Walmart, and I love this name. Trust me, Sharif, because I told you, swing from yesterday. I was talking to Gorv about it as well, too. This name is strong. It put in that hammer doji. This is a key signal. We talk about these signals all the time. Now it's time to execute on them. We were even late on the trade. We missed that whole uptrend throughout the earlier session, but we grabbed it on the pullback, and now we put in a new high a day, trading above $97 is Walmart. But there's a couple things I want to talk about in the chat. A lot of people have options questions because the market is tanking. Everybody's like, Joe, what do I do? What do I do? So this is time that we're going to sit back, we're going to take a breath, we're going to relax, we're going to write our trade plans out, and we're going to figure out our total options, no pun intended, and what we can do to continue to lock in those unrealized gains and mitigate the loss of those unrealized gains. All right, so TLP says, Joseph, I bought leaps on Tesla back in January with June 2027 expiry. Okay. I paid $24,000 for those contracts. That's quite a pretty penny, and I'm up 50%. Should I hold to expiry or sell it now? Well, you got 2 years, my friend. So again, this is what I was just referring to. This is where you got to write out your game plan. If you have multiple contracts, there is nothing wrong with locking in some gains and then buying those contracts back at a lower price. I'm going to pull up Tesla right now, and I'm going to just put a little of my 2 cents in and where we are, because it's kind of the same narrative of what I was talking with on Bitcoin. When you start running into these double top and into some key support levels, how many times are you going to test them until they break? And look at this. I didn't even mark this out right now. This was previously marked. We have now breached this. This isn't the prettiest head and shoulders pattern, but maybe it's starting to look like that. Shoulder one, shoulder two, slightly deformed, but that's okay. So what you want to do is like, hey, do I want to give more of my unrealized gains away, or do I want to lock in something? If you have 5 contracts, if you have 10 contracts, maybe write it down. Okay, this is what I want to lock in right now, and maybe it will allow me to buy more contracts, and then put in a trailing stop. What am I willing to give up of my unrealized gains? Okay, I'm willing to give up 50% of what I have right now. You set your stop loss in, and then just sit back and wait for that order to be triggered, or it doesn't get triggered. So that is what I'm going to say to you guys. Write that plan out. What are your profit targets? Put that in there. Pardon me? Oh, but so put those profit targets in. And how much, if you're in the money, if you're up 50%, if you're up 100%, how much of that unrealized gain are you willing to give away? Write it down, then put in your orders and execute as followed. And just leave it as that. Don't complicate the system. Just do that. Leave it simple. And sure enough, at the end of the day, you'll be happy. There's always going to be a time where like, oh, I wish I had more shares. We say that every day. They'd be like, oh, I wish I didn't let it go down as far. But if you write down that plan and you continue to stick with it, you're going to be happy. I was talking about yesterday paying yourself all the time in the markets, and I think you should do so. And with that, you're going to write down game plans and execute and follow, and you'll be a much happier trader. Okay, guys? So let's see what we got going on with Walmart. We're going to continue to trim some off the top. We took about 40% off now. Going to take off another 10% here, guys, and see what we can cook. And I don't know how high this thing can go. What a beautiful signal in this name. Let's take a look at it from a daily perspective and see what we got cooking up. As you can see, we were down close to 12% in Walmart. This Sharif's like, Joe, they lowered 26 guidance. That's a year from now. We're not too worried about it. This is America's darling. Everybody in America loves shopping at Walmart. We love it over here in Canada as well too. Their e-commerce section is growing as well. More people buying online. I think Walmart is a long-term buy. Let's see what Adair's up to.
Just be aware here of UNH pushing to the downside here. We're seeing apparently Senator Grassley has launched an inquiry into the company's Medicare billing practices. In case you missed it last week, we had reports that the DOJ was looking into their Medicare billing practices, but UNH denied these claims, calling it misinformation. Now, though, we actually have a senator announcing that there will be an investigation being launched. So UNH pushing pretty heavily to the downside on this news. We're talking new low of days, almost hitting the pre-market low for United Health. Also, just be aware here, we have a brand new post on TTV Research, and it has to do with Nvidia. This individual, Jensen Huang, has taken this company from a company that started in a Denny's in the 90s to its IPO back on January 22nd, 1999, to one of the world's most valuable companies. So if you want to take a look at Nvidia's remarkable market cap growth over the past 25, 26 years now, check this out on X at TTV Research. I'm going to be working on some more NVIDIA graphics as we head into earnings day tomorrow after the bell. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Yeah, Joe, you were saying something, Joe. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. A lot of people, like, we're getting great feedback from the chat. Everybody's like, Joe, you're right. Follow these plans, and I'm seeing it from the experienced guys in the chat. They're like, yeah, you got to write out that game plan and just stick to it. Take those profits, because I mentioned it again. I'll sound like a broken record at this point. Just pay yourself in this market, because when you have days like this, I was even like to Shreve, man, I like the number that I'm down is not very comfortable. Well, guess what, Joe? Pay yourself, and then you won't necessarily feel like that. And then guess what? You're sitting on some cash, and you can buy those stocks back at a cheaper price, Shreve.
Bro, UNH is tanking, man. Dara, are you taking this or what?
I'm watching it.
Yo, this is really coming down, man. This is dollars and dollars at a time here. It's only down 2%, but there doesn't seem to be a bid. This is very aggressive. When Adara called it out, I think we were at 458 or 457. Now we just went down to 451. She's got more for us.
Yeah, again, in case you missed the story, UNH dropping here. Wall Street Journal reporting that U.S. Senator Grassley has launched an inquiry into the company's Medicare billing practices. Part of this drop could also have to do with the fact that this is its second Medicare billing-related sell-off in 3 days. On Friday, we dropped here after the DOJ reported this investigation. CVS also apparently dropping on this. If you're looking for sympathy plays, because you don't really want to trade UNH, Humana is one of these health insurance names that moves kind of similarly. Cigna as well, CI could be one to watch. It's worth noting, though, for UNH, this area that we could be looking for support, because Shreve is asking how far do we go, 438. That was the area that we bounced off of on Friday, and that's the same area that we've had a little bit of support in the past. Regardless, though, that is just a level. And in the meantime, UNH pushing to the downside on more concerns about its Medicare billing. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. I'm just throwing out some stops up in this you-know-what. Yep, there we go. Now we're good to go. Okay, guys, here's the deal. We're taking some out here on ONVO. I did add again, as I said I would, if this came into 30, I literally have bottom wick at the moment. Scalp up into 45. Now I'm waiting at 48. Appreciate you, Adara. And then I will be looking for the next peak weather above the $0.50. So let's throw that out right now, but it's not forthcoming. And let me tell you, this is very, very thickly traded. There is a lot of sharage exchanging hands here at literally every penny level. It is a hard row to hoe, basically, to move up on anything up on this one. So be careful with this one. Don't expect explosive movements to the high side. It hasn't been forthcoming in that regard. So I've taken basically 3/5 out here. Now we're waiting with the remaining 2/5. Now I'm also dip trading here, possibly looking to get filled on SMST. This thing's up 20%. It did very much respect VWAP on that 775, 780 dip prior. Now we've got a bit of a double top here at 8 1/3. But I'm willing to take my chances at VWAP, at least for a perfunctory bounce. Where's that VWAP at? 790. I'm looking at 788 actually. I'm looking at front running it there by putting my order at 791. I'd like to get filled here, but I've already thrown out a stop in case I do get filled and then all hell breaks loose to the downside. I will get stopped out through this break of this area trough right here, but it doesn't look like it's giving up the ghost, at least not yet, at this $8 area. So I'm packing my patience and keeping my eye on it. If it's going to defend 8 and put in that higher low and not want to retrace the VWAP, well, then that's something I need to take account of as well, because that'll be a higher low with a possible flat top break as opposed to a flat bottom break, like the one that we just got on MLGO. And I'm more pleased I could not be that I did move up my stop as I said I would. So we got stopped out right here for a 10-penny loss on the remaining amount, but I was able to extract some off it over here. So in case you're wondering, what the hell is this guy talking about, flat bottom break? Here's what I mean. So typically when we have these lower highs and that same area low, that same area that's been defended, in this particular case on MLGO, it was 470. We defended 470 here. We defended 470 there. And then we hung around 470 over here only for us to really lose the bid there and drop to 440. That's what I mean by a flat bottom break. You typically see that when you have these descending patterns with lower highs, but that same area low. That's what the flat bottom is. Looks like it's trying to curl back up. Now look, if you're inclined to short these bad boys, look for that 470 now as resistance. It initially was support. I'll submit to you, it could be an important area of resistance this time around as it works back into that area. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I won't be shorting MLGO. I don't typically short these small cap gappers. It requires me to get shorts, and then, it's the whole thing, so I don't care. Right? Now, here, let's go back to ONVO, Joseph. It dipped right back down into my entry at $1.33. We got 2 candles now in the last 50 minutes that have defended VWAP. I've de-risked the majority of the position. I still am waiting though in the high 40s and low 50s, neither of which is forthcoming on this bad boy. But I want to tell you about a different one that I'm looking at right now. This one looks good. However, I will not trade it until it takes out that pre-market high. Where's that pre-market high at? This is the one I'm looking at, MFI. MFI has a pre-market high of $1.50, okay? So I won't be trading it until it clears that $1.50. I put an alert at $1.45. Now this looks really good. It's above VWAP. It looks like it's bull flagging. It's trading near the local area highs. But again, I won't trade it below that pre-market high because I've seen this story before where you have bag holders and shorts that are looking to participate with the bag holders that keep this down from going above the pre-market high. So we're going to have to clear that pre-market high for me to get involved as along on MFI, but I've got it on watch here. It looks good, man. It looks like it's going to break out through that $1.25. And you get plenty of FOMO, like, oh, let me just scalp a little bit on it, but I'm going to stick to my rules, and that's that. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. And if Apple 250 is incoming. Okay, so Apple 250 did come in, and that is currently the high of the day. I feel that this might be a short. I don't think we clear 250 with ease on a day and in a week where the market has gotten shellacked, whether it's relatively strong or not. So we're at 250. That is exactly the high of the day right now on the dot on Apple, and we're dropping below it by about 65 pennies or so. It's a topping tail candle, but I don't want to put too much stock into that. But Apple 250 right now, great look there. I'm going to continue to watch this to see if a short may be setting up here. But AAPL, Joseph, well, yeah, interesting look here. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm just trying to navigate here some UNH. This thing's really spready, guys, so just be wary of that. We got about a 50-cent spread cooking up, even $1 at some times. Woo. So we really got to be patient. You've got to mitigate risk. I believe that momentum's to the downside, took a little scalp to the top side, and I want to see if this thing can break the low a day. So really, really weak stock. It just flushed with extreme momentum, so we're just looking to participate on that front. But if it continues to bounce around like this at these key levels, it's also a little bit more expensive for me as well too, sitting closer to that $500 range, so it's about $450 right now. So just be prepared that you're going to get fluctuations, you're going to have widespread, and it's going to be really, really difficult to manage. So really put those risk measures in place, guys, with UNH. But let's also see what we got going on with Walmart, because that was been the best one of the day so far. Pulling back, we put in a new high of day, up about 3.5% on the session. So I really, really like the staples here, guys. This is something I'm going to be keeping my eyes on, especially if we continue in this sector rotation. Money coming out of tech and getting slightly more defensive with the likes of Target I've seen at the top of its class, Costco and Walmart. So those are the 3 big names that I am going to be looking at. Now let's see what everybody else here in the chat is saying. Adara says, let's go get it, UNH. Let's go, Adara. Thank you for that one. So let's see what Stevenson says. 10:30 on Tesla, short this morning. Oh, you made $1,030, only $33 until I passed the challenge. Congratulations. I won't make the same mistake as I did last time. Met my goal, log out. I will try again tomorrow. And that's exactly what you do. A lot of Charlie in the chat was also like, Joe, I've made my money today, so guess what? I'm going to go and do something else. And when you, in market sentiment like this, if you've hit those goals and you have the ability to just step away, go hit the gym and go do something else productive, then by all means do that. And if you've, even the total opposite, if you hit your loss, just put it away for the day and don't worry about what's going on, all right? Because there's always going to be another session. We are now 3 red days in a row. So are we going to bounce? Eventually we will. We're not just going to continue to the tank. I mentioned big money is involved in these names as well, every single name, and they don't let things just depreciate and capitulate kind of like the market has been for the past couple of days. So I'm going to continue to stick in with Walmart and UNH, hoping that we can maybe possibly touch in at 450 because that's going to be my primary target. And then I'm going to get all out of this because I want to follow this downside momentum. You can see the volume here, guys, UNH on this name, really, really high to the downside. And these pullbacks are slightly micro because the volume is not kicking in. So what we need is those sellers to step back in, a new sell program, new participants to continue to push this name lower and lower, guys. So yeah, let's see what else everybody else in the chat is looking at. Put some tickers and we'll go over them. But as of right now, I'm going to stick to these two names, Walmart and UNH. Sharif.
Yes, sir. Pleased as dang punch with this ONVO trade. I got in at $1.33 twice, Joseph. Initially at VWAP over here, and then the same level came in and I added there again. We scalp up there into $1.52, so I'm pleased as punch with this trade. Let's keep an eye on it. If it wants to rinse and repeat here, we'll do it. But here's the deal. If we get a breakout trade on this one, I'm less likely to want to get in just based on how this bad boy has traded. It is very thickly traded. What do I mean by that? That means the amount of volume that's chopping and churning on this name versus the amount of price ascension or descension is quite low. So your volume ratio or to price movement, I don't know if that's ever been discussed, but to me, it's something that I'm starting to notice right now. The amount of volume that's chopping and churning versus the amount of price action that we're getting is awfully low. So I don't want to be that schmuck who looks for the breakout trade on a name that's really kind of being kept down by, well, it looks like aggressive profit taking or aggressive short selling at this level. So this $1.50, I'm all eyes and ears on. If it wants to clear it on a closing basis, great. But it's really going to have to get closer to that $1.83 for me to want to take out the breakout trade. So I'm keeping my eye out on that. Now, I got into a very small entry position here on SMST. Let me explain why. So as you can see, I've still got my dip trade set up at 790. I'm probably going to move that up a skosh so that I can front run VWAP. But why did I get in here? So I'll explain that. This is the area low, that area that goes right into 775, so you can call this the area trough, right? And then we have another area low here. After making another new high, another intraday high, we came back down into 8, we defended 8. And then we moved up on our merry way to go back into the high teens. So to me, I perceive this area here as an area low. So if that is the case, then I want to get in a little bit over here for a possible breakout trade above that 8 1/3. And if I don't get the breakout trade, then I've gotten in a little bit and I can continue to plan or continue to execute my trade in the way that I planned, which was to get in initially or the substantial amount at VWAP. That's exactly what we're doing right now. That's my plan on SMST. Looks like I'm break even on at the moment, despite the fact that it worked its way up right into my beak wetter there at around 820. I'm still going to plan the dollar cost average into this name. I'm talking about SMST. ONVO is halted to the upside now without me. $1.64, Joseph. This is why I'm going to go like this on my own over here. Despite the fact that I thought I had a good trade with the bottom wick, we didn't leave a piece for the dream. I was made to pay. It's now halted to the upside at $1.64, and it's without me. Back to SMST. Here we go, showing me 19s. That's exactly where I'm waiting. It's a 1 penny spread, bro. Somebody's got to tell this one. I should be getting the fill right now. The fill isn't coming, so I'm going to take it here and cancel that one. So there we go. Cancel it. There we go. Now we're canceled. Good. So we'll take it out a little bit lower than we expected, and I'll re-put that order to the high side. Andre, I missed the message. Sorry, brother. What were you saying? Adara. Adara's at the big desk.
What's been happening pretty much all day in this market is a sell-off. Lots of weakness. We had this 520 level on the NASDAQ support yesterday, then kind of rejecting a little bit pre-market, then as the open just pushing to the downside, currently trading around 513, so we have bounced off of the lows. UNH probably today's biggest intraday mover. The spread on this really volatile. We're talking right now it's about 20 cents. It's gotten as large as over $1, so be aware of the spread on United Health. But basically, reports that Senator Grassley is opening an investigation into the company's Medicare billing practices just 2 days after we had a Wall Street Journal report suggesting that the DOJ had been investigating these practices. Keep an eye on Apple as well. We know that they're actually having their annual shareholder meeting today. And Tim Cook, the company CEO, said that Apple's going to be TSM's largest customer for their Arizona production plant. Also, PayPal having an investor meeting today as well. So be aware of both those companies. So many tickers to watch out for today. Make sure you like and subscribe and join us every single day if you enjoy what we have to offer. And with that, we're going to go back to the Bash Brothers.
Get it, Adara.
Get it, Adara. Yeah, we're sitting in this UNH still here, guys. This is like, that's the thing, right? When a stock fluctuates points at a time, it's like, palms slightly sweaty. But hopefully we break down. Yeah, I'm serious. Slightly sweaty. But you know what I mean? One thing that I have going for me in this trade here, Sharif, is that the weakness in the pullback candles, all right? So you can see the strength in the down moves, but as we pull back here, they're less genuine moves and less orderly, so slightly indecision. So what does this tell me? That, hey, this might be just a possible cover, some covering candles, right? So people are just covering those shorts, and I'm waiting for that momentum to the downside to step back in. Is it going to? Maybe or maybe not. But what I'm hoping for in this trade is that this weakness in these current prints are going to lead to that second leg lower. And Sharif mentioned a good point. We're only down about 1.4%. Can we go lower? I think so. But at this point, we just have to be really, really patient. And what we're also going to hold on to here is Walmart, guys. Holding on to this name. This might be a potential add here as well. I don't know how much higher we can go because a 4% day in these staples names is a pretty hefty one. As we put in almost a double top here, coming back down. So hold on to the remainder. We got about 30% or so left of this position. Let's see if we can hold on and then wait for that potential add. But it's UNH that we're really keeping our eyes on here, guys. This is the tough one. This is the palm. This is what's going to get your palm sweaty in this type of name. But I know a lot of people in the chat are like, can we look at MSTR? For sure. And I know Sean was talking about it as well too this morning. Like, at what point is this guy going to be like in Bitcoin? Because he keeps raising money. It's essentially borrowed money. So at what point is he going to be scratching his head? And how is he going to continue to raise money in these lower prices? He was buying all up at the top in 100,000, even more. He was allocating as much as he can. But now you're starting to get dipped. Do you think this guy would ever get liquidated or anything?
It's a really good question. He was really close in 2022. I don't know if you remember that.
No, I don't.
Yeah, he was in trouble. Yeah. There was like very little room left. Like he was getting, I don't know if it was a margin call or whatever.
There you go.
The Katina man's got something on.
Oh, so man. No way.
Sick. Get it, Michael.
That's insane.
He's probably pumped right now because he's probably adding to his position.
Yeah, but how much? But you don't have unlimited money. Like, how much more can you keep adding, right?
He seems to find money up the wazoo somewhere, somehow, Joseph. People seem to want to give him money.
Because his first venture went down the drain, didn't it? And his first business, and his first business didn't do so well. Okay. So that's why he kind of switched over to Bitcoin. But at what point are investors going to be like, I don't know, Mr. Michael, we can't give you too much money because we've already given you hundreds of millions of dollars.
Well, yeah, that, for sure. He seemed to be of the opinion, well, especially after the election when he was giving a lot of interviews when Bitcoin got to that 100,000. He was like, he's closing like $500 million deals. They're throwing 500 milli at him. They're throwing 250 milli at him. So we'll see, Joseph. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell exactly what's going on behind the scenes there. He's not going to really let you know.
And put it in the chat, guys. If anybody knows this guy's average price or what his potential gameplay, like we're going to find that out too. Let's see. But I want to see if there's like a general consensus that, because I know there's a couple different numbers out there. I heard 68s or something along those lines. But he was allocating a lot up here in the 100,000s. And that takes a a lot of capital to do so, to keep buying Bitcoin at those price levels. And it's like, Michael, maybe you should have waited if you thought this was going to continue to move lower, because he was buying a lot, Sharif, and price wasn't doing anything. So it's like, okay, what is happening here in this name? I'm not completely writing it off. It's just like, what is the game plan truly? And I'm curious to what people have to say in the chat. What is his average price? I want to know this on Mr.
Yeah, we can find that out in a second. I don't think that should be too hard, but we'll wait till Dara gets back, and maybe she'll help us out with that. Look, dude, I'm still involved in this name right here. Let's go into, where is it at? Show yourself. SMST. Okay. It's still putting in higher lows. I'm a little disappointed with myself because I had that beak wetter, or sorry, not beak wetter, to add. That's what I'm trying to say. My ad order there at 805, it got to 806s, which is what it's doing right now. I'd like to get an ad here if possible, because we're getting higher lows, and I feel this one might be very flat top breakish if we can get back into that 8 1/3. Specifically, if we can defend that volume weighted average price. I don't mind dollar cost averaging into that volume weighted average price. And that's exactly what I've done. I mean, what you guys are looking at there, those baby blue lines on the screen, those are just for decoration. Those are resting additions into my order, which I'm at 13s right now, so currently break even. ONVO is the name I've been involved in all morning. It halted to the upside, as I mentioned, at 69s. Now it is halted to the downside at 46. But I was talking to Adair about this in the morning, and she was asking me specifically about, like, I've seen you get caught in up halts and down halts lately. You never really wanted to get caught in halts before. How come you're getting caught in them now? And my explanation was quite simple. Because the trend is still intact. Even if we get caught in a down halt, if we're still putting in higher lows on that down halt, specifically if you're above technical areas, areas that I use are the 10, EMA, and VWAP, I'm fine with that. I'm caught in a down halt. Great. It's not the best feeling to be in. You're constantly looking at the top, the theoretical auction price. You don't know if the bottom is going to come off. But what keeps me, I don't want to say confident, but what keeps me focused on the trade is the pattern that preceded the halt. If we kept putting in higher lows and higher highs, well, then maybe we can continue with those higher lows and higher highs. Maybe it's down halted because of the lack of liquidity, or maybe too much liquidity coming in and moving it around and triggering those halt parameters. So I don't mind getting caught in down halts like I used to before, so long as we're still technically sound. That means we're above the areas that I need to be above in order to be involved in the trade. You guys know that's VWAP and the pre-market high, as well as still holding the pattern. So I have no problem getting caught in these halts as long as we are doing our thing 21. All right, 25, I mean. All right, so we're back to SMST over here, still going unadded. I don't know why I didn't move up my order from 05s to 06s, especially when it kept showing me that 05s were not printing. Now it's at 16s. Oh, I forgot to mention that the Katina Man is short Google. All right, so let's pull up Google's chart over here. The Katina Man took a short position on Google about 5 or 10 minutes ago. He did mention that to me, but I forgot to mention it, sadly, because Joseph was still talking at the time. Great look there, Katina Man. The Katina Man short Google at around 176 2/3.
Exactly 177.
Exactly 177. So he's over 50 pennies in the money at the moment, and you can see we got into that area, Katina Main, that we were already chopping and churning at. So we already knew that there was likely going to be a little bit of resistance at this $177. So we hope he prints up a storm. We're going to shout out the Katina Man, and we're going to check back in with that Google position shortly to update you guys on how it's going. Joseph Wilson, what do you got?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of interesting stuff in the chat here, guys. Clua says Michael's strategy states the average purchase price is $62,000 per Bitcoin with the total cost of $27.95 billion. Okay, and then we're getting around the 60s, the 68, 66s. So yeah, that's what it seems to be. But I swore it was around those levels before he was buying at 100K, 110K, and raising hundreds of millions of dollars. But by all means, he obviously knows the books better than I, guys. But let's see what we got going on in UNH. It's looking like we might break down. 450 is that price target that we are looking for, slowly curling over. I told you these price action prints are something that I'm definitely looking at and going to be keeping an eye on. If we can break this support level here around that 452 level, then I believe we're going to hit 450 potentially as the next target. Also, people are mentioning, hey, he doesn't buy it on the market, it's OTC, so it doesn't move the price. Fair enough. I totally understand that. Unsecured MicroStrategy debt, there's no specific Bitcoin price that would trigger an automatic liquidation or margin call. Hypothetically, if Bitcoin price were to plummet to around $16,500, okay? Well, that's hefty, and that's billions of dollars gone. So again, yeah, maybe he is looking for something else to do. But I swore, like with institutionals stepping in, we know that we consolidated for an extended period of time. I'll bring up the IBIT chart here for you guys so we can just go over it. And one thing that I find slightly disappointing in this name is just the lengths of the consolidation phases to essentially just break down, which is like, that's not really too much fun for me. But here we go. I mentioned before, 8 months of consolidation. Yes, we moved about 33% higher, but then we also been consolidating since November. So we're 3 months in on that front as well too, guys, and decided to break down. Multiple tests to construct a new all-time high, and we couldn't do it. There wasn't enough demand up higher in these higher prices, north of that $110,000 target there on Bitcoin. So here we go. We're going to go lower and lower. What is the next target? I don't know. Are we going to get into the 70s again? Are we going to go into that breakout range? It's looking like, but here we go on some UNH, guys, starting to break through that support system and heading lower and lower. Adara, are you in this as well? Adara is not in it. That's good. Just be weary of the spread. Just be weary of the spread, guys. You're in the dollar club, Katina man. How many? Just short of Google right now. So he's still cooking up a storm. I tried a swing position on Google that didn't work. That's okay. We're heading lower on these big names like Alphabet. So again, the market is only down 3% or so, just a little bit over. Sit on some cash. We're not quite in correction territory just yet, but just look at the price action. We're chopping around. Keep that in mind, guys. It's tough. It's tough to say. It's tough to say, man. Let's go. Let's see what Adara's up to.
Keep an eye on Robinhood here. Robinhood, apparently, I'm seeing these reports that Vlad Tenev, the company's CEO, is apparently forecasting that the company will be a place for buying and selling real estate. It is worth noting these comments can't always be recontextualized. We know in the past he said that he sees Robinhood as a place for sports betting, and then they've reneged that, so just be aware. HOOD apparently, reportedly, looking at potentially being a place for buying and selling real estate. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara.
Yep.
Okay. SMST, we just wet the beak there as it broke through 20, so we got 22s. We're riding on 22s on this bad boy, and now I'm waiting at 31. So I'm quite disappointed with myself, though, in how I traded this. Specifically, why I'm disappointed is because I had a DCA at 05, but it showed me on a 3-candle basis that 05 was not printing and that it was holding at 06, so there was a buyer of note, despite the fact that they were not reflected on the bid on the level 2. I should have been alive to that. I wasn't, and I didn't add, and now I've only got one B quarter left. So I'm disappointed with how I executed on this. Should have done a little bit better. We'll look to do a little bit better next time. So here's the look on SMST. I'm going to leave these orders because I think they are still valid, especially the ones that go into 790 on SMST. So keep tabs on that. What's going on over there, Katina man? The Google's still tanking?
It's moved a lot faster than I thought, so I started.
The Katina man is covering his Google position. You wet your beak into VWAP, I'm assuming, because it gave way at VWAP. You just took $1 there because it went into 176. So we're going to hit the dollar club for the Katina man there on that Google short. Google, as like with most of these names, Joseph, in Meg 7 World, getting shellacked today. I thought certainly Tesla was going to go SSR. We got down, I think, 9.5%. So we were like half a percentage point from hitting that SSR short sale restricted for the newer traders out there.
And that'd be a couple times in a couple weeks too.
Yeah, exactly.
On Tesla.
So just for the newer traders out there, if you don't know what short sale restriction is, essentially once a stock drops or moves up 10% in a day, what it is like you cannot short it on a downtick. You're going to have to wait for an uptick. So what does that mean? So 302.59 is where Tesla's trading. So if it went 302.59, 302.55, 51, You wouldn't be able to get short anywhere there. You're going to have to wait for the price to move up in order to get that short. The point of that parameter is to kind of alleviate the bleeding and don't allow it to kind of tank anymore. So short sell restriction kicks in after 10% has been triggered from the previous day's closing price. That's the reference point there. So yeah, just make sure you kind of know all these rules. Obviously, it behooves you to know that if you're going to put this and you're going to make this your thing. So that's the situation right now. Let's go back to ONVO because it's still the one of note here. Here we go again. This one is putting in higher lows, and it's very respectful of VWAP. My only criticism on ONVO is not that it's up 325%, not that it's above VWAP, not that it's at near day's highs, but it's very thickly traded. It is hard to get a big sustained up movement here on this name. In addition to that, because it's $1, a 10-cent move or a little bit more than 10 cents triggers a halt parameter because it moves 10% in less than 5 minutes. So that becomes a bit of trouble, right? You don't get that momentum going in your favor like you would with a different name. So it's a bit tough here. You're going to have to size into this one to make any real money, but that's fine. It's done 285 million shares on the day. You shouldn't have a problem getting in and getting out. Plenty of liquidity, Joseph, to go around.
Yes, sir. We're going to start trimming this on UNH, guys. See if we can catch a fill. We got that order out. Looking really good. I don't know if we're going to break down. I would expect a little bit more momentum. There we go. Bang. Nice little fill there on UNH. 450 the next one. That momentum has definitely dwindled down. You can see it from a volume by time standpoint here, guys. Keep an eye on that. Extreme flushing here in this name. And then now we have since cooled off. So let's see if we can hold on to this position slightly longer, but we're still cooking up here in Walmart. I think this is one of the better names on the session, up about 3.5%. It was closer to 4 at these local highs. So again, are we going to add to this all the way up here? I don't think so, but if we consolidate a little longer and then go to the bottom of this range and hold the range once again, then we might be able to take that third leg higher. But you can see here, leg 1, leg 2, and then possibly leg 3 if you want to classify it as that. But those pullbacks are extremely tight, and this name is overly strong. So let's see what everybody else is up to. What are you guys looking at in the chat? One thing I do want to go over here is some of the higher volume stocks on the session and see who is at the top of its class. So scanners here, we got Nvidia with 150 million shares traded on the session. That's quite a bit. That's a lot notionally. PLTR 86.8 million. Tesla 81.2 million, and SMCI with 70 million, and then IBIT with 67 million shares traded here on the session, and we're at that halfway point, guys. So a lot more to come, especially on days like this. People get to panic selling. You get that capitulation that we've seen over the previous days. They look at their accounts and they start seeing those unrealized gains start to dwindle. They're like, okay, this isn't as much fun as I thought it was going to be. Let me hop out and get right back in. So holding on to some of these names. Hopefully we can get some more downside here on UNH and some more topside here on Walmart. I am looking for these strong sectors, and healthcare was number 3 actually, Sharif. So up about 0.25%. Sorry there, guys. Let's see if anything has changed since then. So yeah, we're down slightly more, probably being led by United Healthcare to the downside. So we got to keep that in mind. But it's only down about 1.8%. Materials has now taken that third spot, up about 0.4, and then real estate and consumer staples sitting in those top 2 spots. Let's see what Costco is up to. I know everybody's waiting for the split on this name.
All right, so I got to interrupt you here.
Go ahead.
My buddy Jay Hope is watching, and he just messaged me right now. He's like, yo, Costco looks fantastic.
No way. Oh, yeah.
He works at Costco,
Oh,
too.
does he? All right,
yeah,
nice.
So he's definitely looking at that.
Man, they get shares, too, right? That you can have a share program as well. Yeah. Is it?
So, Jay. Give him a good analysis here.
On this, okay, so I don't even really know what else to say other than this name. Like, if you want to own any stock, Sharif, is it anything other than this trend? If we were to eliminate that name, I would be like, hey, I want to buy in on this name. Forget the numbers, forget the name of it, forget what sector is in. This is a stock that I want to own. And Sharif, I don't know too many grocery stores that have a membership fee, right? So is that big? That's yeah, exactly. So that's really good for this company. That's just straight margin right there coming in, and they raised it as well too. The membership fee, something a Dollarama. I don't even. What is the ticker on Dollarama there? DLRMA, is it? No, it's definitely
DOL.
DOL.
On the TSC, I'm
on
assuming.
on the TSC, that's Canadian stuff. Unfortunately, we don't have access to that right now. But I mean, this is something that I would want to own. Costco is like a phenomenal company, as well as Walmart, even though we have sold. But look at these primary trends. If you buy the dip, I mentioned this, you have to go all the way back to March of 22 or May of 22 to see anything relatively close to a 12% dip in this name. So you want to buy it. And that's the exact same thing with Costco here, guys. There's nothing wrong with this. You want to get involved in this name. Look at these pullbacks, buy them. And the primary trend is just absolutely intact. This is a name. If it splits, I'm most definitely going to be getting involved in, Shree.
Nice, man. I mean, it's a monster.
Monster. Nothing short of a monster.
Jay wants to know why Meta is blowing up right now. Jay, what happened was Meta was a dang rocket ship the past month. I mean, it hit all-time highs. Every day we came into the office, it was making new highs. A lot of what was made, obviously, was kind of the change in philosophy, let's put it like that without getting too political, in Meta after the Trump win there. So it had an aggressive run-up. I'm assuming this is a trade to the downside here because nothing fundamentally has changed with the company. Could be some profit-taking. We know Zuck was selling up there as well to, cash in on some of the recent move up. But yeah, there's really nothing fundamental that's changed, Justin, with Meta. I'm just assuming that 740 level was obviously an all-time high. We saw this with Apple as well, Jay. Go back and have a look at mid-December when Apple hit 260. Subsequent to that, not much changed. We heard a little bit about China this, China that. But that hadn't been too much in change in Apple, but it sold, went all the way down to 220. These stocks have a tendency of doing that. Once you hit all-time highs, they zig and they zag, and there's some profit taking there. So I would say, if you're interested in Meta, you should be building your position on the moves down. I don't think anything. I don't think nothing has happened with the digital advertising game. Hashem works in digital advertising, Jay, and he gives me all the inside info about campaigns that are at a discount. And when you get these campaigns at a discount, that Meta wants to juice the numbers for the next coming quarter. And so Hashem is all involved in that. So he's always giving me little tidbits about that, the digital advertising game. So that's just my kind of 2 cents on Meta at the moment. All right, guys. I added into SMST at a bit of a higher level. And I also got back into ONVO. I'm in at 58s. I went the beak there at 62s. Now I'm waiting at 65s and then 71s. This one is putting in consistently higher lows. You don't need to be a chartered market technician to connect these area lows right here. Area low, area low. I had a couple of wicks there at the area lows. And now we're looking for that flat top break. But again, I'm going to keep saying it. I hope I don't bore you to death. But this one is a very thickly traded name, and you will have to pack your patience to get those to get those beak wetters there. All right, let's move back to SMST because I did get my ad at 5s. What's my cost basis now? 9s. So this one is now coming a little bit down now. So those higher low situations on SMST might be they might be in jeopardy at the moment. I want to see how this one trades at 8. Got cost basis at 9, so it behooves me to throw out some beak wetters, possibly in the mid-teens there, to take advantage of a spike up. The best print I've had on this monster was 20s. I'm still waiting at 8s, and I'm still waiting at 95s. So that's a look right there. Keeping my eye out on that. And then we got to pay some bills.
Hey, it's time to pay some bills, guys. OGen. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NICE listed OGEN is changing that with its first-in-class international drug designed for rapid brain access, with the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027. Organics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more about the schedule and meeting today at OGN Revise, guys. There it is. Click the link in the description.
Click it.
Click it and see what's going on. Concussions are a serious thing. Brett Favre was on and talking about them. I think if you played some sports, chances are you've had one. If you played football,
yeah, man.
So you've definitely had one or two, right?
Bro. Like I don't know, man. It's insane because we got some shots back in the day, man, and especially there wasn't the spearing. I mean, I don't know if you played. Did you play in high school?
Yeah, I played high school.
I mean, everybody speared, and it never was called. So you would always get like nailed from the side. There was like no protections for the players. There was no defenseless receiver rule. There was nothing like that. So you could get nailed in the head, and everything was fair game. Shout out to the Markham Raiders, baby.
The only thing you couldn't do was horse collar, and everything else was free game, I think, at that point.
Bro, horse collars were rarely called, man. Especially if they got into the jersey. And then we wouldn't get the call unless like the hand was down the actual pass. It was brutal. Worst refereeing, I gotta tell you the truth, was
high school football.
Man. Yeah. It was ridiculous. It wasn't technically high school because our high school didn't have.
Okay, so you were outside
for the city. Yeah, but I was in high school. So, hey, there is my man. Get it, Justin. He's in the chat, of course, brother. Always looking out. Who else we got here? Jeremy Newman. It was encouraged even. Yeah, bro, I'm telling you. Football back in the day before they really started, tamping down on the aggression and, driving people down into the turf and stuff like that, it was the Wild West. So that's a look there. Joseph Birch Music, I still have neck problems from collisions. Thankfully, I don't think I have too much in the way of that, but I feel you there, man. Let's see what else people are talking about there. Yeah, Gary Frost. Yes, spearing was constant, normal, and occasionally got called. It was nuts. It was nuts, dude. I mean, I remember. Here's the deal, and there was no weight limit. Okay, so the Markham Raiders, we had our offensive line in high school. I was in grade 11th grade, 16 years old. The offensive line for the Markham Raiders was in the low 200s. So our boys were like 210, 205, 215, something like that. Mississauga, the offensive line was 265.
Yeah, those boys are some big boys, man.
And I was the running back. And these guys are blocking for me. No, they weren't they were being run into me because they were getting pushed back so hard. So what I mean to say is there wasn't really a lot of parity, Joseph. Sometimes you go to another team and they were grown-ass men. And they'd be beating up on boys. So, yeah, we got hit. We definitely got hit, and that was kind of...
That was like Banting High School for us. Like, we were Bradford, but Banting was just like double the size of our high school. So they had everybody was just like double your size. And I mean, I'm probably like a $145 at $150 at max at that time, right? You're 14, 15 years old and playing corner. And it's just like running into those people. I was aggressive because I played hockey and everything, and I loved it. But running into those kids was not fun at sometimes, man.
No, it definitely
like at all. At all.
But back then, we had to play defense and offense. So I sometimes I'd get my revenge because I was strong safety.
Nice.
Just wait until someone's tied up, looking at where the corner is, and just lay my shoulder in the
take their heads off.
We got revenge. Easy there. All right, let's focus back on the trading up here. Let's have a look at what some of these mag names are doing. Let's weasel on over with the Mag 7 charts. How's the dead one doing? Yeah, I had a feeling. Okay, so that 250 did come into play on Apple. Now we are down here 248.75. So that would have been I should have been taking that trade, and that would have been a very easy out. Anything above 250, you get stopped out. I didn't take it. That's my loss. Now, let's look at some others. Meta is recovering, Jay. I don't know, Justin, if you're still watching, but this white line over here, this is what we call the volume weighted average price, and it's exactly what it sounds. We're averaging the price based upon the amount of volume that's taking place at any one price, and then you chart that on the line right there. Why is that important? Well, a lot of algorithms, as well, a lot of big money traders use it for whatever reason. There's many different reasons that they use it, but we always chart it because it seems to act as an area of both support and resistance. Some traders will base a trade off it. Some will have their stop loss based upon it. So when we danced here on Meta with VWAP, we were using it as a resistance. Look at this, Jay. Every time we worked into that level, we kept rejecting it. Then the bid came in, and a buyer stepped in, pushed this one above VWAP. Why is that relevant? Why am I talking about it? Because Meta's above VWAP, lo and behold, Amazon not. Amazon using the volume weighted average price still as that resistance level. So you can make little nuanced observations like that. Which ones are clearing VWAP? Which ones are rejecting VWAP in order to gauge relative strength? Another case in point, look at the monster Nvidia. Nvidia is on one right now, man. Is Nvidia going to go green? Well, we're only down 2/3%, so realistically, we could see green here on Nvidia. Where do we need to get to in order to see that green? We need to get to $130 and a quarter, give or take. So we're not too far away from it. So NVDA well above VWAP here, and it looks like it's on its way maybe to that $130 area. Now, for the newer traders out there, the whole dollar levels as well as those $10 levels, like that $1.20, that 130, 140, they act sometimes as psychological resistance and support, meaning that when you get into them, you end up finding a wall of sellers, or when you get down to them, you end up meeting a wall of buyers and the price bounces. So keep your eye out on these whole dollar levels as well as the $10 levels. They sometimes act as levels of resistance and support. But looking at the monster tower, the Cybertruck over here, there's an area bid to be had on Tesla. It couldn't even work its way up into VWAP in order to use it as a resistance level. VWAP right now on my chart at 309s. Tesla's at 302 and 2/3. So a lot of relative weakness in the Cybertruck today as we got word that their sales are not doing that good, sadly. So whether you're looking in Europe, whether you're looking in China, whether you're looking in North America, Tesla's sales are down in January year over year without exception. So it's a bit of a problem. And they didn't really react in the pre-market when we got that information, but all hell did break loose after the bell there. So it's a bit of a tougher look. Obviously, it's one of my positions that I'm quite proud of in my long-term account, just given my cost basis there. But, you know, you're going to have to take the shellackings on days like this, and you're just going to have to put up with it. Otherwise, don't be in the market. Simple as that. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, I mean, I know we got to put up with it, man, but you got to put up with it, man. So, yeah, we got some good stuff. I want to talk a little bit about this call wall here on NVDA, but I want to touch on something here because what I'm seeing on NVDA at that 140 strike is probably some of the largest size I've seen in a while. But first, what I want to talk about is Pocket T-shirt says, I understand the principle, but the max loss / gain stuff spooks me. I'm just going to do one contract per stock to minimize loss. Exactly. So, okay, let's put it this way, Pocket T-shirt. Whatever you pay, Pocket T-shirt. So, yeah, no, that's okay. I don't really understand it, but hey, that's okay.
T-shirt pocket?
Pocket T-shirt.
What is that, French?
I don't know, maybe.
Was he flipping the words?
Maybe, so, yeah, I guess so.
Like my dad.
Yeah.
It's like, are you gonna, I don't know, he always flips a word back and forth. So I don't mean
No, that's what, no, but I want to talk about this a little because me with learning Spanish, that's
backwards.
Yeah, it's backwards, right? So we would say a red jacket, and there it's like a jacket red.
Jacket red.
Right? So it's just like, okay, it's slightly confusing, right? So, okay, but anyways, guys, so he says, I understand the principles, but I just don't understand the max loss. So my suggestion is to you, just start buying contracts because you can buy a put and a call. And whatever you pay for that is going to be your max loss. You cannot lose any more than that. So go find a cheap stock that's in a downtrend. What I did for you is I pulled up American Airlines, and I'm like, okay, this thing's in a bearish downtrend. Now let's see what a put cost on an American Airlines. And I'm going to tell you that this is the max loss that you can lose. So if you were to buy the at-the-money put, it would cost you $28, right? That's the max you can lose on that contract. Mind you, it expires in 3 days, so maybe they're not the best example. So I'll give you 10 days. So if you buy an at-the-money put, you're going to pay $44 for that at-the-money put, and that's the max you can lose, right? You can make more than that. If it goes lower, right, you can make as much as it will to go to zero, but it's probably not going to go to zero in 10 days. But that's the max loss. So don't be fearful, right? Just face it in the face and face fear right head on and uprise, right? Just get involved because you're always going to be scared until you get involved. And then once you get comfortable, you'll be able to do more. So if you're just buying contracts, the max that you paid for it is the max that you can lose. And just keep that in mind. Start small and then start building your way up. Now, I want to get to NVDA here, guys, real quick. And I want to talk about this call wall that I'm seeing at 140. The call wall here at 100. Paul wall. What was that one song? What was his one song? Yeah, but
anytime there's anything music in here,
she seems to immediately. So guys, at that $140 strike price, we have 115,000 open contracts. Times that by 100, and that's potential shares. So notionally, that is a lot of money. okay? And I mentioned this this morning in the earlier segment during the pre-market prep show. We talked about this this call and put wall at that $140 strike price. So we now have 115. So that's grew almost 20,000 contracts since yesterday. And now that put wall at that 140 strike is still hovering around that same 85,000 open contracts. So I think that's going to be a key area and a key level in this name come that report tomorrow. And that's exactly what I'm going to be looking at and looking for, because it can act as support and resistance zones. And in order for us to punch through that, someone's gonna have to grab all that liquidity. There's gotta be a participant who says, hey, I wanna be the opposite side of that trade. And that's when I refer to options pinning. Okay, so we have so much going on one side and so much going on the other side, it pins the stock price. So that's exactly what I'm going to be looking out for, because that's some of the largest open interest I've personally seen in a long time. All right, guys, so 140 Nvidia, we like that level. Let's keep an eye out on it. It doesn't mean go straddle or anything along those lines. Just keep an eye out and observe, okay, if you're not familiar with it. But what we do got cooking up here, guys, is we added up here on Walmart, looking to break through that key zone that I was referring to, that resistance zone consolidation, and see if we can continue to climb higher. Now about 3.7% on the session. We're going to start trimming this position, Sharif, because it's working out really well for us, my friend.
All right, man, sounds good. All right, we went the beak there, so I did get the 8 add on SMST, took out some at 10s. Let's see this one. It's put in a bit of a hammer candle there into 8. I don't want to take out too much and take it out at a low level. So now I'm packing my patience, waiting at 15s and then 31. So going to let this one cook at the moment and see what comes. It's clearing 10s, showing me 11s now. Not a bad look. Okay, it's this one. I don't know, man. It's the small caps today. There's really no continuity. Or there's, I don't want to say that there's no continuity, but it's just been a hard road to hoe, quite frankly. Here's the deal, though. There is another one that's showing up over here. It goes by the ticker RETO. It's a sub $1 name. So, you know, just by virtue of that, I'm a little sus of it. It's because I don't like trading these ones that are south of $1, but it's got all the right ingredients, okay? To be fair to it. Let me just throw it up on here so it can update. There we go. So it's up 41 1/5, 41 1/2, trading around 83 pennies. It's above the pre-market high. It's above VWAP, so it's got all the right ingredients. The only problem is it's south of that $1. Now, why that matters?
Oh, bro.
Go.
Bro, Walmart is squeezing. Yeah, Walmart is squeezing. Oh, yes, I was telling you guys about this trade yesterday. I'm glad I put on some for the swing account here. Right on that hammer candle. Let's take a look at it from a daily perspective and see what we got cooking up. We'll see it from a little bit better here. So WMT, and I'm going to go over this, send it right back to Sharif real quick. But what a monstrous recovery here on Walmart. I mentioned it to you guys from that all-time high all the way to the lows, 12.5%, and now gaining lots of ground, up about 5%, so half of that loss gained just in one day here, guys. I mentioned, okay, so look at this. You see that volume really start to step up to the downside. This company is too good, puts in a hammered candle at some key support levels, and then now putting in a beautiful recovery day off of this hammer doji on Walmart, up about 4% on the session, Sharif. We're going to continue to keep taking some off the top.
That's a fantastic look. I just want to mention that off camera. Before we got onto the show, this dude was adding into his girlfriend's account on Walmart. So.
In mine.
Yeah, I mean, like, and yours.
I'm like Walmart,
no, but to be fair, you did call it out. You talked about the hammer candle on the daily. You said if it closed as a hammer candle, that you'd be adding, correct?
Exactly. Okay. And I did follow the plan. And how many times have we said that today, Sharif? It's write out that plan and just execute it. Sometimes it's a lot harder said than done. It may seem like we're just talking like, oh, it's easy. And I'm going to tell you, front and foremost, that it is harder than what it is, how we explain it.
100%.
So just go and do it and try to make it not as difficult on you.
All right, man, we're doing well here on SMST. I'm really happy that I stuck to my plan. I added where I wanted to add. I didn't add because I was out of the money. I added because there were levels that had to be added to, okay? We're above VWAP. We have that whole dollar level. I added into 8, and now we're showing 21s. I'm long 01s. It's showing me 21s. I'm waiting at 31s. So I want a flat top break. And you better believe if we get that flat top break on SMST or SMST, yeah, I will be adding on that because that's going to really push a lot of people out, okay? The flat top break should not be disrespected in the way that the flat bottom break, should also be respected. So we'll keep tabs on that one. SMST, but this is the one I keep talking about right now. It's making higher highs. RETO is on one. Here we go. It's we were talking about this one at 82 pennies, and then Joseph had to tell us about Walmart. Now we're looking like we're going to take out that 96 penny high a day RETO. It's 56% in the clear right now. Let me give you the information on this monster. It is a $3.5 million market cap, which means it is minuscule, and that's being nice to it. 23.5 million shares traded on the day and a float of 3.1 million shares. So a small float, which is good. It makes it, quite parabolically inclined. The short float, though, is bupkis. About 0.48% of that float that I just talked about, 3 million and change, is board for short. So basically negligible short float. There is the high of the day, 99 pennies. This one is on its way to $1. Now, it becomes a different trade north and south of the dollar. There are algos that will not trade this south of $1. So once it gets above and holds above that dollar, we could see more participation, and we could definitely see the volume pick up on this monster in an aggressive and notable way. In addition to that, you also have more areas of support and resistance when you're south of that dollar because you're trading at 4 decimal places, whereas when you're above that $1, you're trading at 2 decimal places. So even though notionally it doesn't make a difference, you do have different levels that you can post more size at. So instead of putting all your size at 101, 102, 103, you can put it at 101, you can put it at 99.5, 99 1/3, 99 1/4. So there's way more levels to take out. Sadly, south of that $1, it's topping tail candle right now, rejecting that dollar. Let's wait and see if this is able to clear it. Adara, kill him with kindness.
Thank you very much, Sharif. If you ask anyone in the market what the biggest catalyst this week is, they're probably not going to say PCE on Friday. No, they're going to say Nvidia earnings. So we've been putting out a couple graphics for you here at TTV Research. I've been hard at work on these. This one features the year-over-year percentage changes in market cap for Nvidia since its inception. Look, Jensen can't even believe his eyes here. And it's worth noting, this company had quite the wild market cap fluctuations. There were a couple years when we lost almost 100% market cap in the early 2000s. So definitely check out this graphic on X at TTV Research. It's a sister graphic to our earlier graphic about the company's market cap every single year since its IPO. But we're going to have to wait till Wednesday after the close to find out if the market is long on Huang. Back to you.
I just want to know, Adara, why does Jensen have that look on his face?
I don't know, but I found it and I loved it. So that's
She found it, she loved it, and then it made its way onto the infographic. No questions asked. Shout out to Adara.
That was him looking. That's him looking at his bank account.
Can we see him again?
Yeah, that's him. See, look, that's what when you look at your
the bank account.
Yeah, when you look at your portfolio and it's
he
up
owns like 3 or 4% of Nvidia. Can you believe that he's one of the founders? He only owns that little. It's something. It's small. I'm not exactly sure, so I'll double check that for you. But it's like single digits. I expected more, bro.
Yeah.
Like Zuck, he owns a plethora of Meta. Like these founders usually own like
lot
at least
more.
double digits. You know what I mean?
They said that NVIDIA made how many millionaires in the past couple?
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, like
ridiculous.
A ridiculous amount.
Dude, I remember going to my old man's cardiologist back during COVID. This was November 21, and it was running up because of crypto and like the pandemic plays, right? And he was like feeling himself. He's yeah,
I mean,
Nvidia, I printed on it. And this was like when it was $300 pre-split, right?
So he's probably sitting on some pretty.
Yeah, no, I think he sold it. So that's what made me feel good. You little punk.
That's crazy.
You feeling yourself?
Yeah, that's crazy.
I bet you're feeling bad now. No, I'm playing. I don't know why I'm getting all like that. Eddie, that is his face when the car rental employee asks for a safety deposit. My favorite car rental like little skit is the Seinfeld one when he goes to rent a car and he's ordered a midsize or he's reserved a midsize, but then they tell him that they ran out of midsize, but he's like, how come you guys ran out of it? I thought I reserved it. She's like, yeah, we got your reservation. We just ran out of cars. He's like, but I thought the reservation keeps the car here, right? Isn't that the point of the reservation? Like, anybody can take the reservation. It's really easy to take them, but it's really the hard part is to hold the reservation, which I find to be hilarious because it's absolutely, it rings true to me. All right, guys, I'm keeping my eye on RETO over here as it's working its way right back into that 99 penny area. I'd like to be involved with this one if it can get above and stay above 100. This is the one that I'm keeping my eye on, RETO, but it's not the trade that I want currently. It's going to have to get above that buck. I don't want to be fighting with the shorts trying to keep this down below a buck. So that's the look there. Jag. Jensen probably thought he hit the jackpot when he went public. What do you mean? Oh, because why he sold so much. I see. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, maybe some other stuff came up in his life. You never really know. But yeah, I don't know how much he has, Joseph. You got your co-pilot up there?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Can we find out how much Jensen owns? Because I'm pretty sure it's single digits. I just don't want to give people the wrong information. KT options. Home Depot is moving higher. So this was. It is Adara confirmed. So let's have a look at HD. This one reported this morning. A bit of a mixed report there. What does he own?
He owns about 3.8%.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
But he has, he has 93 million shares.
Of course, it's amazing. It's amazing.
That's insane.
I'm not going to disrespect that. I just figured he owned a little more.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll take it. If he wants to give me some.
I'm not going to say that. Yeah, thank you. Home Depot, guys, a bit of a mixed report. They beat on the top and bottom line, but it was a guide that was a little light. There, so it did initially go red, but it was a zig and zag like it sometimes is in the pre. But then as the bell rang, that was as bad as it was going to get on the day. That drop below 380.
Oh my
now we're knocking the door of $400, $399.91 high a day. Home Depot looking good. Don't know what the percentage up on the day is. Allow me a moment here because it's not populating. 4.5%, a little bit less than that 4.5. Fantastic look today for Home Depot. I mean, we saw this one get shellacked subsequent to the pandemic as a result of everybody kind of upgrading their homes when they were at home, couldn't go anywhere. And then obviously that had a bit of a cooling effect on the upgrades and home improvements and stuff later. But I think that they are starting to pick up again, so not a bad look for them. That's a look there. All right, guys, SMST. We're working right back into that high. We're at the $0.25 right now. I'm long 01s. I'm waiting at 31s. This is my last my last beak wetter, sadly, as I did not get that ad at 95s, but I did get the ad at 8, so I'm packing my patience there. Jag, GPU was not that big until 2015-ish when Google realized they can use GPUs for compute. Well said, my man. I didn't know that it was involved with AI until about 2018. That's when I heard that parallel processing was what was going to make AI. So I didn't know about that either. Mine was obviously a lot later. 2018 is not 2015. Los Palmos Hermanos. Nvidia peaked and started falling after the boob sign from Jensen. Yes, I do remember that. Thank you for mentioning that. Random oddities, RETO. Been talking about it, brother. There it is. It broke $1. RETO now is at $1.04. Something tells me, though, that this one may not be as easy to move above that buck as we can perceive. So let's watch. Like, it's going to have to clear a buck here for me to get involved. It's up 76%. Now it's above a buck. So those who filter out the stock south of $1 now will have notice of it. And also, it's obviously 70-something%, making it one of the best performing names in the market. And guys, by the way, RETO, sure, it's up 73%, but it's up 121% since the bell rung. That means it opened the pre-market in negative territory. So it's gone red to green. I can just make that deduction based upon the percentage up on the day. So let's keep an eye out here on RETO. I'm absolutely interested in trading it. Just got to set up the right way. Let's see what else people are saying over here. Jay Lee. Not sure if you saw my note, but gold price dumping finally makes sense. Market has no trust in the market. Market has no trust in the market. Delivery not possible. Gold stackers going elsewhere. Thus, money tanks. Thank you, Jay. I talked to the NOS boss last night on the market recap show about gold, and we were kind of juxtaposing Bitcoin, the sell-off in Bitcoin, and the making of all-time highs in gold. My question to him was, are we getting a rotation from one asset class into another? And he kind of he didn't really give me a straight answer there, but he said he likes gold. RC, He probably had more Nvidia shares, but when it split, he sold some, ? So that prescient went down with more shares out there. I'm not sure what that means, brother.
He means that percent.
That percent. Oh, yeah. So that percent went down with more shares out there. Sure. Okay. That's not what would happen, the Katina man goes on to say. All right. Yeah, of course. Jay Lee, I have been using GPU compute on folding at home from Stanford since about 2014. Just saying, I don't even know what you do, Jay, but you seem to be doing stuff that obviously gets you involved in these markets.
I went to Stanford.
I think he's using Stanford's GPUs. He's using remotely. That's my understanding. That's a lot of what people are doing. Let me know, Jay. Abhishek Desai, HIMS. Okay, I used to know somebody by that name, and we don't have a good relationship. HIMS above VWAP. All right, let's have a look at HIMS. Let's take off a couple of these tickers on the side chart here. All right, good look there. HIMS is an earnings loser, guys, so it's going to be interesting to see how this one trades. So they have a bit of I want to call this a headwind because they were, look, they don't just do GLP-1s. They do a lot of sexual health, hair loss stuff. They're involved in other stuff other than just weight loss. I'm talking about HIMS. But they do have a major headwind right now, which is that because we're not back ordered anymore for some of these GLP-1s like semaglutide, whatever, there's others, they can't compound it anymore. Compounding is essentially when a pharmacy takes the raw material, the ingredients, gets a pharmacist, essentially a chemist, to put it together at the pharmacy level, and then they dispense it to the patient, okay? It's a great margin game, just ask me, because that's what my family's involved in, but you're only allowed to do that when there's a patent still existing on a drug when it's back ordered. It's no longer back ordered. It's no longer hard to get, so they will not be allowed to compound these anymore, at least for the time being. So that's a bit of a headwind. Again, though, I want to caveat that by saying that they sell other things other than GLP-1s. But it's a fantastic look here. A nice kind of maybe a bit of an inverse head and shoulders with the left head, right shoulder. And then what preceded it was a downtrend. So we got all the check boxes there where downtrend, left shoulder, head, right shoulder, breakout above the neckline, which I will submit to you is about 38.25, 38.5. Looks like we just got into about 39. But we haven't cleared VWAP with any aggression, so we'll continue to watch this one. Probably not a name that I get involved in, but a good look nonetheless, Joseph.
Yeah, I have some, so a bunch of my friends take HIMS, and it's working out for them, but I tried a little Rogaine, and that didn't work out too good for your boy, so that's okay.
Bro, you've got to be on that for like 6 months.
6 months, yeah, no, I know, I was on it for a while. I told you what happened, though, remember? Yeah. So it just didn't work out for me, so yeah.
Switch to finasteride.
Yeah, I'm going to have to do something up there, or maybe we might have to take a little trip to Turkey there and see what's going on. But yeah, guys, let's see what else is.
People say it's sick, dude.
It's sick?
Oh, yeah,
like Turkey? Yeah. Well, everybody, I'd be on the same plane. We would all be wearing headbands together and on the way back.
The videos of the airplane ride
back from Turkey? I'm saying,
it's
right?
Those jobs
and head right?
So everybody on the plane is looking the same.
Like you fit right in, so that'd be a good time. Here we go, guys. On Walmart, continuing to climb higher. I'm loving this name. I love Walmart. I don't know how much higher we can go. Again, 4% is a pretty hefty gain on this name. You don't see that every day. But with the overall market pretty weak, then we'll take it as it is. But let's see what we got going on in the NASDAQ here, guys. We're going to pull up the TQQs and see what the market is up to. So we're only down about a 1.5% or so, 1.25%. So now recovering off of VWAP, pushing through. So things might have turned around for the time being. I'm not saying we've completely turned face here, but a nice recovery in the overall market, especially after the past two sessions. I wasn't here on the Friday, guys, and I heard it was a lot of blood in the streets. And yesterday was relatively weak as well, too, with the inability to recover. I heard Sean say the market closing at the lows isn't the best thing here. And sure enough, as we open today, we sell off some more, but now slightly recovering. So that's a positive sign. We'll take it for what it is. And NVDA leading the way, I believe, on to the top side. Let's see what we got from a percentage metric. So yeah, we're only down about 6/10 there, guys, on NVDA. I really like this name. Still sitting in this swing. I think tomorrow is going to be absolutely monstrous. We talked about the expected move as well, too, guys. So we're looking at about a 9.3 implied move on this name. But the previous 2 quarters, it did not exceed that. So just be wary. But I will note this, we got to give credit where it's due. It went 16% 3 quarters ago, a 16% move. I forget what that it was pricing in, but that is hefty move. So 16%, 9.3 this quarter coming up tomorrow. I'm hoping that we can punch through all-time highs. It's going to be extremely positive for the market if we can punch through 140. I told you about that call while at that strike. There's a hefty amount of potential shares there. There's a lot of open contracts. So that's going to be a key price target I'm going to be looking for in this name. It's going to be guidance that we're going to be looking at because the chances of them beating on the top and the bottom line are pretty high. It's just that forward guidance. And when you were in a growth cycle like NVDA was, it's really hard to sustain that. But the demand for these chips are really, really, they're still high. And I wanted to ask you this, Sharif. So we know how a lot of these AI plays are open source, right? And we have AI spend, but then we have OpenAI who wants to go closed source and have the ability to profit. But what's up with all this AI spend, and how are these companies going to benefit, or like be profitable if everything is open sourced?
Oh, that's a great question because you build on top of it. So the open source is the bottom layer, and then you add your own layer on top of it through training. So pre-training is one thing, and then actual training is another. Sorry, I'm just involved in
we'll talk about that later when we go over some more things. But I wanted to pull up some names that were really in play about a month or so ago, or a couple weeks ago, and that's RGTI, Rigetti Computing. The quantum computing space was just absolutely on fire, and it's really, really cooled down here, guys. RGTI, it's now heading around that $9.24 price target. So that's close to 50% or even a little bit more from those all-time highs on this name. So yeah, 57% on RGTI, or it's not all-time highs, but those previous highs earlier in the year. So that's a tough look. Am I going to be grabbing these stocks all the way down here? I don't think so just yet. And same with Rich Tech Robotics. That's kind of the humanoid stuff that was popular as well. RR was in play. And you can start to see the ATR expansion in these names and that volume really start to pick up. And then we can put in a high here around $5. And then we've lost more than 50% on these names, about 66% on Rich Tech Robotics. Am I going to be buying them down here? I don't think so just yet. We'll wait for them to turn around. And these companies also need to start turning a profit. So I'm really curious to see what's going on with the quantum computing space and the humanoid space. So let's see what the IWM is up to as well, just small caps, because if the overall market is getting smoked, I'm thinking like, hey, we're going to get smoked here too. So as you can see, we had some previous support systems marked out before. We've breached it, but had the inability to hold in below them. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes on these value names here to see if, like, are they going to catch a bid or something along those lines. But again, not something I'm overly looking to invest in is IWM, because it is extremely volatile. And with these names, they got to borrow a lot of money too. So I'll just avoid IWM for now. But if you guys have anything in the chat that you want to look at, we'll go over it. KT Options, $5 super chat. Thank you for that. Thoughts on FSLR before earnings? Sure. Let's take a look at FSLR. FSLR. And see what they are. First Solar. Okay. So they report when. I'll pull up the earnings calendar right now and see when FSLR reports. That is tomorrow. This evening. Yes, this evening they report. Yeah, so, okay, I like this. We're going to pull up the expected move on it, and then we can do a little TA on this as well. Expected move. Here we go.
Show yourself.
Show yourself. FSLR, and see if we can get it. FSLR. It doesn't really want to pull it up for me, but that is okay. So we'll take a look at the options chain. Oh, here we are. Earnings, applied volatility. So expected move, about a 7, so plus or minus 7.7% on this name. Where is that going to put us on FSLR? 7.7. So that can put us around that $11.50, $11.60 target there. And to the downside, we can see a low of possibly $11.59, okay? So just keep that in mind there, guys. Oh, that's not, 159, sorry. Yeah, so about that much. It's only about a couple dollar move there on FSLR. And we're going to take a look at it on the options chain to see what is really cooking up. And we want to see where those levels of open interest are, just so we can look at price targets. So if you're looking to trade this, straddle, whatever you're looking to trade via options, you want to look out for these names. So the highest level of open interest here, expiring this Friday, is that 170 strike price with 3.7 open contracts thus far. So nothing crazy. And to the put side, you have to scroll really down. So nothing in the K. There's nothing with triple or 4 digits here, except for that at the money, which is roughly around 1.25K. So FSLR, First Solar, not something I particularly trade, and you don't want to be involved in this to the long side, because off of that high, you're down about 51%, Sharif.
All right, I added to SMST at VWAP. This was...
Yeah, it's me. It's gonna be me.
I know she's up to it. That she's such a bully, bro. She's
yeah, you know, it's a.
Look at her. She's leaving. Like,
why does
a bomb and she?
Why does everybody have the same headband on though?
It's the compression headband. I think.
Is it? Yeah. All right, then. Well, maybe I could get a designer one or something.
You're killing me, bro.
Yeah, I could get one.
Right?
Yeah.
Rem's a mean person.
Yeah,
bro.
it's okay.
Straight
it's all
up,
love, man. It's all
Tries
love.
to like act all nice, but we all know.
Yeah, we all know. We all know it is.
It is what it is. I'm not sassing her, Adara. I'm speaking truth. Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah.
All right. RETO. Oh, boy. Get it, Adara.
boy.
RETO. Shout out to Jay. I was talking to Justin there in the chat. I did get into RETO, Jay. I'll explain why. This is what we call an area resistance. Look at that double top at 96 pennies. It meant there was selling up there. So that's a resistance area. Sometimes, Jay, when you clear that resistance area and then you come back in and test it, it acts as support, meaning it bounces off that price. So I got in at 96. It's showing me 104s. I'm waiting out. Bang! 105. We take out the top. All right, so RETO is on one right now. Keep your eye out on this one. If it holds above the buck, it can be a better trade. I don't like these ones a whole lot south of the dollar, so keep your eye out on this one. It could be moving to the high side. Also got involved in this monster as well. As I mentioned, SMST, but it's going to have to hold VWAP. I've moved up my stop into 780s right there, so it's going to have to hold that 790s. We'll risk a little bit there. This one as well, show yourself. There we go. ONVO had a tight stop on this one. I initially got in at 41, scalped into 51, and then this one is showing me lower highs. So I am concerned that ONVO is going to do the same thing that we saw on MLGO, which is that flat bottom break. We have been defending generally that $140 on a closing basis. It's kind of given up the ghost a little bit at that level. So I didn't want to stay in for all that long. I scalped into this one, got in. I hadn't been involved in this one for a minute. We just took a quick 10 pennies, quick as you like, and that is the look there. Now let's go back into this one, because this is one I want to focus on right now. SMST. Where am I waiting over here, bro? I'm waiting at 5s. That's why I'm not getting printed. Showing me 2s. It's not clearing 8 with any aggression, but I do like the fact that it did hold VWAP, but how many times is it going to hold VWAP? How many times am I going to get the same trade? That concerns me, obviously. The more times we touch VWAP, the more times or the more opportunities it has to fail. And I'll submit to you, likely will fail if it keeps making lower highs and going into that VWAP area. So that's a look there. There we go. We get the print on SMST. Now it's showing me 6s. So let's go ahead and set up at 12s. We're going to look for that a bit of a higher print than 10s there. We're long 95s now, literally bottom wick on this, you know what. So we'll continue to watch this one. Showing me 7s. Let's go, baby. We'll keep an eye out on this one. But RETO is all the hype right now. This one is on one, $1.14 HOD. It's now 87% in the clear, and it looks like it wants to make aggressively newer highs. I will, though, wait at that dollar, because if we come to testing that dollar again, I want to participate in this one now. If it gets crazy and starts moving to the high side, I'll punch in, but smaller size, obviously, because I don't like punching in at high. So that's the look right now, Joseph. RETO, SMST. Let's see what we do here. Guys, the new poll is out, and I want to mention that I put Lee Auto on there, not because I was involved in Lee Auto for a long time, but it's up 14%.
Bang.
Okay? It's a big boy move today on Lee Auto. You got some sympathy plays with XPeng up 5 3/4. Neo's hot garbage, so it's down to 1 1.33%. It's not participating in the move with XPeng. Lee Auto. It's a big day for these ADRs today, Joseph. What do you got on that side?
Yeah, I'm just looking at, because what we've been selling off so heavy is, I'm going to be looking after we're at extreme lows. I want to see what that max pain is, and then I want to see how those candles print. So we can see that the overall market is going to recover. Recovering, from the lows. But I just want to look at these hammers. So we broke through this previous shelf, and then now that buying pressure stepped in, and now we're putting this in somewhat of a hammer doji again. The one thing I will point out is that it's not isolated, and I want to keep an eye out for something that is isolated. But one thing that I am looking at, and it is identical to Walmart here, is IBIT, guys. I'm not saying that the selling is done. I think how this candle print closes is going to be really key to see what happens. And if we do decide to close as a hammer, as an indecision candle, then maybe there's a potential swing to the top side. You can see that IBIT gapped down because it doesn't trade 24/7 like Bitcoin. But if we close this candle as a hammer, I might try, because the risk profile is there. All we got to do is risk until 48.61, and if it goes south to that, then the thesis is wrong, and that's okay. But I would like to get into a bounce. I tried something as well over here. I was telling Sharif, I was like, I woke up one morning and I seen it open above this range, and I'm like, let me get involved. It then sold off some more, hit my stop. I got out of the trade, so now I'm sitting on some cash in the swing. We got Walmart and Nvidia kicking on, and I want to see something else that I can pick up here, because I want to push something really, really heavy here, guys. And I'm comfortable with pushing IBIT heavy just because of my past with it, okay? And I'm saying if something's worked before, doesn't necessarily it's gonna mean it's gonna work again, but you gotta try. And that's something that I'm gonna definitely look into. And some of the comments about the hair in the chat are absolutely hilarious. Dude, they're like, so they said Sharif's hair isn't going anywhere, so that it's not moving, and just some other things.
I put a bunch of hairspray.
Do you put it? Yeah, mousse dye. Yeah, I know. I need some of that. I need some of that, man. It's good stuff there. It's tough for sure. It's definitely tough. My dad is bald, so we're a little bit of a tough look.
Arab hair.
Yeah, exactly.
Not the Arab money, but the Arab hair.
Yeah, but relax there. It says the V8 over there. It says the V8 over there. Guys, let's take a look at AMC. We know that this name was extremely memey. Who's laughing?
Adira. Look at the chat, Adira. See how she's bullying me?
Yeah, why? What'd she say?
See that, Adira?
What'd she say?
Yeah. You need to look at the chat to see what she's saying. Yeah.
Is that like a statistic though? Is eating a lot of eggs?
I don't know, bro.
Is it no, Adara? No, is it though? We got to know this, Adara. Is that like is there a correlation between eating a lot of eggs and then good hair?
Well, isn't hair protein?
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. You would know,
right?
Is it?
So if you eat a lot of protein, I don't know, bro.
So
I don't know, man. I'm not getting involved in this conversation.
Am I too far? Is it too far gone for me to? Should I kick up my egg game and start bringing in a half dozen too, or what? Anyways, let's see what we got going on in AMC, guys. I'm gonna pull up the options chain as well too, because we know how this name was memey, and I just think it's a dead stock. It's going to be so tough for this to come back into play. So I just want to see the options chain, and I highly doubt that it's overly active. Like this stock's trading at $3.18. But again, $3.50, $3.50, 24K open contracts, that $4, 24.5 open contracts into the downside. Not too much because you can't go any lower, but that $3 strike price has about 9,000, and then 3.5 again, so around that 19.6. So we can classify that there might be some pinning on this name as well too at that 350 strike price, and we're trading at 318. I think that's going to be interesting because there's still it still has that meme craze. It comes in play once every blue moon, like GameStop here. But for those two names, I don't believe they're investable. Show them what you got going on.
Man, we're killing it on RETO, bro. We're long 97. We just took out 20s. All right, so this one is going here. We waited for that dollar. I'm pleased as dang punch with my entry. I stuck to my rules. This is a previous area of resistance. Once it cleared, it acted as support. I almost have bottom wick. I think I could have done a little bit better, but here we go to the high side. Now I'm going to wait at 25s because that's kind of what I do. 25, 25, 25, 25. All right, we'll wait up here for that move. I just took out some there at 20s, showing me 23s now. Show yourself 25. So we're going to get it quite yet, but RETO now, it is a big boy mover on the market. It has a lot of people's attention. It is up over 100%. It's cleared the dollar. It's got all the right ingredients. The only thing that I can complain about this is it doesn't have a good short float. The short float is basically negligible. Here's what we're talking about over here. Shout out to Trade Ideas. RETO's float on Trade Ideas is 2.75 million. On my platform, it's saying 3.1.5. Whatever, split the difference there, but this is the metric I'm looking at. Short float, 0.48% of said 2.75 million shares. So if we get a parabolic move, it's going to be because of the float, not the short float. Now, you're probably wondering, what do you mean, Sharif? Why would a stock move aggressively if it has a smaller float? Well, because that means that the supply out there for trading is limited. So if there are, like, for example, let's talk about this. So I'm positing that this one has 3.1 million shares outstanding to be traded by all of the market right now on the NASDAQ. How many shares has it done on the day? 42.25 million shares. That means it's gone through float rotation. I don't know, what's 40 divided by 3 is what, bro?
Oh,
10,
bro,
or
it's like 12
and a half,
12
right?
and a half, yeah.
Yeah, give or take. So it's done float rotation 12 and a half times over, meaning the amount of shares in all of the market, obviously not specifically each share, but the total quantum of shares has changed hands 12 and a half times. It's rotated 12 and a half times. So when you have a smaller float, the supply is limited, so you get more parabolic moves, both to the high side and the downside. It works both ways. So when you're looking for stocks that can definitely move, you want to see a short or a smaller float as well as a higher short float. If you have both, even better. But I want to caveat that whole statement by saying that that is both a blessing and a curse. Because in the same way, it can move to the high side and it can move to the downside, and I will submit to you even more aggressive way. So having, being involved in a name that's with a small float or a high short float or both as well can be very detrimental as well if you don't trade it the right way. So that's kind of what I'm talking about there. I hope I didn't butcher that. But yeah, RETO is what I'm looking at there. Showtime, retro, the short percentage can change quick like now. Absolutely. It's 2 weeks old, mind you, okay? So when I give you data on the short float, it's likely up to 2 weeks old because it only gets updated every 2 weeks. Now, there are websites that try to make inferences based on price action about what the short float is. You have to pay for those websites, though. Those are not free. You're gonna likely have to fork over some good money there. I don't have the exact websites available with me. I did throw them into a lesson one time when we did the lesson on short floats. So that's the look right now. Thank you for chiming in about that, Showtime, because that's absolutely accurate. It can change as people get involved right now. There could be a person with a monster short right now, Andre, at $1.22. I'm just throwing any numbers out there, but that is realistically possible. Thank you for the nice comment there. Let's see what we got. I don't know what this guy's talking about estrogen and testosterone for, bro. Come on, man.
What's he talking about?
I don't know, man. I don't know. He's giving us a science lesson in the chat or something. I don't know what the hell's going on. All right, Brendan, supply is never limited. Market makers, this is a really good comment. So Brendan, absolutely right. Supply is never limited. Market makers rule 203B exemption of providing liquidity allows them creation of more shares at will. all in the name of providing liquidity? No, I don't know if that's accurate, brother. You can't just create shares at will. There has to be an offering, and then there has to be a shelf offering that you have to have made that clear, and only the company can add more shares. I don't know if that's accurate. But you're saying market maker rule 203 exemption of providing liquidity. I'm going to have to look into that. But that was not my understanding of it. Joseph, take over. While
Yeah, absolutely, guys. I'm short some TQs here. Why? Because I'm going to stick with this downtrend. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. But one thing I want to point out is look at this. Look where we bounced right off of and put an indecision candle above the volume weighted average price. I love looking out for these types of signals because now my risk is also defined too. So I'm always looking for that risk to reward ratio to keep it high. So holding this pre-market low and then rejecting it here on a hammer candle and looking to slowly curl over. I mentioned to you guys yesterday that turtle shell type price action, and here we are. Where's that tool that everybody taught me how to use again? Okay, I'm not going to look for it right now, but, oh, geez, here we go. Okay, so, oh, my days. Okay, yeah, there we go. You see what I was looking at there? But anyway, okay.
I got something when you're done.
Okay, yeah, so I'm just going to look at here. This is my out. We couldn't break through this pre-market low. We put in that indecision candle right here, and then now potentially reject. What we had is that turtle shell type price action, and then we took that leg lower. That momentum really picked up in the latter half of the session near the close. So I'm looking for maybe the same style of play. If it happens once, it can happen twice. So again, defined risk here at 516.48. If it breaches that, then there could be potentially more topside. But if not, I'm looking for the break of VWAP there, my friend. What do you got going on?
So here's the rule. Only the company itself can issue new shares through offerings or other corporate actions. However, and this is what I think you're talking about, Brendan, however, the bona fide market making exemption under Rule 203B allows market makers to sell short shares without locating them first, but only when they are engaged in genuine market making activities, providing liquidity to buyers and sellers. What this means in practice. So market makers can sell short even if they haven't located or borrowed the shares in advance, but only to facilitate a fair and orderly market. This exemption does not allow market makers to create shares out of thin air. They must still eventually cover their short positions. Abuse of this exemption, example, selling excessive naked shorts without making a market, can lead to regulatory scrutiny. That's a fantastic, thank you for pointing that out. I didn't even know that this rule was a thing. So even though they can't create shares out of thin air, it does look like they can borrow or they can get short without actually having located the shares from someone who's fully paid for them. I didn't even know this rule existed. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. That is great insight by you there, brother, and I do appreciate that. Because I didn't know about it. Did you know about that?
No, I did not.
No, neither did I.
I did not. Yeah, I was going to say,
that's what happened on GME. So Ove is chiming in. He's like, that's exactly what happened there with GameStonk. So interesting look there.
Yeah. There's more shares. So it's like when the short float is at 125%, and there's essentially more short shares issued.
It's like, how is that possible? Right? I remember that. Everyone was complaining about that, remember? Everyone was like, oh, how is it possible that there was more, the float was like 150% short, right? It was over 100%. So people were like, well, how's that whole thing working? So it's a naked shorts, essentially.
So that's when you get those crazy squeezes, and we'll send it into Midday in a second. I want to touch on this a little bit, but that's why, like, so after that GME craze, you got to understand the overall sentiment of that underlying asset, right? An extreme short float, 125%, over 100%, or what it may be, and that's why I refer to you people as like everyone is that not only do like, hey, I wish that would go back to those prices for those people who are crazy about it, but you got to understand the fundamentals and that the short float wasn't the exact same. And there's no way that Wall Street would allow that to happen again because they lost billions and billions of dollars. Let's see what Adair is up to.
I just want to let everyone know this power hour could be interesting. Just be aware, I am seeing on the calendar, and I wasn't seeing this morning, I mentioned it around 10 a.m., Donald Trump will be signing executive orders at 3 p.m. I am unaware as to the content of these executive orders. And again, when I made the economic calendar this morning for the watch list around 6:45, 7 a.m., the man who was dancing in front of me was not mentioned on it. So this came up somewhere between 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. Regardless, be aware, 3 p.m. Eastern, we are going to have Donald Trump signing some more executive orders. So be careful, stay tuned. If I see anything of note there, I will, of course, let you know. Back to the guys.
I love when he's signing these EOs, Joseph, and he has all his people, or I was going to call him henchmen, but I didn't want to get hate in the chat, but all his cabinet ministers behind him and his associates and his helpers, and then he's got his little EO and he's showing everybody, look at my signature. It's the best signature ever. I don't dislike Donald Trump, so I'm just obviously doing it for what and giggles. Yeah. But yeah, that's interesting. He just always sets up in like the most like Donald Trump way in the Oval Office.
Dude, I was
little black binder and that big ass signature of his.
I was dying when they're like, yeah, but Canada supplies lumber to you guys, like a lot of them exporting from Canada and the lumber. He's like, we'll just grow bigger and better trees. It's like, yeah. All right, man. Whatever.
Oh, Donald, bro. Oh man, we're gonna have an interesting 4 years, bro. That's all I got. They said
it from the beginning. They said from the beginning, be prepared. Unfortunately, we weren't as prepared for this. A little bit of a correction in the market, but again, it's nothing to get too worried about, Sharif. Yes, we're only down about 4%. Yes, a little bit less now that we've recovered here in the overall market. So I am short some TQs. Once we start hitting those double digits, like 10, 15%, then there's something that we can be like, ooh, okay, what's going on here? But no, I'm just referring to the overall market if we get into correction territory. But here we are, guys, working on this short. I pointed out that signal above VWAP. And it seems to be working out. We're going to start trimming as we run into the volume weighted average price as well here too, guys. So really, really nice trade. The entry was slightly late, right? Let's just be frank here. I wasn't exactly as accurate as I should have been. You want to play this at the break or the inability to break this high. So you can play it if it doesn't construct a new high past that doji, you can look to get involved. And then you can also look to get involved at the break of the low of that candle. But here we are. I got in slightly lower and it is working out. Nice consolidation phase with an additional add onto that position. Now trading into the volume weighted average price. I think this primary downtrend is still intact, and that's exactly why I'm not trying to fight any longs. And just look at the tape flush there, guys. I know I'm using the derivative, so I'm not too sure how much that equals to. So I'll pull up the actual Qs to see if we can compare, and I'll just look at both of them on a couple of my screens here. So yeah, you can see the weakness in the time of sales and a lot of flushes red. See another flush red. So guys, pay attention as that momentum and that volume is really starting to pick up to the downside. Pay attention to the tape. I mentioned that we did a tape lesson multiple times, or only once before, sorry. And I said there's key moments. You don't always want to be looking at it because it's extremely misleading, or not the tape, but it's a lot of noise, I should say. And that's what I'm looking for. There's a lot of noise in the tape, and you want to look for it at key specific areas. You don't constantly want to be looking because you can see the mixed between hitting the ask and the bid as well too, guys. So just keep that in mind. Look for it at key areas and in your key areas as well too. So thank you for that. Yeah, let's see what RAP calls. Yeah, so it's tough. I think the overall sentiment is you're not going to see buyers really get engaged just yet. Because of what we've seen over the past couple of sessions, it's tired. You need these sellers to get exhausted, and then you need to see new participants step in, be like, hey, we like the value of these stocks down here, and now we're going to start to put in those buy programs, and you'll slowly start to see the sentiment shift in the overall market. So yeah, we'll hold on to this short. Hopefully we can break this 514 level on the Qs and then potentially head a little bit lower. So that would put us around 77.7 on the TQQs here, and looking for a little bit more downside there, Sharif.
All right, man. Keeping my eye on RETO. It's the only trade I've got left. Shout out to Justin. I was in the bathroom. He's like, yo, watch your RETO trade, bro. It's coming back down. So let me show you what I'm looking at, Jay. RETO is still holding above this level I call the 10 exponential moving average. That's going to be the green line on my chart. So, Jay, you're going to see a whole bunch of lines on my chart over here. And I'm just going to take the opportunity right now to say what they are. When you see a green solid line, that's the 10 EMA. So the exponential moving average essentially more heavily weights the more recent price action as opposed to giving each period equal weight. So if I had the simple moving average, it would take day 1, day 10, add them all up, divide by 10, and then it would plot it on the chart there. Okay, so each period in the 10 exponential under a simple moving average formula has the same weight. The exponential, what it does is it tilts the weight to the more recent price action. Now that can be good, it can be bad. I'll submit to you it's good for day trading, where you want to rely more, and intraday trading, where you want to rely more on the more recent price action as opposed to giving each period equal weight. So those are the moving averages I've chosen. Now, there's different types of moving average. There's the 10-period moving average. There's also the 20. There's anything you want it to be, but the ones that I use are the 10, the 20, the 50, and the 200, all of which are exponential. So the 200 is going to be that solid blue line. The 50 is going to be red. The yellow is going to be the 20, and the green is going to be the 10. White will always be VWAP. Now, why am I telling you all this? Because I perceive the 10 exponential to be one of the most important moving averages for these small cap gappers. When something pulls into the 10 exponential and it's been strong on the day, sometimes I'll pick it up as a long, even though it's pulling back. It pulled back into what I perceive to be an area of technical support, that being the 10 exponential moving average. And that's exactly what it's doing right now, Jay. So you've got a bit of a dual support threat here. You got the $1 level. Sometimes these whole dollar levels act as areas of support and resistance. In addition to that, it's where the 10 exponential is hanging out right now. So this by no means that it's not going to break that dollar. It can absolutely break the dollar. All we're doing right now is trying to put the odds on our side. And that's kind of what I'm doing. So I'm keeping my eye on the dollar. I'm long 97 pennies, so I've got a bit of a buffer between the dollar and my entry. I've got my beak wetter in the lofty area of 125. The high of the day is $1.23. So it's going to have to really move up. It's going to have to really move up for me to get filled, but I'm okay with that. I've only got one beak wetter left, and I don't mind packing my patience. And there's only about 25 minutes left on the show. Thank you, Adam. I appreciate it. ADL. Adam.
What's up, ADL?
It's been a tough week or so as an Arsenal fan. I don't know if you know what happened on the weekend. I know you don't care about soccer.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, you care about what? Yeah, you can tell me. I'll listen.
I got a vent. We had an opportunity to close the gap between us and Liverpool.
Yeah.
Liverpool's number one. Yeah. They're the head honchos right now in the Prem.
Okay,
Arsenal's second.
Okay.
And then we played at home to a team, Joseph, that's in the lower half of the table, West Ham, another London team.
Ooh, West Ham.
East London, though. Okay?
Norwich.
Oh, no, I think Norwich is different.
No.
But anyway. Yeah, 1 second, Ram. Calm down. Right? So we could have closed the gap. We didn't. We lost to them 1-0 ski on our own ground, even though, we got a lot of injuries right now. No strikers. We've had to makeshift strikers. We've had to take midfielders, make them into attackers.
Ooh.
So it's not a good look there.
Not a good look.
Which one are we doing, Ram? E-Sig. Okay, let's do it. Are we doing it right now? Are we doing it live?
We're doing it live.
We're doing it live. 2. This woman's counting down to my ear. New traders, listen up. The first month, it's free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to elite. Analyze, strategize. Then hopefully after all that, you'll capitalize. The platform, it's got everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, and you can predict with backtesting. It's got reliable real-time data, global markets literally at your fingertips, and all-in-one platform. So don't miss out, guys. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, you will. Scan that QR code or check the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks there at eSignal. And obviously very happy to have eSignal software over here, guys. It is quite robust, and we've been using it all the time, needless to say, showing these charts every day. These are the Megs. Well, let's call them Meg 9 because we've got 9 charts on here. But I use them for my small cap gappers as well. So you get everything here. You guys get scanners. You get everything. SPF. Say sorry to Ram. That's wishful thinking.
Where's the fail button there?
Yeah, right there, bro.
I hit it.
Well, of course, because
No.
I'm not going to say anything, Ram. All right, guys. C-Wave, I don't mean any disrespect to Donald Trump. You realize that, right? It's just we're having fun on this side. We've got 3 hours to kill. So, we're just having a good time. But I don't actually mean any disrespect. Amazonian Lynn Nation, soccer, it's football for Canadians too. Yeah, look, dude, I think the Aussies call it soccer as well, so it's not just a North American thing. I'm pretty sure they call it soccer because they call their team the Socceroos. So they definitely call it soccer.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, so I don't think it's just a North American thing, but I get your point. Yeah, that's it. What are you looking at, Joseph?
Yeah, I'm sitting in some TQs, man. We're short here. It's starting to pull back a little bit off the volume weighted average price. Maybe should have trimmed slightly more here because we're coming back to the break even, and I don't want to turn a winning trade into a losing one. So if we can hold, if we break this 78.30, then I'm gonna have to get out of Dodge here on this name. So 78.27 is the out. So we're pushing it pretty tight. So here we go. Yeah, there we go. Now we're gonna hop out of this position. A nice little short. We can always get back in if we can't construct a new high. So and we put in a lower here on lower high on the lower time frames as well. So anything not above here, rejection, and it looks like price is going to turn around, then we can start to participate. But then you also have to gauge what some of the big names are doing. To see is like, okay, are we in that turtle shell? Are we ready to turn around? Because if the strong names are continuing to climb higher, you don't want to go against the market or against them, right? Because eventually the market will catch up. So Nvidia still hovering above the volume weighted average price. We like that for this name. And it was just yesterday, it was trading closer to 140, 138. And I was like, oh, okay, that's good for this. But it doesn't seem to be the case. But again, we got into a Wednesday. Are people grabbing shares up here for that push up into 140? One thing that I do want to note here from a daily perspective is that if we run into that wall on the options chain, that 140 still puts us into no man's land. And I don't know how much like confidence I have of us exceeding that. Obviously, anything can happen when you punch through that level. Like you can get into serious squeeze territory, but from here to a new all-time high, is roughly about 20%. And that's going to be a tough move. Not saying that it can't happen. 3 quarters ago, it put in that 16% move, but the previous 2 quarters were slightly lackluster and just hovered around there. So it just absolutely destroyed those straddle traders. And I was thinking to myself, hey, do I put a straddle in on this name? I could, and I'm thinking about it. But the reason what is leading me not to do that is the previous expected moves. I can pull up, give me a second, and I can pull those up, and we'll just take a look at them as well, because I had them for this morning, and we'll just see what they are. And here it is. So here's the previous moves on the prior earnings moves here, guys. So going back all the way to February of 24 is when we had that really, really big move, and it really shot that stock up, and we were still exuberant in this name, and it just continued to trade higher. But then you can see quarter after quarter, it's slightly dwindled. So 16%, 9%, and then we go negative 6%, and then about 0.5% after that. So let's see if this 9.3% move comes into play, and if we exceed that, be wary if you're looking to trade the straddle on it. Just know that you need it to go greater than 9.5%, Sharif.
All right. I told who's that in the chat that I was responding to their top VOIP. I'd look at Amazon. He's like, look, man, Amazon's been really aggressively selling off. As of late, it hasn't been this low in about 3 months, Ram. So let's show him the chart. Here's the deal. I was on it. Yes, I was. Ram. All right. Oh, what the hell is happening here?
What is SMCI doing
here for Amazon? Yeah, SMCI, we're going to get to that one in a second because I want to know when the hell this company is going to report. They're supposed to be reporting today. Let's go to the daily on Amazon quickly. Wow, look at that. Joseph, look at that.
Bro, that's why I'm smashing the bang right now, because I pulled it. You mentioned that. You know what your boy's going to do.
I know you're all about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so
you know
this is
exactly what I'm
here.
going to do.
Look, we got close to 200 there. Remember we were talking about 200 back in the day as the Bezos shelf because it kept rejecting at 200? Well, we cleared it back, I want to say November 6th. That's when we really decisively got above the Bezos 200 shelf. And it would just be aces if we came back to it and tested it. But today we got awfully close, 204.16. look, if you're getting long here, I don't know. I don't think this is such a bad look. On the daily, sadly, we've breached the 50, but we did hold above the 200, the 200 moving average. And I love the fact that the 200 moving average is right at that $200 level. You get that double support that we've just talked about when you have the moving average at that key area of technical support, whether it's psychological or actually technical. $200 right there on AMZN. But, you know, looking back to see what the interactions were with this level, it did hold up at the 200 when it did test it back in September and October of 23 over here. I don't want people to think that it blew through the 200 over here. This was the unwind of the yen carry trade. This was early August. We call this day Black Monday. This is an anomaly, okay? It doesn't happen all the time. So, and, you know, make of that what you will. It did breach the 200 on a closing basis. And in fact, it stayed below the 200 for almost a week. But it reclaimed it and made new highs after that. So I'm not trying to say that this counts as a hold of the 200. I'm just saying it's an anomaly. For the most part. So I like it. I like it here. I'll let you if you're going to pick up Amazon and you pick it up at $200, I think it's a great entry, especially being, you know, about 20% off the top there, or 15% off the top or so off that 243 and change coming back into that 200 would be about almost 18%. So it would definitely be in correction territory. Look, I like it here. Amazon's a solid company. As I was saying to you in the chat, I think maybe I haven't heard any bad catalysts about Amazon, none. So I'm assuming that the sell-off may have something to do with tariffs and the fear that obviously a lot of the products that they rely upon are coming in from China. And if you're going to add another 10% onto that, well, then that's margin compression. Unless you pass it on to the consumer, in which case, you know, obviously the consumer's not going to be none too plussed about that. So they may start buying less. In that case, sales go down. You get it, right? So tariffs have a bit of a headwind right now on these retailers. In addition to that, they had been taking advantage of the de minimis rule, which essentially is allowing goods under $800 to come in tariff-free. They had set up, I forget the name of the company or the subsidiary that Amazon set up, but they set up a subsidiary to take on the likes of Shein and Temu because they had been using the de minimis rule. And so if that obviously gets kiboshed, which I'm assuming Donald Trump is doing because that's what he said, he's going to get rid of that de minimis rule, that's going to have trouble for sales. So there's a lot of, you know, I'm assuming that this is tariff related here for AMZN. So that's a look right there. Top VOIP, no problem, my man. Always everything good on your end there. Adara is at the big desk. She's got news.
Just be aware here, kind of interesting catalyst. Keep an eye on Tesla because we are hearing, so we're going to have the first ever official cabinet meeting of the new Donald Trump administration. It's going to take place tomorrow, February 26th. Someone that's going to be present is apparently Elon Musk. And this is not a report. This is coming from the White House itself. So Elon Musk set to attend Donald Trump's cabinet meeting. In case you missed it, he is the head of the Department of Government Efficiency, otherwise known as DOGE. And he's been considered a special government employee, now apparently attending cabinet meetings with the president. Back to you.
He used to call me
Our guy.
He was dancing there.
That's our guy. I like the Jerome Powell one there.
You know what we got to get? Remember when he was cutting the cake at his little inauguration party with the sword?
Oh, yeah.
With the sword? We got to get that, bro. We got to get Donald dancing with the sword.
Yeah, that's crazy. Even
Get dinged by YouTube for like showing weapons.
Showing, oh yeah, no weapons. Yeah, no weapons.
I don't know,
displayed,
man. I'm playing. I'm knocking down my rear end.
Yeah, so-
Guys, I'm still involved in RETO. I've been packing my patience with this one because it is still holding above the 10 exponential. If it does breach that $1 area, I may be interested in adding to it if it does come back into about 96 penny area. What's going on with SMCI, Katina, man?
Oh.
Sean is up there dancing in the club. SMCI is it's already short sale restricted, Katina, man. So shout out to you, my man. 46.91. It's down 9.15%. SMCI, a bit of a tougher day for it today, as it has been with a lot of these chips, Ram. And the reason is we woke up today and we heard that Donald Trump was looking at adding yet even more restrictions on chip exports to China. He wants to basically add to the list of Nvidia chips, ones that cannot be exported without license, specifically to China. He's looking at closing some loopholes and basically continuing with the Biden era administration restrictions on these advanced chips. So that has most of these chip names. The only one in my watch list right now that's actually green on the day, Qualcomm up a third and Texas Instruments up a half. And I've got a lot of names on my microchips list or microchip semiconductors list. They're all red except for those two that I just mentioned there. So yeah, SMCI, obviously it's got its own headwind as well in that it has to report its 2 previous quarters there that it had not reported, that it had not filed reports for, earnings reports. So I'm keeping my eye out on that. Still haven't gotten anything on my blotter there from SMCI about filing those reports. I don't know exactly when the deadline is, if it's by the closing bell or by the end of the actual calendar day by the NASDAQ. We can do a bit of a deeper dive there, and I'll let you know in a second. But there goes RETO, and now I'm feeling awfully stupid for not having added on that test of $1, especially because that dollar was shadowing the 10 exponential moving average, and here it is back up into that $1.15. The best out we've had on the day was that $1.20, but as I heard, we've got breaking news with Adara.
It's about GameStop. GME pushing to the upside. So apparently what happened here, we had CoinDesk reporting, or I guess posting this report from 2 hours ago saying that the CEO of Strive Asset Management has urged Ryan Cohen, who is the chairman and CEO of GameStop, to adopt Bitcoin as a reserve asset using their $5 billion in cash on the balance sheet. Then 2 minutes ago, Ryan Cohen, who again, CEO and chairman of GameStop, he said, the whole post was letter received. So guys, in case you missed it here, Ryan Cohen has said that he's received a proposal from Strive Asset Management urging the company to invest in Bitcoin. Now, his response makes it unclear if they're actually going to follow through in this investment, but he's confirmed that he has received word from Strive Asset Management suggesting that they invest in Bitcoin. And there's been some other speculation with regards to GME and possible investment in Bitcoin. This goes back to a couple weeks ago when Ryan Cohen took a photo with Michael Saylor, CEO of Strategy, formerly known as MicroStrategy, and known Bitcoin hodlers. So GME on watch here with volume, lots of social media attention for this one as well, as is usual for this ticker. Back to you.
Show today, bro. I'm having a lot of chuckles today on the show. Thank you very much for that, Adara. Keeping an eye on GameStonk. It's trading at about 24.5. It's still negatory on the day. It's got to break 25 to go to green. It's above VWAP, though, and it definitely had a lot of trouble with the volume weighted average price down 2.25, Joseph. GME.
Get it.
We're going to get it, Donald.
Get it, guys.
Where is he at? There he is. He's dancing up a storm. That's Trump 1.0, though. We need a Trump 2.0 for that. You can tell that's 1.0. He's looking a little younger there.
We need to get it.
We need to get it, yes. we definitely need to get it.
We need to get it now, man.
It's being said a lot on this. So I saw the OG Darwin in the chat says Ukraine agrees to U.S. minerals deal there. So I didn't actually see that on my...
Face slapper, baby.
What's going on
it's
there?
It's another face slapper.
Here we go. Here it is. Okay, Adara's got more news for us. Go ahead, Adara.
I didn't mention this because it wasn't super market moving, but I'm seeing reports. It also hasn't been confirmed. Financial Times reporting that there has been a minerals deal struck between Ukraine and the U.S. Apparently, the toughest demands here have been dropped, so there's going to be a new minerals agreement. Keep an eye, I guess, on that. But again, it's not yet been confirmed. It's just a report as of right now from the Financial Times. Back to you.
Fantastic look there. I mean, yeah.
I don't know, man. Listen, SMCI, it's continuing to sell off here. I pulled it up on my chart to see what was going on. But what's really intrigued me here, Sharif, is what you were referring to on Amazon. I really like the way this thing looks on a daily. So I obviously, with that being said, I had to pull up my chain. And I might have made somewhat of a mistake here.
What's up?
On Walmart. I should have grabbed the calls, Sharif.
Okay.
Because for two of them, it would only cost me $22, right? So I think that's the value is there, and they don't expire for a year. So what I'm going to do is I'll probably adjust. I think it's too late to chase it just now because I really want to be precise with these entries. I think that's extremely key, especially on this style of play. But if Amazon closes above this 211 here, your boy's going to look to get involved on the chains, all right? So 210 strike expiring 325 days from now. And why am I buying something that is maybe only a couple day play for 325 days from now? Well, I don't want to have to worry about theta, okay? I'm willing to lose some intrinsic value on the intrinsic value on the contract if it does start to depreciate. But one thing I don't want to get riddled by, guys, is losing of extrinsic value. And I stress time and time again is just buy as much time as you possibly can. All right, we're using a leverage derivative, so let's do some math. So actually, let's not do some math because I don't want to be wrong or anything like that. But if I buy this 210 strike, so that's the at the money, it's going to cost me $3,000. Okay, so that is not something that I'm too worried about. Opposed to me buying 100 shares, it's going to cost me $21,000. So yeah, that's something that I'm going to do. Very shortly, very shortly as in tomorrow, because I want to wait to see where tomorrow opens up. And why am I going to do this, even though I've mentioned time and time again that tech is weak, is that we're down almost 16% off of those all-time highs and putting an indecision level. Sharif was talking about that Bezos 200 because he was offloading shares or something along those lines at that price.
Yes, sir.
So let's see if that continues to hold. If it was once support or resistance, I want to see if it can act again. And I really, really like this daily print here, Sharif, but I want to see what you got up on your screen, my guy.
Here it is. Thank you to Darwin, by the way. Here it is, guys. Ukraine, being reported by the Financial Times. Ukraine agrees U.S. mineral deal after Washington drops toughest demands. We'll read a little bit of this article over here. Kyiv has agreed to terms with Washington on a minerals deal that Ukraine officials hope will improve relations with the Trump administration and pave the way for a long-term U.S. security commitment. Ukrainian officials says Kyiv is now ready to sign the agreement on jointly developing its mineral resources, including oil and gas, after the U.S. dropped demands for a right to $500 billion in potential revenue from exploiting the resources. Interesting. The officials argued that they had negotiated far more favorable terms and depicted the deal as a way of broadening the relationship with the U.S. to shore up Ukrainian prospects after 3 years of war. The mineral agreement is only part of the picture. We have heard multiple times from the U.S. administration that it's part of a bigger picture. Olha, I can't say that last time. I do apologize. Ukraine's deputy prime minister and justice minister, who has led the negotiations, told the Financial Times on Tuesday. You guys want to have a look at that? That is free there vis-a-vis the Financial Times. So you may feel one way or not about it, but it has to do with pricing of commodities and stuff like that. So we will mention that on the show. Obviously, it's no secret that Donald Trump is looking to shore up his country's access to minerals, hence Greenland, hence why he is making overtures at Canada. He doesn't just love us for the sake of loving us. It's the resources that we have over here. I know, shocking, right, boys? But that's the look. So we're going to probably hear more of that, more of him trying to strike deals for resources. That's really what it comes down to, obviously, with them being in short supply of some stuff there. So
yeah,
that's the look, Joseph. I'm still holding a piece here, back to trading related stuff. We got right back into that same area that I had taken it out last time at that $1.20, Joseph, but it was not forthcoming. So this could be a double top right now at this buck and a fifth, $1.20, and we'll come back down into that dollar. Now, if we do, I won't be adding up that dollar on the second occasion. And it does look like it's going to drop here. Wow, that was quick. I mean, we always talk about this. Stocks take the escalator up and they take the elevator down. It takes way longer, or so it feels most of the time, for stocks to make those higher highs and a lot less time for those stocks to make the lower highs. Or the lower lows, excuse me there, Joseph. So it is right now holding at the 10 exponential. This $1.06 is where the 10 EMA is showing up on my chart. We'll see if this one wants to lose the bid. I won't be allowing any of this to go below the dollar. Marty, dropping the cash in the chat there, my man. Thank you, Marty. $10 super chat. Sharif, all of us down south of the border just love you guys. We love you guys right back, man. It kind of goes without saying. My sister's American. I go to the States every year. I love it down there. I have absolutely no beef with America. love the United States, full stop, Joseph Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, full stop. Other than like hockey, we'll leave it at that. We love you guys, so.
I like the caveat.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So there's an exception when it comes to sports. I didn't really talk too much about it, but it got real quiet in the chat when your boy pulled up and we got that victory. But Stevenson asked me to take a look at Google for him, so if we can pull up my chart real quick. We are running into the end of the day, but here we are, Stevenson. We're down about 16% off of that all-time high, and what I'm starting to notice is that a lot of these big tech names are starting to put in this indecision candle at a pretty big low. So we had Amazon down roughly about the same 16%. Now we have Google down 16% off of these all-time highs, and we're putting in an indecision print. Am I going to be looking for a bounce? Absolutely. Absolutely. That's exactly what I'm going to look for. I tried a Google swing. It didn't work out, and I took a little bit bigger of a loss than what I wanted to, but that's okay. We can just get right back in. It is what it is. We can always put on a nice and bigger and better trade, and that's exactly what I'm looking to do. So, Stevenson, is Google going to bounce? Let's wait until see where we open up until tomorrow, all right? And one thing I will point out is that we now have a defined risk profile. If you are looking to put in a swing trade, just do this. Use this low just a little bit below it. You don't want to go to the exact penny of the low of that day. So go around 173 or something along those lines for a potential stop. And if it breaches this candle to the downside, then just get out of the trade. But if we open up above this range, then look to enter it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do here with Amazon. The issue is with Amazon via options contracts is that, yeah, you're going to have to be, I have to be willing to sit through. Oh, okay, that's not so bad. Okay, never mind. That's about 8 points, which is a little hefty when you're using leverage products. But on a vehicle like Google, where it's only a couple of points and you can and you're looking to put in some share size, you can withstand that pain. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this potential bounce in these names because they're down double digits. I'm looking for the bounce in Amazon, and I'm looking for the bounce in Google. But where we open up tomorrow is going to be really key, and in the coming days. If we cannot breach the lows, then I believe that we might get a small bounce because 16, 17% is awfully hefty. But we got some more super chats here. Sharif, guys, do you remember I asked you about Nikes? I'm still holding it. Expiration. April quite down. Should still I wait for it to recover? It's a little tough to read, but let's see what we got going on here on NKE here. We had a poll up yesterday. Is Nike dead? And it was pretty close. I voted yes, in my opinion. I know you still like Nike here, Sharif. But let's see what that got. I asked you about Nike. I'm still holding expiration April quite down. There you go. I don't really know what you're asking. Like, do you have an options? I'm assuming you do, but you don't expire until April. So what is it? March, April. So a couple months. I don't know where you bought it in at or when you bought it, because if you bought it anytime this year, I think you'd be up on the session. So that's it for Nike. We got one more super chat, and it is 2 o'clock, guys. And see what else we got. Sharif, all of us down. Okay, we got that one already. So that's it. Nike, Google, and Google and Amazon are going to be your boys' plays in the next coming days. Let's see what happens. Let's see how this daily print ends. Sharif, what do you got to say for the final?
Just in the group chat there, having a good time. Guys, it is now 2 o'clock. It is time to send you to the big boys.
Bang.
It's OB in for Neil today. He's a bit under the weather. Get him. Sean Katina.
Bang.
OB, I don't know his last name. Get it.
I mean, it's Kenobi, Obi-Wan.
Yeah,
Kenobi.
come on. Haven't you guys heard before? What's going on, guys?
Wow. What a midday to trade. Everything trading today, man. Small caps, large caps, hims, hers, quantum names.
So many opportunities.
This and that. Apple, I put this going, and Joe almost lost his mind. He loves the face slap of there. But anyways, great times had. And today, SMCI, the most recent victim right now, as we shorted that at VWAP. And again, a good little trade there. SMCI $1.50 in the money. Okay. And we just put this on at 1 o'clock, and we were yelling and shouting about it on midday too. So thanks to Sharif for covering that for me. But there it goes, man. Nicely done, right back into the low of the day. SMCI. We'll wait to see if they come through with their report tonight. Big time reporting tonight. We're going to talk about all of the names as we get ready to rock and roll. It should be a good one. For solar, I heard some people talking about that should be on watch as well. SMCI trying to get a little lower right now as we speak. And then Apple, oh boy, we put on, again, part of it was frustration. We got stopped out there a little bit. We bought it right back there the last time at 245, and then it was just like smooth sailing, man. Obi came back here. I guess he went for a little bit of a walk or whatever you had done there. And I said, dude, like, look at my net now, and compared to what it was. And I was like, yeah. He's like, what? And then I said, look at this. He's like, he said, Apple got up to 250. And I'm like, yeah, it actually touched it. Our best outs there in the 70s, but at the end of the day, nice downside push here for Apple all. So, yeah, or upside push, but down there. And I put on here now, I put some RSIs, so I want to try to be able to watch out for this. The shaded blue area is going to be overbought. Shaded blue area on the bottom is going to be oversold. So I'm going to be starting to watch out for some of this. Indicated huge overbought territory, both right here on this momentum to the upside, that first little swing, and then again, it hung out up here for a minute. I was not using this at all to get out. I called this up after because I was like, I can't just keep on YOLOing and being like a hero about all these plays. I need to be making the right ones, not the wrong ones, because all you do is cover up your mistakes when it goes back up to the upside. I'd rather this be a win rather than, oh my God, we saved ourselves. It should be, yes, that's a great trade. So we'll watch out for that. And then let me check this. I didn't even look at what this looked like on AMD. So there's the stop out there. Oh, I laugh, but I laugh and cry at the same time. As there's the stop out, and then this happens. So, yeah, no extreme shaded areas here yet on AMD, but yeah, fun times about. I know you were working with some intel.
Yeah, no, those can definitely be tough. But yeah, no, shout out to Sean for some awesome trading there, coming back in the midday.
Not really.
And yeah, solid hold there on Apple. And yeah, sometimes you just gotta. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, it's better if you just don't look at the position and just let the position work.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes those can be really, really good. But yeah, no, I'm trying to dabble in some intel here. Let's see what happens. But yeah, the market taking a little bit of a turn here. We talked about getting to the 21,200 earlier on this morning, and 21,200 we got to, and a little bit of a wash, a little bit of a chop around there as of right now with the market turning. So we did revert about 50%-ish, a little bit more on the spider. But yeah, taking a little bit of a slowdown now. Remember, we saw what happened yesterday going into the close, a little bit of selling stepping into the market. Again, let's see if we get more of the same. It seems like sellers are definitely very, very dominant in this market. And when selling happens, it can get a little volatile, it would seem. So let's see what the market has in store for us. But right now, we got the rundown.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers up there is to join Joe and I on the How to Trade show during the midday and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers. But you've got to be a subscriber in order to vote, in order to engage in general in the chat. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at the triple Qs. The NASDAQ faring the worst right now out of the four major averages, down over 1%. A bit of a tougher look for all the major averages except the Dow. The Dow's up a fifth, while the ES is down half and the Rust down about 0.4. So not a bad look today for small cap gappers. Tesla, though, wow. We were this close to getting short sale restricted. We could, again, it's down 9%, didn't quite trigger when we got down into that $300 level. We're back there, guys. It looks as if market share really dipping here, whether it's in Europe, North America, or in China. Year over year in January, Tesla sales were down. A lot of that has to do maybe with the Model Y refresh. Nonetheless, though, it's not a good headline, guys.
All right, so we have SMCI and Tesla. So we'll talk about SMCI first. All right. So 10K. Let's find out if they file tonight, right? They have the restriction, so we'll see tonight if it comes through. We were very, very patient with SMCI here today. It made this huge move, obviously, off the open. We had talked about that. The whole market sort of went upside down there. And then all of a sudden, boom, we came right back into VWAP. And I was just looking for something to trade at this point. It's not like I was specifically waiting for this setup. I was searching around, VWAP scanner came through, and I was like, you know what? I mean, if this is going to be a trade, let's try to put it on. This stop right here was about 15 cents. To be honest with you, it was just a little bit of a break above this $48 mark, and that's where we're short. So we got 47.96. I can tell you where the stop is. Fair, 48.16s. So we gave ourselves 20 cents, and it went into the money more than $2, and we are starting to cover as well. So SMCI is just a big trade for me again there today. It's part of climbing back. Let's see what they wind up doing here. I have to call it up on the e-signal charting. Make sure you do scan that QR code right there on your screen, and you can get, in my opinion, the best charting available right now for 1 month for free. By the way, you might as well scan that if you can. There's e-signal right down here. So there's the pre-split. What a year it was for SMCI, of course, and then bye-bye Deloitte and Touche or whatever it was, who were their accounting firm. There was Hindenburg reports. It might not have been them, but it was, at the end of the day, it was a short seller report all the way back in. We did come back up to 48. So this is kind of where the fun started, right here at $48 when it opened up, gap down to 32 that very next day, and then made that low. It looks like $17 just after, a month after the 10-to-1 split. We get short seller report. Then we get the low of the year right here at 17.25. And then look at this, like right into here. And like I said, if we can just use this and zoom in here a little bit, there it is right there, right? So this is that little drop-off spot. There we are getting back into it at that top at 48, and then there's the drop down again. So if we zoom this back out, go like this, go like that, and now we look at where we're short, there's 48. So at the end of the day, it all makes sense. It all comes home. And let's see if SMCI can get a little bit lower. I think it's worth holding it into the close. If you've made profit on this name, congratulations. But it looks like it's getting a little weaker right now, SMCI. So we'll figure it out. Obi, I only have 15% left of this trade. So nice downside push right there. Randy, get over here. Nice little move there to the downside right now. Thank you for the coffee, Randy. Chin chin.
Nice. Roll up our rims.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, no, it's electronic. Remember.
What are you hoping for?
It was a grill.
No, there's
the electric Volkswagen, right?
They have the roll up.
The ID Buzz.
Ooh.
I don't like that car. My wife was like, let's get one of those.
The van.
It's a bus.
Okay, it's an actual bus?
No, but it looks like it's like those.
Like an EV van.
You know those shag wagons? Never heard.
You mean
of
the mystery machine?
Scooby-Doo.
I mean what I mean. I don't know. I don't know what you mean exactly there.
Like I don't know. It sounds like something that was popular in like the 60s and the 70s.
Correct. And so, how old do you think I am? Shaggy carpets, maybe then. No, the ID Buzz is like it's like a rectangle, basically. Here, was it here?
Okay, yeah.
Isn't there a picture of it on here? It's this, man, right there.
Let's play on the cup. And
there, see, there's right there. It's like that little bus.
I didn't know that.
Play on the
was
cup
a model
and on the app.
Volkswagen.
Oh, you want
that
me to
one
show?
right there? She's saying.
Oh,
Yeah.
here, right there. Look at that.
Sure. I mean, I can also just call it up and like literally just show the picture on the air.
Nice. Yeah.
Oh, now it's Tesla? Am I seeing things? What just happened?
It's in Tesla, but yeah, SMCI, it's holding VWAP. So we were looking for that continuation short. I was like, all right, 50 might be interesting. 50 got knocked off of the open, and it was a little bit of a retest into VWAP. So VWAP's been holding on this ticker since then. So yeah, definitely giving opportunities. I've been kind of watching it, but again, like I said, my plan in the morning honestly was wait till the news kind of comes out. If and when it does, then maybe let's see how it reacts to take a piece off of this ticker. So far, nothing yet on the 10Q, or was it the 10K? The 10K, and yes.
Filing.
Still waiting for that one here on
TP is upset that you don't have a coffee, but as we've always said, we're always asking, going out, getting coffees. We have coffee here. I think you're more of a tea guy in the afternoon.
No, I like
want
coffee.
A coffee?
I'm gonna go grab one in a little bit. I'm good for now. I just had my lunch, and just chilling on some water for now. But Tesla though, chopping up that 300. We talked about that 300. Had some trades on Tesla here. I was like, all right, well, we're holding below 305s, if you guys can see right here. So we're holding below 305. So I was like, all right, well, I want to take some inventory into 300 because I think that's a high probability, in my opinion. I don't know if I was going to be right or wrong, but clearly I risked way too tight. I tried multiple times, but the thing is, Sean, I didn't really give it the proper risk. If I'm like, the risk is to 305s, I'm not giving it to 305s. I get stop. finally kind of works,
Holy
paste some
shit.
more in, and then kind of get stopped out from the rest. But it's coming right back here to the 300, so very weak on the day is Tesla as of right now. What's up? Tesla tanks.
No, it's not even about that. Someone just said, yo, what's up, Michael Saylor? This guy's now us, you know, he tweeted this out. I mean, it's just like, considering his second job to acquire more Bitcoin, you need to work little long hours to acquire Bitcoin if that's what you're rolling with.
I love that.
I just want to show you something here. This says Hims. Where are we going to go long? 35 to 36.
Where does it long?
What?
Where does it get long?
Let me just
Would
see.
you look at that?
Would you look at this? That's 36. That is 36.
Oh boy. Oof.
I used to like that little graphic. I used to like that graphic. So in this situation, I was like, the more I wish I didn't know, because if I didn't see it, then we wouldn't be able to have such regret.
Oh my
such
God.
regrets.
Such regrets.
Oh no, it's all good. No, because
some regrets on this Intel right now.
yeah, someone had asked about why didn't OB cover because it went to 36, and I was like, well, I mean, to me, I was like, that was the level that I had written down, and we hadn't discussed Hims yet or anything like that. So I was like, it didn't go to 36, did it? Like, there's no way, because we should have had it.
I'm saving this one for the mock.
But we do not.
But
the mock, the market on close.
We'll see what happens.
Not just a pretty face over here. Sharif?
Yes, sir. All right. Alibaba's next, Sean. It's relatively strong compared to the market. Most ADRs are on the day. It's up 3.9%. Yesterday, it had its worst day selling off since 2022 when these Chinese ADRs were at risk of being delisted under the previous administration. Today, it recovers a little bit, but not even halfway of where we were yesterday. It looks like they're doubling down, though, guys, on their AI with their Qwen 2.5. Also, they've got that association with Apple Intelligence that should be launching in the spring.
All right, Alibaba.
So there goes. I mean, market's cracking right now. 300 broke.
It's cracking right now. Okay, so we don't have very much of Apple left. Just before we go on, and we will talk about Alibaba. You're right here at VWAP. We had gotten out of everything. So right now I have less than 1%. It was very, very similar to what you're doing on Hims. Just kind of holding just to screw around with. 50 period, 50 period, 50 period. I was just waiting for this, but maybe we'll just get out so it doesn't look so crazy. Right now, nice move downside for SMCI. We're talking about Alibaba though. I had covered the rest of this. I told you at 136 the other day. And that's basically where we got to today. The high is 134 and change right there on Alibaba. So just a quick little look at this name, 134.50. Again, right back into the pre-market highs. That's what got me on our friend, which used to be a friend of mine, AMD there. I still like AMD. We didn't even wind up losing that much. It was just more about the fact that we didn't hit the short the way we wanted to. But yeah, right in there into the pre-market high. So 134.50. Some of these Chinese ADRs tend to go to sleep a little bit here in the afternoon, right? Yesterday, even despite that huge market sell-off at the end of the day, Alibaba only went $1. And this is at the last afternoon. It's not much. A lot of the action off the open there. We had Jeff Mendel come through with OTC Markets talking about some of the ADRs. Well, Alibaba is one of the biggest names you can trade live right now, affecting the Chinese market. So if there was ever any tariff talk or anything like that about China, we're not expecting anything. But if there was, then Alibaba, JD, PDD, FXI would be where we'd look. So I'm always locked and loaded. We're taking a look at these every single day. For me today, we'd stayed away from Alibaba, but look at FXI same ways, right into pre-market levels again of 35.50. So again, do we like the stock? Yes, we do. But tough one to play with there, FXI today. And Alibaba.
This market, Sean, market is
you like
absolutely beautiful.
Okay, perfect.
Absolutely beautiful. Oh,
finally, a trader.
Well,
no, we talk about that all the time. I always saying that this is one of the better markets to trade if you are a trader, right?
This is amazing. So much opportunity, left, right, and center. I just got to get so much better, and this kind of market definitely is so motivating to kind of, I'm seeing, I have to keep continue developing skills and strategies and stuff like that, because markets like these are where they can definitely come in and shine. But yeah, Baba, kind of a consolidation here, looking distinctly different from our markets here. Again, got to look at the Hang Seng and see what that's been doing as well. And we talk about how it's been trending up for the bigger part there on a higher time frame. Been pretty nice. And BABA holding its own, holding its VWAP, but a bit of a held offer here underneath this 134 halves kind of stands out to me. You can see multiple times we try to get up there, 134.20s, 134.30s. I don't know what specifically some of those highs are. So yeah, 134.33 this says right here. So yeah, a little bit of a held offer there. Let's see if that seller kind of steps off, or if that or whatever that is looks like a big order, or yeah, I think the best thing, the best way to see it is it's a held offer. If that seller kind of steps off, then maybe we have some more move to the upside. But yeah, BABA holding very well, holding its own. A little bit of a sell-off off the open, but held that after recovering pretty much the whole move there.
Tough day for MicroStrategies, guys. I think we're continuing to make lows, down 12 3/4 here after Bitcoin does drop below 90,000 on the back of selling overnight. There was also this headline from yesterday, Monday, a strategy, I was going to call it MicroStrategy, but Strategy announced the completion of its $2 billion offering at 0%, guys. They're not paying a coupon here, 0% convertible note due in 2030. The company raised about $2 billion after deducting fees and plans to use the funds for general corporate purposes, including the acquisition of more Bitcoin. Who's shocked by that?
All right, so we talked about this. I still think this thing's a house of cards, MSTR. I keep calling it MicroStrategy, but of course it is strategy. And it doesn't appear to be too complicated of a strategy. And that is raise capital. It's nice to see. I don't know how they're able to do that on a zero coupon bond, but okay. They did. So, nice move to the downside there today. It's scary because Bitcoin isn't down 13%, of course, but MSTR is. And pleading ignorance because I don't really know enough about, what exactly the structure and there's been a lot of papers out there trying to run down the fair market value of this thing, what exactly they're exposed to as far as Bitcoins and all that. But I'm nervous for this trade, especially if the crypto does fall apart. If there is some sort of a liquidation event, and I don't know if they're scheduled to sell if it hits a certain level or what. We know the average price that they're in at is way greater than where we are right now, but we also do know that they were buying thousands of coins, much higher than where we are right now. So I get a little nervous about MSTR. I think if you are bulled up about crypto, then this is going to be a great play, right? I mean, there's no doubt about that. It's going to rally if crypto can get back there. It's definitely proven that before, and it can happen again. So I would just be nervous about it. For me, as far as shorting it, I mean, you got to take advantage of what's there, and I don't really see too much right now. I'd rather just be short underneath VWAP, and we're nowhere near there yet. That's 256, and crypto right now with IBIN. I know we're talking about MSTR here, but this just continues, man. We said we'd look at this at 87,000, and so right now you're 49, and that looks like that's been a good hold spot right there. So if you're going to trade this afternoon, just don't hold it through the bottom. That would be my advice, 48.80. Yeah,
I think a bit of a continuation on MSTR. I know that a lot of people have been looking at this breakdown right here of that 315 kind of area, some prior lows here into the 300 as well. And yeah, let's see what this low here is, 285. So that low from the end of December 2024. So last year, was that last year's low? No, it wasn't last year's low. Okay, no, never mind. I forgot how well we did in 2024. But yeah, no, breaking down some significant levels, maybe some multi-month lows there through that 300. And we've been seeing that continuation day after day. And yeah, a little bit of tailwind from Bitcoin obviously is going to push this in a little bit harder. But last Friday, along with the market and continuation on Monday, we're seeing some more continuation. So day after day, MSTR continues to sell off. Now we're trading below that 250 mark. So, oh boy, how far will we go? Take a look at the weekly real quick.
How far?
And see where that last
I'm gonna cover
support
some more
or resistance
micro
level might be. You can see this long consolidation that kind of lasted for, what is this, over 27 weeks right here. That high coming in just above 200. So that's about 40 points away. So, oh boy, a little bit of a push there. Let's see. Yeah, so there it is. There's that bit of a trend break here off of that acceleration that we got. So we're way below that, anchored from the highs. We're accelerating off the anchored from the highs. So yeah, lots of reasons to sell on this ticker here. Getting absolutely crushed, multi-day sell-off on MSTR.
We want to thank Obi for coming in here again, and Sharif mentioned it right off the top. Some people were wondering where Neil's at. a little under the weather. I'm just hoping that doesn't happen to my guy over here right now. But I'm not, I mean, Neil came back. He wasn't feeling kind of ways there yesterday. Just quickly, we are covering a little bit more of SMCI as right now we're about that $2 in the money spot, and we're trying to break down through 46. So we'll take another cover right now. We do have now 10% left. We had 15. We take out 5 more. Looking to have a couple more covers down there, and then we'll see if we can hold that well, we're at 10%, so I'm not bidding anymore. I want to see if we can fade out and then take out that day's low. So I think our next bid will, I say not bidding anymore, but we'll bid the low. We'll bid down near $45. Hopefully we do get a little bit of a collapse there in Super Micro. It's very next. All right, let's go hear the story with Sharif, and then I'll discuss the trade.
It's a good short there, Sean. Shout out to you, my man. This was actually up 4%, believe it or not, in the pre-market. Kind of hard to believe now. We're down 10.5%. We're trying to work our way back into the lows. We're waiting for the deadline. So they still haven't filed their deadline for June quarter of last year as well as the September quarter. There are 2 outstanding ones. The deadline is today. Don't know exactly what it is, whether it's that 4 o'clock, the closing bell, or whether it's going to be the end of the day. We'll wait and see. But here, guys, $46, barely holding on.
Obi was just like, we just talked about SMCI, but that was my bad. I skipped ahead there, so thanks, Sharif. Yeah, so I tweet this out. We have Brian Shannon on the Tesla just broke,
yeah,
SSR?
Tesla's SSR now.
Okay, so I thought it was, broke
to 300.
Nice little downside move right here for Tesla right now. But yeah, wow, 300 just busted itself there on Tesla. Wow. I just bought this a couple days ago, and I was like, yeah, man, we're long at 330. It's going to be a good trade. But yeah, no, not really. There it is, a nice move to the downside here for Tesla, breaking through that $300. I mean, it did it for a minute. It's just, right now it's continuing. So we did get it right there. I wasn't here the first time Tesla broke. What's on our screen still? Oh my God, we still have Robinhood. Robinhood's another name that I was trying to buy too, but I didn't, thank God. But anyways, there's that first break of 300. Obi was here. I asked him about it. I wasn't at this time. And exactly what he had mentioned was, came down, wicked down, made that way back up right there. And then now today, no problems covering it, man, at 298, 299. But then look, now it's having a problem getting back through this bottom cover right there again as well. All right. Ramin, what do you want me to do again, Ramin, if you can repeat that right now? Okay, each year, guys, check out your screen right in front of you. Each year, over 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S. alone, yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSD listed Oragenics, Ogen, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug. We talked about this with Brett, designed for rapid brain access. I think that's awesome if this can work. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more about Oragenics today. And I was actually just doing some research and came across this right here, Ogen right here, upgrade. So there it is, man, upgrade to market perform today from CG Capital, current price 27. They're looking at $1 right there. You could read the full report. Go get it. CG Capital right now, upgrading Oragenics. So again, just was looking around for that. I think that's pretty important. Relatively new stock. Get in that game right now. Oragenics. But all right, so SMCI. Yeah, look, it's deadline day.
Yep.
And I mean, we're going to find out. It's not the trade deadline day. Like that to me is a little more exciting. Like, different sports trade deadline day. We've got our, but at the end of the day right now, nice move down 11%. You want to talk about something getting SSR? Well, there it is as well. So yeah, it's not great, man. Not great here for SMCI, and a nice downside push there today. So I'm still in it. We still have that 10%. We talked about that, and we're just going to wait to see where it goes. I'm bidding 45, the low of the day. Come tonight, man. Join me and Adara and I and Brian Shannon. We're going to crush that after show like you've never seen before. Market recap show coming for you live at 4 o'clock. And then tomorrow, I mean, look, every market recap show I feel like is amazing because we're bringing the energy and we're doing it all for you live. We're doing it live.
We're doing it live.
And you're going to see a live level 2 of SMCI tonight. So I promise you that, and we'll show you how crazy that name is going to get. I'm going to break down a lot of the earnings here as we go throughout the afternoon, but SMCI definitely on watch. What you got for this?
Yeah, no, we kind of talked about this a little earlier. Trading below 50, kind of coming back into 46s. So pretty much within the range since about 11 o'clock, the range that we made from 49s to 45s and change, 44s. So still trading within that, holding VWAP as well. That's been interesting. We kind of talked about that VWAP continuing to be a level of interest kind of day after day, whether it's a little above, a little below, and the sellers stepping into it on a multi-day kind of fashion there on SMCI. But yeah, I liked the hold there. I didn't really get involved on that one there. But yeah, with the market coming down and pulling back as well, currently we've seen that VWAP has held as a little bit of resistance, maybe some supply as well, whatever you want to call it, in and around that area. SMCI continues to be weak. We'll be waiting for that 10K to come out, see if it does.
Let's go to Sharif.
Lots of negativity today, guys. Another one that's decidedly in a negative territory related to Bitcoin, of course. Here's Robinhood breaking through 46 bucks, down 8.5%. It's really as simple as that. Bitcoin down, Robinhood down. It doesn't have another headline, guys, despite the fact that the SEC dropped its case against Bitcoin yesterday. Or it's okay. Yeah, against Robinhood. Thank you.
We love Robinhood. I mean, I thank you, Ramin and Sharif and everybody. And thank you for, I mean, what a great rundown of stocks today.
Yes.
You know, it's not just like it's Google, Apple, Amazon, Tesla. It's a good little rundown there, good little mix. And we go, of course, to the new finance name, which is Robinhood. And I really like this stock. I mean, this is my daily chart here, and I laugh when I say I like the stock, because when you're looking at a stock like this, you know, so again, nice move to the upside there. You know, their report was huge, right? They had more accounts on than they had previously. They're growing at a higher rate. And I don't know the numbers right off the top of my head, but, you know, assets on loan, assets in their books, everything were record highs for Robinhood. And they had some decent promotions as well going through collecting. Didn't they have that little gold credit card, I believe, and you know, SoFi? They're all trying these things to capture in. Plus, crypto was up over 300%, I believe, for Robinhood trade. No, it was 700%. And then we extrapolated that to Coinbase, I remember. So, hey, look, man, if crypto trading in Robinhood has been sort of, you know, a good boon for them, well, what's happening right now? More crypto trading, right? I mean, as crypto's moving around like insane amounts, many of the altcoins right now down 13, 14%. And I promise you I'll show those throughout the day as well. Robinhood should be benefiting from that. Now, obviously a new name comes through there for Robinhood, and you're gonna have a problem with the PE, right? Because this is another name that they're just babies. Like they're just coming through. And again, they IPO'd, what, 3 years ago? So right now you do have I have a shortfall rate here of 1.89%. That might be a little light. I just want to see what the PE is. So right now, the PE 31, that's gonna be way high for a bank, obviously, but we don't treat them as that. This is more of a new finance. So I don't mind Robinhood here. I think you got to let I was going to say something like the froth kind of get blown off the top of some of these names, because they had such huge moves. And at the end of the day, so Neil and I are friends for 25 plus years, and we have right now, this chat right now, what can you see what this says up here, Obi? This
Turner Crew?
Turner Crew.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's J.A. Turner High School from when we were in high school about 5 years ago. So at the end of, you know.
That's so cool. We also have a high school friend group that still is pretty active.
Right. Yeah, so there you go.
That, yeah.
And today, this is what it says. I won't read you to who says in this. It goes, all right. So it goes, what the are you guys doing? At Neil, at Sean, please fix this. I have 3 kids. I have a brother. I have a wife, this and that. And I'm like, fix what? And the guy's like, dude, the stock market. And I'm like, I can't fix anything. I said, if you want to settle yourself a little bit here, I said to them, we're down 1% today.
Yeah. And
off 2.2% from all-time highs. I don't know exactly what we're supposed to be fixing, but that's the kind of panic. And here you go, look, here another one of my friends just kicks in here. This guy lives in BC. I need a second job to support my 3 kids. Thanks, Sean and Neil. Like, we have something to do with this. You know, earlier on today, I lost enough to pay for some mortgages, but at the end of the day, we battle back. And that's what I'm saying, keep your head up. And I think if you're in Robinhood, it's something similar. I mean, I like the stock. We're just back to January 15th. So anyways, good job so far here today. If you've been shorting the market, you've been hitting it. There's been some good longs. I like Robinhood long term.
Yeah, no, I think, again, we see this similar kind of thing happening on a lot of tickers, along with the strong market tailwind. You go to a higher time frame, we've just been kind of trending down for the past couple of weeks at the very least here. So yeah, this strong sell-off started off of the highs being 66.91s and kind of starting off in the second week of February there, kind of making some of those highs and taking a little bit of a pullback. But yeah, if you take a look at this trend, we've just been holding that since earnings. Earnings highs, we couldn't necessarily get through them. That's when that high was kind of made, 66.20. And when we break below that earnings day one range low, we've just been kind of trending to the downside, gradually kind of bleeding off here on Robinhood. So today, we got more of the same. Some strong selling off of the open. Sure, we've kind of came back and reclaimed a little bit of VWAP, but bigger picture, it just seems like this ticker has a back-to-back daily sell-off. And again, it's not just Robinhood. There's a lot of other tickers as well that are doing this. So ouch, not necessarily just on Robinhood, on a lot of other tickers as well. But Intel with a little bit of ouch here. There was some size at 23s. Now you guys can see that 23 size is now stepping up to 05s. So all right, that's cool. So the buyer stepped up is what I'm seeing here on Intel on top of the 23. I don't know what that really means, but let's see what price action does off of that volume or that size kind of showing itself here. Catching a little bit of a bid is the market currently. Intel, but consolidating underneath this prior double bottom here, just on top of 23. So I'm gonna let that work a little bit. I already covered a decent chunk. I was kind of a little too hasty here. I got in early. I wasn't at my desk. I came back. I'm like, yeah, I like Intel for a short. I kind of got a bit of an alert on my phone. So I was like, I want to see what Intel is doing. I liked what it did. But when it came into VWAP, it really gave me that I guess sign or signal or indication to be like, all right, I can definitely short some more here and be comfortable with it. But I only took about 10 pennies roughly on majority of that, and it actually came in a lot more aggressively than I expected. That sell-off came in with the market kind of breaking back below this 21,200, and we got all the way from 2340s to the 23 test. So currently, that low on Intel is 23 exactly, and we're taking a little bit of a bounce. And then what we just saw was size was at the $23 level and then didn't really hit that. And then it stepped up to the 05s, and now we're trading a little bit higher here. So I'm going to keep this one on watch. Maybe it'll give me another opportunity to get in at VWAP, but I'm looking to maybe take some of this off and then reconsider the short for a little bit later time. But if the market's going to bid up here, I'm looking for the next trade, Sean.
So I'm going to ask you something. You're
Yes.
you're not married?
No.
Okay, good one. All right, I was going to ask you. The wife sends me a message here today and goes, "What do you want to have for dinner?"
Yes.
So what would you like let's just say your significant other, girlfriend, whatever, you're living with them, whatever, and it's like, okay, and you get asked, what would you want for dinner? Like, what would you be? What would something that you would favor? I'll tell you what we eventually settle on.
Okay. I like burgers, but I don't know, burgers maybe not an everyday thing. Actually, did you actually suggest burgers? That's awesome.
That's hilarious.
I like burgers, like all kind of burgers. I think it's it's relatively well balanced. You got a little bit of carbs, a little bit of meat, some vegetables.
I like the balanced idea.
Yeah.
Nice
If
one.
you got some cheese in there, you got some milk products. I think it's a balanced meal depending on how you have it. But pizza's good. Maybe some pasta.
I never suggest pizza. I mean, unless it's homemade or something like that.
Yeah.
Because just going out to get pizza, we would save that for a Friday night, a Saturday night, something like if we're playing, if we're coming home late from a game or something like that, we would be suggesting pizza. I thought I was doing pretty good with a topical play today.
Okay.
Tuesday.
Topical Tuesdays? Tropical Tuesdays? Okay.
Taco Tuesday.
Tuesdays.
Or Tropical Tuesday. You can have some pineapple.
I didn't hear you right. I was like, wait, what?
No, I was saying, so I went with that. And then he was like, sometimes we'll have.
Work.
Yeah, so apparently that was not a great decision. I don't know why.
Listen, Sean, I'm a simple man. As long as there's meat on the table, I'm good.
I agree with that, right? Leave some on the bone, right? But you know what we decided on? And so I was like, we could pick up some sausages, but like our barbecue outside is still covered in snow.
Yeah.
So I still like to barbecue almost all year round, but at the end of the day, we decided on chicken wings.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's
so
solid.
there's a way that I
love
have.
chicken
So I
wings.
like to bake the chicken wings, and what we do
Yes.
is throw them there. So I just get them all myself, into some flour.
Nice. So breaded.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of breaded there. You put some spices.
Air fryer or deep fry?
Hold on a second. Oven baked.
Oh.
So the thing is that we
okay.
got it.
All right.
So I'm mixing them up. We do have an air fryer. I don't have a deep fryer, but I mean, we can figure that out. But at the end of the day, baked there, nice and crispy. You throw in some baking soda there, get a little
Yes.
crispier.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about right there. And then the kids, though, because we had this thing where they're like, I don't like meat with bones in it and all this kind of stuff. It's like, okay.
That's the best kind of meat.
Exactly. This
Right.
is the thing. Kids these
How
days.
can you trust some of this boneless meat?
Exactly. Okay. So we fixed that problem. It's
gotta have some bone.
Yeah, exactly. Get some bone in there. But what they really like though nowadays, and thankfully we bought this. My wife got a big ass jar of this stuff.
What is that?
Like the sweet chili Thai sauce.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is I'm
Okay.
baking these things up.
Yep.
And then they're coming out. I'm throwing them in the big ass metal bowl, putting some, oh bleep, my bad, into this big bowl, and then mix them all together, throwing that sauce in there, serving it up,
Yes.
and the rest is history. And it's
You're making me hungry. I just ate dinner and now I'm ready for. Sorry, I
about
just ate lunch. Now I'm ready for dinner.
thing about the wing, man, it's so simple.
Yes.
Bake it, put it in there, you forget all about it.
Yep.
And then I told the wife, we haven't seen this yet. Episode 2, White Lotus.
Okay.
We're gonna be watching that tonight,
Nice.
sitting back, relaxing,
Yep.
and having some fun. So hopefully the fun doesn't start till those kids get to bed. Last night, here's another story.
Yes.
So Marissa, she lies down with my daughter, whatever. They do hockey related things. They're reading books. They're listening to like Kobe Bryant stuff on the Alexa there. Hey, what's up, Alexa?
Okay, Google.
Anyways, yeah, so I'm sitting down there like waiting for her to come down. So I'm looking at the watch. All right, it's been 10 minutes. Okay, it's more normally a little longer than that. I'm cleaning up everything. I'm cleaning the kitchen. Everything's all good. I got everything, ready to go, like setting everything. I was thinking maybe we could watch White Lotus last night. It's getting 10:15 or so. I'm not feeling the greatest. I'm like, look, I'm not trying to stay up that late.
Right.
Looking down at the watch. 10, 15 minutes later, I'm like, what's going on? Then I start messaging her, like, you coming down?
Yeah.
I don't want to go in there waking everybody up. And at the end of the day, 10 more minutes passes. I go in there. She's asleep, man. I was like, okay.
No. Okay.
So I did a little tap there. I woke her up. Came down, whatever, did whatever, went back upstairs, went to bed. So we didn't get to watch it last night, but that was the thing. White Lotus. You've seen White Lotus?
No, I haven't. What's it about?
So White Lotus is like a hotel chain. So it's the third season. So Stifler's mom was in the first couple of them.
Okay.
Aubrey Plaza was in them as well. The first two seasons were really great. So there's a third one now.
Yeah.
And it's just it's basically like 3 or 4 different scenarios that are happening at the hotel.
Okay.
And the first episode starts with like a murder, something's happened, and then they go 3 weeks later, and then it starts, and they kind of build up into what happens there at the end. And it was, so the first episode was, it was all right, but
all right.
Not too bad. All right, just quickly there, thank you. So thank you for putting
That
up
sounds
with
like
that
a
discussion.
great evening. I mean,
Yeah, tonight we don't have the kids, just have CrossFit.
okay.
So I'm doing the show there, and I told her that chill out, whatever, I'll pick up the food and whatever. So at the end of the day here, I'm going to go hit up Loblaws or, well, there's this butcher right by our house that we would prefer.
Nice.
So we'll go there and we'll pick up some wings, and then we'll do it like that. And she'll take the kids to CrossFit.
How that
they'll come
goes.
down. So I'll tell you how it's going to go. It's going to go great.
Yeah.
It's already going great.
What's your so to go out and eat wings? What's your favorite wing spot?
I don't really cooking a lot from home. Like around here. So there's Duff's.
Duff's is sick.
Oh, so
I like
you know Duff's. Yeah. So
Duff's is dope.
so they have like the super hot stuff too over there.
Oh, yeah.
So that's a decent
Armageddon
wings.
I've
Okay, so
had
you
that one
already
before,
you already know.
Yeah.
That
was a story. Have you ever had that one? Armageddon?
Yeah, we've had them here before. Yeah.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, right on the show we've had them before, and then we've also had them. A whole bunch of these idiot friends of mine. We do get together, and we used to do things like that. Like you're not allowed to have any milk. And then one of my friends The funniest thing is, you know, you do these wings and all these guys, and then they run to the bathroom.
Yeah.
And then if you touch certain things after eating
that
hot,
spice is, yes. No, yeah.
it's something else.
Yep.
But anyways, so yeah, those guys do
those
it.
are definitely lessons learned.
Yeah, lessons learned on that
Lessons-
one. So,
lessons learned.
we'll
Life
try to
lessons.
just a PSA, public
Yeah.
service announcement right there.
Make
So
sure
you
you
tell
wash
me
your
where you
hands
went.
with soap.
So what's the wing spot for you?
No, I like Duff's. Duff's is pretty good. What's the other one? There was in undergrad we used to go to St. Louis.
St. Louis, yeah.
St. Louis.
Bar and Grill.
Yeah. So that one we used to go to a lot, but that's because it was just close. I like Wild Wings.
Wild Wings?
Wild Wings are good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wild Wings are good. Yeah, Duff's is pretty good. I like Duff's.
What, like if you were to order
There's actually this place right by Wellesley.
we still need to get those burgers, like Cabanos or whatever.
Yeah, Cabanos. I'm down for whenever.
Yeah, I know, you always say that.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
No, there's actually a Korean barbecue place right here called Dagoki, and they have some fried chicken.
Ooh, I'm down with
Those
Korean
wings,
fried chicken.
those wings are absolutely subliime, absolutely solid.
I think
So
we bankrupted that
definitely-
fried chicken place across the street from us because we
Oh,
bombarded
the Happy Chicken or whatever.
we bombarded their Instagram. I don't know, then they left. I don't know what happened
Yeah.
after that. Okay, thanks. Well, we could talk there.
Yeah.
All right, so
Now you got me hungry.
as we were going on there, I got a little bit more out of SMCI as we got something out at 46.30 there. So we now have 8% left. Oh, man. So we did get out a piece there. We'll wait to see if it comes back down right now. The Trade Desk and Netflix coming up with some sort of a deal I just heard in my ear. The Trade Desk, again, you know, this is running the ads and things like that. So I'm not sure if they're the ones that are doing it with Netflix, but kaboom, TTD, the Trade Desk. I believe I was on with Adara that day when we had earnings, but they absolutely got smoked. And again, you know, we talked about Google and all that with some of their ads and how that all rolls through. Google, of course, getting saved by Netflix, by YouTube, but there it is, TTD with Netflix, maybe a little bit of a deal going on right there. Let's see what's going on. Ooh, Netflix now sub 1,000 right now for NFLX. Okay, what's up, A?
Nvidia is on watch here. I haven't seen the TTD Netflix thing, but if I see that, I'll let you guys know. Basically, Reuters here reporting, though, that apparently Chinese companies are ramping up orders for Nvidia's H20 AI chips due to this booming demand for DeepSeek's low-cost AI models. So basically, instead of causing a situation where DeepSeek is usurping Nvidia in China, now it actually seems like this DeepSeek hype has actually ramped up Nvidia's orders. So it's a pretty interesting look there. Basically reports that there's more orders coming for H20 in China because of DeepSeek. So NVIDIA benefiting from that craze. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Oh, there it is.
I wanted to say something. I've been talking for too long.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to look for the drumstick, the chicken drumstick emoji.
Oh, you flats or
emoji.
drums? Or it doesn't matter.
I like drums, but it doesn't matter. As long as there's some meat on the bone.
Prefer the flats.
Yeah, flats are dope. Yeah, I've developed this skill over time of clean execution on the flats.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd rather not see that, but I get it. I get what you're getting. I get what you're getting there.
Like, you know, you got to be efficient with the wing eating, and
We
when
have-
you've ate as many wings as I have.
So I suggested this. The cookbook is oh my God, Matty Matheson, and he had a new cookbook out that was soups, sandwiches, and salads.
Yeah.
And she got it the very first day it came out. That cookbook is fire.
Really?
There's this soprano salad. Well, I think the soprano salad she actually has another cookbook that's Mandy's.
Okay.
And they just make all the salads. And there's one in there called soprano salad. You get like all of the basically the lunch meats, like you get the like the pepperoni, the capicola, the mortadella, all these things, and you're throwing them in like a salad, and it's like a little bit of a vinaigrette-based dressing. That is, I requested that. That was a little bit, you know, we didn't. The kids, my daughter would eat it, but my son is like, is that green? You know, if there's green, n'est pas.
Really?
Yeah, does not prefer green.
Okay.
And he's 13 years old. I got to try to fix that. I told him, like, the more you open up your eyes. And, like, he likes his Thai sauce. And I was like, look at that. There's red chili peppers in there.
Yeah.
Are you sure that you like that? And he's like, yeah, I like it. So getting a little bit better on
Got to
that.
get him some non-green vegetables.
Yeah, carrots.
Yeah. Carrots are good.
Yeah. Raw honey is delicious, they're saying.
Oh, yeah.
Gabagool, yeah.
Interesting blueberry honey at home.
Ooh.
That came from.
Down for that. Down for
that.
that.
Interesting stuff.
Are Chinese stocks good while U.S. stocks are down? So it's a great question. Today we did have some news with Alibaba. I mean, it's right here in our watch list. Let me just see exactly what was going on here with the watch list and what we talked about here as we'll look at FXI and whatnot today about China. But you guys have to make sure. I'm actually going to. We take it over for a second. I'm just going to pop out this watch list so I can show it to everybody.
Yeah, no, I'm watching this. I'm continuing to watch Intel. I'm continuing to watch Tesla. Tesla is just chopping around this 300 mark here. We're pulling back off of the 21,200, which I was a little interested in the morning session for the reversion, but we've been kind of the bid has kind of slowed down off of that. We're just kind of chopping around, doing pretty much nothing for the past couple hours here on the Nasdaq. I want to take more on this Intel here, but again, a higher test towards VWAP would be nicer. But I think I'll stay a little bit patient here. I have, I think, less than 20% left of the position there. Again, aggressively covering more than 50% here for about just 10 pennies on Intel. So that was a little unfortunate. Didn't really expect it to slam down as hard as it did. But we get that 23 test, exactly 23. So yeah, that low right there, 23.00s is the print of this current consolidation or structure, or whatever low that you want to call it, the selling that we got in off of that VWAP consolidation failure, if you want to call it that, depending on how you're looking at it. But yeah, the market's kind of chopping, so that gives me a little bit of tailwind for this. But let's see how much further it'll go. 23 might have been all she wrote here on Intel, but yeah, the chips are looking great as well as of right now. Nvidia, with that little bit of news, we came back all the way to 129. So we were kind of talking about that 129 being a potential level there in the morning session. I had it written down as a bit of an over/under for 129, and look at that. It comes up into test 130 and then fails that 129, giving you another chance, or giving me another chance. Off of the open, it was pretty fast, pretty quick. 130 rejected pretty cleanly, breaking that pre-market uptrend that we had all the way from 5:45, so 6 a.m., so maybe some volume coming in. Strong consolidation, again, confirming that 129 being a little bit of a level of interest. This consolidation happening from 6:30 all the way to 7:45 in the pre-market on Nvidia, just above that 129 level. And look at that, coming in absolutely beautiful. Confluences with VWAP, rejects VWAP plus 129 plus that pre-market consolidation. Oh boy, was that a short. And then comes in for that 125 test. I saw that 125 test, quick grab of that 124.45, and then that we've been catching a little bit of a bid, reclaimed VWAP, and now we're holding 127s. Will we get 129s going into the close? I have no idea, but again, we saw the market sell off aggressively into the close yesterday. I don't know if we're going to get more of the same today, but the sentiment off the open was relatively similar to that that we've been seeing over the past few days. Again, that aggressive sell-off on Friday. Continuation every day, Sean, so I don't know. Do we just get short every day? Who knows?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, at some point, I think it's going to get a little overextended. Yeah. We did have a great question there about, and look, I don't think being down 1% today, being down 1.3% or something yesterday, it's a nice move for sure. We went red for the year, so there's that also. All right, so here we go. This is the Trader TV. I don't know if we have, I know it's hard to call it up, but we don't, the watch list, definitely you can scan that. Go find it in our link in description, so on and so forth. But this is produced every single day. And we got some really nice words about all this. I mean, every time I look up into the chat, people are loving it. Economic events here. What's trading higher or lower in the pre-market earnings that are coming through today. I want to talk to you about Kava as well. You like Greek food?
Yes.
Yeah, of course, who doesn't? But here today, talking all about crypto, right? Here's a couple names to look at. Here's the story right there. Here's a story on Supermicro today, although we had it up 4.5%, as you can see. Pardon me, Ramin? QR code on screen, so thank you for that. Well, that was quick. There you go. So make sure you do sign up for that ASAP. Semiconductors on watch here again, Apple, Tesla. And then here's the Chinese ADRs, right? Banking. So I just wanted to read this because, again, Adara does amazing work putting all this stuff together. Go make sure you find her at Trader TV Research. I still don't know if her account, she's gone right now. I was gonna say, I don't know if her account is back from Twitter. It got like shadow banned or something. Yeah. I'm gonna have to ask her what's going on with that. Bouncing back as a group after selling sharply off on Monday. This was attributed to Trump memorandum proposing new restriction on U.S.-China investments. Weakness of profit-taking, notable rally for Chinese. Additionally, Li Auto is gapping up following the launch of its first fully electric vehicle. So not too much news in here right now about why overall China's gotten back up to the upside. But yeah, FXI today up that 1.06%. And I think it's just, you know, the thing about all of that is with China and everything like that is there's going to be some pushback, of course, about those tariffs. And then, you know, which chips are being allowed, you know, to flow back and forth between economies and things like that. So I would just watch out for FXI there. I think it's a little overheated to the top side. I mean, this is like the China 100. You could look at K-Web as well. There's also yin and yang. We talked about that a couple times. But there's a nice move up to $36. And look what happened, man. We just topped out right back to October highs again into 36, 37. So I think that's a huge move to the upside. I'd actually look to short China on a break of 34.50 right there tonight. So, all right, we will go over it. I'm going to put something out there also on Twitter, and we can discuss where we think these earnings plays are going to go tonight. Big names on board. Intuit is on board tonight. FSLR is on board. INTU. Again, another name. We talk about it. Oh man, $558, a very expensive name. But again, we don't really want to look at the price of stock because that doesn't tell you the whole story, right? Because you don't know how many shares are outstanding and so on and so forth. Into it right now, possibly in trouble for sure. As we get back into these levels, 565 or so, looks like it does want to break a little bit lower through 560. So we'll discuss some of these plays. I'll get the tweet out and then we'll look at some earnings plays. Now, an hour away, tomorrow's the big one with Nvidia.
Yeah, definitely. Tomorrow is a big one with Nvidia, and yeah, thanks for reminding me about some of those earnings names. I was like, oh yeah, I should probably go through them. Kind of, I'm not really seeing too much. I don't know what you guys are trading as of right now. Meta, beautiful reversion on Meta. It's trying to push. As of right now, in terms of some of these large caps. Amazon, though, oh boy, what a reversion on Amazon. Almost 100% recovery here, Sean. So look at this, absolutely beautiful. Would you look at that?
Look at that.
Right there, wow. Boom, 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 all the way down to 204s and then comes right back up into 211s currently. Oh boy, yeah, nice V-shaped recovery. And wow, we talk about capitulation. Take a look at that. The slam down into 204s. Look at that volume candle towering over the rest of the volume, even the opening volume. Nice little capitulatory action there on Amazon. And then look at that trend break, consolidation flag underneath VWAP, breakout. Oh boy, I should have a closer eye on this one there. So lots of opportunity there on Amazon. So yeah, definitely missed some of that there. But let me know if you guys captured anything. Has anybody traded Amazon as of right now? Kava, people talking about Amazon best reversion. Yeah, exactly. That's what we're talking about right now. Amazon has, out of the Mag 7, the best ones that have reverted, I would say off the bat would be Amazon and Meta. Amazon and Meta have beautiful reversions here. So let's take a look at Meta.
How much is Amazon up from the bottom there?
Amazon up from the bottom. Let's see. In terms of percentage, up from the bottom from that capitulation, we are up about 3.7%, 3.8%. So off of that low. So sure, maybe you're not getting that low right there, but there's definitely opportunities on the higher lows that happen after the break of the trend. And then, yeah, getting about 3% off of some of that trend break here on Amazon. Meta as well. Meta, not Mista. Meta. So yeah, Meta 670, VWAP, again, along with the rest of the market, we saw the market revert, but take a look at this reversion on Meta, absolutely wild. So this one also up quite a bit from its lows. Not really a V-shaped recovery, but yeah, 3% off of its lows. 641.86 is the day low on Meta, but reclaiming this VWAP on top of 650 and now trading a little bit higher. Let's see if Meta can kind of bid up. Again, things are not necessarily looking like they were yesterday, Sean. Yesterday, things were looking a lot weaker, but maybe a bid coming in, going into the end of day here on some of these names. Some of them still distinctly different. If you take a look at Softy here, Softy's just chopping its way to the downside. Can't really get above VWAP. We've seen a few of the other Mag 7 names. They got above VWAP. They've reclaimed. They're kind of extending above VWAP here, but Softy still can't get above 400. Prior day low was 399.32, and we're trading much below that. We can't really get above that 400 as of right now with the limited information that's been printed on the chart on the intraday here. So yeah, a little bit of a downtrend there. Not really seeing too much else. The tickers that I had on watch today, again, we were looking at Palantir. Palantir did not do much. I was looking for a strong continuation. We did get some selling off of the open, so that was a bit of a miss on my part. We got about a 7% drop off of the open. If you're taking 90s, then maybe a little bit easier here. Yeah, from 90s to some of the lows at 85s, again, another 5% drop. From there on Palantir, I was also looking at Nike. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Sean, we were talking about that from yesterday. I was like, I don't know what Nike's doing yesterday. I did fight it a little bit, but today the trade was the range break, and it's doing that right now. Not only does it break yesterday's range, opening range high, we break through that, pull back, use that opening range high resistance as support, just shy of 81. Now we're trading 81.5. So Nike on a bit of a run here on the day today. So SMCI, we've already been watching that one here. SMCI, it's still trading below VWAP. HIMS though, okay, I still got a little piece of this on. Yeah, we're talking about, oh, why didn't I cover at 36s? Because it's like I said, I'm gonna hold this insignificant piece until there was a strong reason to cover, and that strong reason did come in at 38 here, or maybe on the reclaim of VWAP. We're kind of revisiting some of those levels from the highs, but again, a little insignificant, just doing it for the reps, for practicing holding a position for a little bit longer here. I still have the stop in, and if it hits the stop, it hits the stop. I have no qualms about that one there, but HIMS looking pretty interesting. Oklo was another one on board. A lot of these nuclear energy tickers that were very thematic a couple weeks ago, a couple months ago. All of those kind of catching some sells here, along with the rest of the market. Definitely some of these names a little bit more saturated with short-term volume, to say the least. And yeah, catching a bit of strong downtrend on a lot of these names here. SMR as well, you can see a very similar thing. We can go to higher time frame, look at the 3-hour chart on these, take that VWAP off, and we can see how much further we've extended away from some of these highs that were made in the past few months here. So there's SMR. IONQ, let's take a look at some of these quantum names as well. Again, similar kind of idea here. We had that strong selling that came in earlier on in January, breaking that trend. And since that trend broke aggressively, sure, we did bid back up, but that reversion still continues on a higher time frame, coming right back into 30s. So the next level I'm looking at for IONQ here is 25.90. So that's that low right there. So 26s. If we break that 26, oh boy, I think we're poised for a little bit lower. Again, we made a crazy run within the span of 90 on IONQ. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm watching here. Maybe higher time frame stuff. But Oklo did give me the trade I was looking for off the open. We did sell off aggressively, so kind of my fault, my miss, not really getting involved on that one. Nice little breakdown. Again, VWAP respecting on a lot of these tickers that are showing a strong direction right off of the open. So maybe something to look out for in the coming days. Nike continues to push highs. Other than that, nothing too crazy as of right now on my watch list. What's up there?
Be aware here of Occidental Petroleum, or OXY. This is a commonly known Warren Buffett name. Fitch here, credit rating agency, has apparently revised Occidental's outlook to positive, and they've affirmed their rating at BBB-. So just to recap here, Occidental getting a positive outlook here from Fitch, a credit rating agency. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Adara, for that. All right, so yeah, I was just looking at this SMCI again, and Obi was like, nice trade. I was like, yeah, but I mean, I'm wondering about this 200 period because it's not really doing too much, but we are okay with what we're doing right now on that trade. I just want to bring in another trade to your attention here, just to show you the style that we're doing, right? I mean, I do have the earnings here. We're going to talk about those in just a minute, but this was Google, right? Like, we came back here, and I showed Obi, and he was like, oh boy. We shorted that 177. We got VWAP. We got all the way down to the 50-period moving average, and that was about that $1 worth of a winner. And then we reshorted again, same level, then got out when it broke. So that was like an 11-cent hit there at the end of the day. I just wanted to show you, like, these are the kind of trades that right now I'm looking for, and see if we can put something together like this, right? Where you're in the trade against some sort of support and resistance, and you're not giving it a whole heck of a lot of room to breathe. And I just think that that's a good way to doing it right now. as the market's open every single day, there's always going to be that next trade and some more opportunities to do some stuff similar to this. So for right now, we're just going to sort of try and keep going with that sort of strategy there of small hits and bigger winners. The bigger winner part can be the problem. But okay, so right here tonight, right, we have Intuit. We talked a little bit about that right there. Expected move right now, 6.4%. This is all off of my Twitter as well. Adara's put something nicely together. Oh, I wanted to ask Adara, did your Adara Trader TV Live? Okay. All right. So she's blaming Elon right now, and I think she's probably right about that one. So still not up. So find her at Trader TV Research right there. For me, First Solar coming in at 4 o'clock with revenues expected 1.47 billion, EPS of 4.64. Yeah, you just keep it here for a minute, Ramin. I'm going to go over some of this. Move 8.3%. So if there's going to be a name that I'm interested in, I do think it is First Solar. First Solar's come back in a lot recently, and we had Solar Edge, and we have a lot of these names here that have really gotten faded out here as this alternative energy source, getting more and more expensive, right? Not everyone can put these solar panels up on their roofs, or not only just for home, but also for businesses right now. A little bit more to worry about than solar, and it's been really hit to the downside. The reason why we're getting interested in this name is it goes all the way back. Again, it's January of 24. It's not that far ago, but you're still back a year and a bit into some past support. So we'll see if First Solar can hold out near 135. So that's another play that we're going to look at there today. Workday, Axon. Lucid Motors. So this was one here. We know they're losing a lot of money. We get it. I think the story for Lucid and everybody else is quite clear. Rivian still losing money per car they make. That's going to be the case for Lucid. But looky right now.
Oh boy.
You want to talk about a shelf that could potentially be broken. We're literally right here, right now. A lower move gets you back into that $2 mark. I think we could look at $2 tomorrow for Lucid. So let's see if the Saudis come in and talk any more about this. It's not like I'm seeing any more Lucids on the road than normal. I'm seeing none. So, and I know it's a little bit of a higher end car, and I know they don't produce the same way as a Polestar or Rivian or anything like that. But right now I could see Lucid as money tightens up in the equity market. Not that they have to worry about that with Saudi, but as some of this money dries up, it's been a pretty epic move down there in the last week from 350 down to 250. So I'd say watch out now for Lucid. That's going to be really interesting. And then CART, which of course is Maple Bear. Right now we talked about Instacart and some of the different plays there that are involved here. That's been obviously beat up the last couple of days, but what a good IPO this name has been as it's run to the upside. So we'll watch out for Maple Bear and Instacart later on. And then AMC, man. That's coming through and still a negative little EPS for them. There's the Lucids minus 26 cents as well. AMC implied move of over 12% right now. Kava is another good one that we looked at. We looked the other day at Dutch Bros. But Kava, again, another one of those names that I don't like. You guys tell me. Like, we've seen CMG, right? We know that they had the change in CEO. But we had some traders on before from different groups out there. Shout out to Mike Edwards and whatnot. They were loving some Kava. And this name coming all the way back to summer lows as well. There's many names tonight that are at some pretty key levels that are going to move. So watch out for that with us tonight. SMCI trying to retrace backside now as well, come back into the lows. But I really like Kava there. And then AMC, and then we'll throw it back to you. So $3, I have to sort of throw it up a little guilty here because I haven't looked at AMC and what that's meant. I'm actually going to use e-signal charting. I just feel like it's going to probably give me a little bit of a better look than ours may give you, or not. There's the split 1 for 10. That's not this. This is the move down. The split was right into here. And as you can see, it's 52-week low right now, $2.38 for AMC. So $2.38, 52-week low. So that's just a little quick look at the market recap for tonight and what we're going to be talking about. Go find it over there at Trader TV, Sean at Trader TV Research. You'll find all of these names reporting. So yeah, pretty exciting closing. And then tomorrow, big. And then also on there today, we're looking for SMCI. We'll wait to see if that play comes through or not.
Yeah, definitely going to be watching out for that SMCI move on the day today. Got out of this intel here because I'm like, all right, well, that's enough. There, I was looking for a pullback in, and we kind of hold that 23 bidding right back up into VWAP. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm gonna wait to see if it can come up into VWAP to maybe potentially get a better price. But again, going into the last, I guess, hour of the day, we are in power hour now as it is 3:06. If we are going to catch a little bit of a bid coming into the end of the day, I do not want to necessarily stand in the way of that. And yeah, 23, like I said, I covered the majority of it already on this side. Actually, a lot of it at 23.20s. I got short in the 30s and what was this? In the 20s as well, 30s and the 20s there. So quick little scalp there on Intel. I'm just taking a look at some of the top volume gainers of the day today, what tickers traded the most volume, and we can just take a quick rundown of some of these tickers here. Just, going into the last half hour, let's see how some of these things are closing. Maybe we find some opportunity, maybe we don't. But again, a good way to kind of see what happened during the day as well on the maps, on the arenas that were trading some of the most volume, where some of the more heavily participated names on the day. Let's see what they were doing right there. So Nvidia, of course, kind of on everybody's watch with their earnings report coming up just tomorrow evening, tomorrow after the close right there on Wednesday is Nvidia's earnings. WAFU, I don't know what this one is, but again, it seems like it is a Chinese education ticker here. But yeah, strong move off of the open here. And let's see, shares float 1.21 million here on WAFU. So, yeah, some of you might have been involved in that one there. I didn't really see it. Palantir, again, beautiful. We talked about this one here. Continuation off of the open came in quite nicely. Tesla as well. Tesla continuation. Oh boy, who was short Tesla today off of the open on the break of prior day low? That was absolutely beautiful here. A bit of a continuation trade happening on a multi-day frame on Tesla. Back-to-back jacks on this one right off of the open. It seems like it's been quite a nice one here on this EV. SMCI, everyone's kind of waiting for this one here, catching a strong bid back up into VWAP. But again, VWAP selling has been dominant for multiple days on this ticker here, again, with some aggressive selling coming in over the past couple of weeks. Their deadline today. Let's see if they file for their 10K within their deadline limit. Lucid, Sean was talking about this one here. Yeah, I don't really see too many Lucids. I think there's a couple of people with Lucids around my area, so I do see them like once or twice a month. Let's say I'm pretty sure it's the same couple of Lucids, but really, really nice car. But the stock maybe not so nice. In terms of what it's been doing. HIMS, we know we traded this one here, still kind of participating in this one, reclaiming 40, back above VWAP as well. Can't really get back up as of right now, or couldn't really get back up above 40 in the pre-market, but as of right now, we are attempting to do that. So let's see what HIMS has in store for us. Some of that earnings reaction low support from last night was at 40.70, so let's see if we can reclaim some of those prices. Currently reclaiming 40s and VWAP. Intel we've participated in. Absolutely beautiful off of the open there. More continuation. Prior day low breakdown here kind of coming in. Very similar action here on the chips. If you took a short off the prior day low breakdown, I think you were sitting pretty on some of those trades if you had them earlier on in the morning. Ford, we were talking about this one as well. Ford doing some decent volume today. 70 million shares traded so far at a price of $9.40 is the VWAP. I'm so used to saying AVWAP, but is the VWAP currently on the day? So yeah, a little bit of action there on Ford. HIMS we talked about. And yeah, some of these other ones I haven't really taken a look at. Hood, SoFi. We know Hood had earnings, right? Did Hood have earnings? Yeah, Hood had earnings a few days ago. Yeah, we've been downtrending since then on Hood. Amazon up here too. Oh boy, all right. So let's see if we can get through opening price. What was the opening price on Amazon? Let's take a look at the first candle right there. The open was 211.53. We're trading above that opening price on Amazon. So oh boy, V-shaped recovery on Amazon with a beautiful, beautiful capitulation midday there. So that's pretty much that list, Sean. So nothing too crazy, but
what do you think about Tesla? I mean, I just went short right now on Tesla. We did cover a little bit more here on SMCI. I mean, we wanted to get through the 200 period moving average. We did that once it broke. Now it's coming back in, so it's all good. But I just went short Tesla right here, taking out the 50 period. I actually feel some kind of ways because we should have already been short up here at the 200 period.
Oh boy.
Come on, mouse. But yeah, right into here. So I was already, we should have been short there. We'll try it. Very, very small position here to start with on Tesla. I do want to see if it does come back up here, break through that 303 area. If it does, then we'll fly out of it. But a very, very small starter position right now on Tesla. Again, we tried it earlier, right? I mean, we tried to support where we had thought that there maybe had found something. We had done real well by letting this thing go and just letting it come back in. And then I thought, apparently foolishly here, that we were going to hold. So we got some bottoms right there, right? We waited for finally, it looked like a little bit of a bottom. Give us 5, 6, 7 minutes of that. Then we went long, and then we tried to support black. So there goes, boom, to the outside, man, got blacked out right there through 308 and then out, right? And so that was a big, not a big L. Shout out to Big L. We talked about that the other day, maybe about a month ago. And then right now, we'll try the short right here on Tesla, trying to break lower. I missed that. And I was just looking at it, and I try to trade the velocity. Like, this is moving a lot right now. Decent amount of volume going through as we speak on Tesla. Here it is, the volume on the 1 minute chart right now starting to pick up a little bit on the downside. What's up, Adara?
With regards to that story on Netflix and TDD that Sean mentioned earlier, I'm finally seeing the headline populate. So just in case anyone missed it, the trade desk apparently being selected here as a programmatic partner for Netflix, this being announced by Netflix. So this is not a report. It seems that it is confirmed. Basically, TDD is going to be Netflix's partner for its ad offerings across EMEA. So advertisers in Germany, the UK, France, Italy, and Spain will have additional options to buy ads on Netflix's platforms. So TTD here with a Netflix-related catalyst. We know TTD was also mentioned in a Microsoft catalyst yesterday too. So TTD rapidly expanding here with these ad offerings. A stock to watch out here for, guys. This is Netflix right now, actually below the $1,000 level. Back to you.
And I like the trade desk, and honestly, they had a bunch of great quarters in a row. They got spanked a little bit for missing one, and TTD. So I'm glad we were able to bring this story to everybody, and I think that we brought it a little while ago, and it's had a nice move up. So that's a good story there with Netflix. Okay, so out some more at 47 right now. So I have 5% left. No, a little bit more, 7% left, sorry, on this play with no more bids, except for down here near 45, the low of the day. So we're going to wait to see if that can come through. All right, let's just start talking about a position that we're brand new in. So, all right, so Tesla. So this is going to be the newest position for both of us. Obi's had him since 9:35 or something like that. So, all right, what we're going to try to do now is just look at what's happening. So again, if you're going to look, we don't normally look at the RSI. We sort of talked a little bit about that just now, but again, right back up there into the 70 level there for that. You can see on your RSI, we sort of bounced off of 70 there. That was the high, was the high, was the high again. So maybe there's something here. We're going to look more and more and learn more and more about RSI and MACDs and Bollinger Bands and whatnot as you go. But I mean, we have videos out about all this stuff. So for right now, I'm going to see about a play lower. I'm not going to put any bids out until about 298.50. So if we do get that break of 300, I think we can get back down into that level. So with that being said, 298.66. Let's go with some little Mario Lemieux, and we'll get out of 40% of what we have or so. We'll put a bid down there. Maybe we get it. Now, the answer to the question that I have is, where are we getting out? I'm going to use 303 as my out. We have a very small starter position right now, so that's why we're going to wait to see if we can get a bigger move. But my idea right here, we almost got short right into there, right? 301.30. So I put an offer there right now, 301.30. Hopefully we get that. Then 302, we'll offer it right here at the 200 period. And then we'll wait to see if we get what happened yesterday into the close. A little bit of a move into the close yesterday. We'll see if we can get that one more time. Again, into it. I like the stock. Obviously a big tax name here. QuickBooks. I don't know what else they have, but a bunch of different tax softwares right there. And this name has been really hit. Like, look at this, man. Have you ever seen Obi like stairs like this? Like this honestly looks like stairs. It's like one day up, one day down, one day up, one day down, one day up, one day. Like really, really wild name here. I'm a little nervous for Intuit, and we're going to see what's going on. I think I heard a call for Adara, but that might not have been true, so it's not at all. So, hey, what's up? My name's Sean. All right, Apple, again, I'm still trying to hold on to this one, but very, very light amount here, 2% left of Apple. That's what I screwed that up when I was looking at Tesla and SMCI, but 2 weaker positions. The newest one right here is on Tesla, and that's just battling with this demon of the day's low of 297.25. So we'll see if that comes into play. We just put some orders out, as you guys know, down at 298.50. Let's see if Tesla can go. So this is going to be my big worry. SMCI, kind of want to hold this to see what happens as we get closer and closer to the close. It's only 315 right now. So far, so good. Damn, Daniel, those are some nice white vans.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Damn Daniel.
Damn, Daniel says
Back at it again with the white vans.
Yeah, that's it, man.
That's the one.
Join us tonight for WWE
Super Slam.
SummerSlam.
SummerSlams. Yeah. Did you watch that whole video?
No.
No. Oh, she just starts getting incrementally more and more annoyed. It's an absolute.
What hat is this?
Absolute classic there. Nice. Yeah, no.
Get off
a little bit of a switch up there. Yeah. Okay. So maybe the market bids up now because you took the red hat off.
Oh yeah, I'm short. What do you mean? I moved that hat back again.
Oh boy. We got to get like green and red hats.
Here comes Tesla. We should average it.
we
did. We got our average in on Tesla.
Yeah, okay. Nice.
All right. So
what are we watching into the close, Sean? We got 45 minutes.
Tesla.
Left.
That's what it's
Tesla. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're into here, man. I mean, 111 million shares right now. Not sure. Like, you know, this 200 periods meant something. And that's sort of, if you come over, who's over there still, Ramin? It's like there, you know, again, I'm not sure where the 200 period was at that point. It was probably a little bit higher. So I like it. Here it's almost exact. And then there it's almost exact again. So I'm going to actually ramp this up a little bit and get stopped out at 303. So it's going to be a break right there. So this is that 303 level, right? So we're just a little bit higher than where we are. If it breaks back above there, then we'll stop out of Tesla. Have a little bit more shares here. We don't have too many. It's not like we're like I said, we're not trying to set the world on fire here or anything with these Tesla trades, but just trying to have something into the close, whereby if it does go down, then we're fine. And at the same time, if it wants to rip our faces off, which apparently it might want to do right now, then we have an out and it's a hit, right? So we are already down on Tesla today. It will be my worst stock of the day. We only have 2 hits today, man. And one of them is that Tesla trade and one of them is AMD. And this was a shame because these purples are shorts. And then we tried it down here at 106. It didn't hold, so we lost the bid there as well. So, and then Apple was a red stock for us, obviously chasing this, but then we, gotta get rid of this ellipse, and then we corrected that play as well. So I just heard you mention a little bit about Lucid. We'll look at that into the close a little bit. But right now, Tesla, we're just relaxing, man. It's $1 against us, but well comfortable. We said that this could possibly happen, and we're ready for it. So yeah, we'll wait to see. We're going to get a little bit more averaged in up here at 202.
Yeah.
302.50.
Thank you.
What are you looking at into the close? I mean that HIMS trade is not a new one.
I'm watching some of these names here, but Nike as well. Nike kind of very strong into the close. I don't think I'm necessarily watching Nike into the close, but Nike tomorrow maybe. But yeah, kind of a bigger picture thing happening potentially off of it's what is this, earnings day? Actually, no, it wasn't really earnings, but a bit of a technical. That's what it was. Some sort of catalyst, I remember. But yeah, technical catalyst. A little bit more on Nike. Yeah, Tesla definitely on watch into the close. When it comes to other Mag 7 names, maybe the Spider into the close as well. Amazon as well. We kind of talk about Amazon being very, very strong going into the close. It's pretty much V-shaped, and look at that bid coming in. The market's looking strong on top of 21.2 here on the NASDAQ as well. And maybe we get a clip of that 6,000 on the ES as well. Who knows? But a bit of a turn happening across the board going into the last 40 minutes of the trading day here. We talk about that opening price on Amazon being, I think it was 211 halves. Opening range highs just underneath 212.60s. Pre-market highs sitting at 213. So pre-market, a bit of a held offer there in the pre-market session. And then look at that, right off of the open, we break that consolidation. Can't really get VWAP. But we've come all the way back, surprisingly enough. So going into the close, I want to see if there's more strength here on Amazon as, again, the intraday short float definitely getting a little bit sweaty here on Amazon as we make that V-shaped recovery and print weak. Higher on the day. Yeah, exactly. Knees weak, palms are sweaty. Where will these shorts cover already?
You should trade Rigetti. You know, there's...
Yeah, Rigetti can't forget.
Right.
But,
I wish I could forget you a little bit here about this Tesla trade, because right now you're at 302.50 and looking like it wants to get higher. Remember where we're short, man? 301. So now we're short at 301.90. I mean, honestly, this is a very, very comfortable position for me to be in. Obviously, we'd rather it not be against us, but it's shares. It's it's a position. It's not a huge one. So we're going to wait to see what winds up happening right now with this Tesla trade. I did put some bids down there near 301. So if we do get a little bit of a move down, we do want to cover a little bit of this. So here it comes back in. If you're nervous about it right now, it's flat. So you can take it out for flat if you are interested in doing that. But right now we're short at 301.90. We just touched that level. So if you want to put some bids out there and cover it, you can do that. But for right now, we did breach the 200 period, so I'm not happy about it. I would rather have used it as like a safety net just in case we get up there, and that's what we did. So let's hopefully it doesn't break through. Again, you could get out now. We are above or at the 200 period moving average, so it is looking like it wants to do something. And then Tesla here, again, part of the magic elixir is this as well. You're back here into the 50 period moving average on the 5-minute chart. So we haven't, so like I said, if we lose on setups that look like this, I mean, I'm going to be fine with doing that. And, stocks could always pop up against us. We've had big winners doing it this way. And for me to lose $1 and change on this Tesla trade, if that's what winds up happening, I'm completely comfortable doing that. So, worth the risk there for me as Tesla is starting to wound up here, coiled up at the bottom, and it looks like it just wants to go the other way. So we are getting, hands off, right? I mean, we're already going to get stopped out if it does break through there. It's going to suck. It'll be an L. We'll take it. We'll stamp it. We are very, very, there it goes. We are very, very, responsible, and we'll talk about our losers. And there it goes right there. That's $1. I can tell you what price we got. Hold on a second. I think we did pretty good there because there wasn't too much slippage there at all. Yeah, 12s. So we got 303.12. So that's right there right now. So a 90s, 12s. It's $1.30 worth of a fail. If my guy Joe was here, it's not a funny thing, but he loves this one there as we get all slapped up again there on that trade. So we'll give a little bit back. That's not good. But at the end of the day, we did try it there on Tesla. And if I was really peed off, I'd get back in there because I'm looking like we might have wicked that top. But we'll wait to see. Tesla right now working out. Look at the offer. Right? Part of the reason we went short was that we were thinking this might not happen. It might have gone the other way. But now you're above VWAP, so...
Yeah.
Oh, McDonald's will spare their customers an egg surcharge. I'm not even going to look it up.
What does that mean? Free eggs at...
No, they will spare them, so they will not be upping their McMuffin price.
Ooh, okay.
Would be my guess.
Yeah.
One of the best things on the menu.
Walmart. MCD. See if that...
it's not doing anything.
Highly doubt it's going to move off of Egg McMuffin, but... 310s. It's been holding up VWAP. We talk about the staples. Some of the staple tickers.
Green.
Pretty strong on the day today. I'm kind of just like I was going through some more scans, some more I guess volume kind of scans here on the day, relative volume, because again the other one, the volume leader one, may not pick up a lot of other ones here. But Ritu, I know this one. A lot of people have been a little involved in. RETO, that one had some significant volume over the past couple of days, catching a bit of a bid here on Reto as well. Back up to $1, it would seem. It came up to 123s. I think Sharif might have been trading this one earlier, if I remember. I think I remember seeing a chart similar to this one on his screen. So yeah, doing some solid volume here on the day. I have about 70 million, so VWAP being in and around $95. Let's see, yeah, it's traded about $70 million roughly there of notional, maybe a little bit under because we started off at 50 cents. But yeah, it's a good gauge to have. Another one that we might have missed earlier was, I didn't even know, TSLA is actually doing a ridiculous amount of volume today, it would seem. And yeah, that makes sense. Tesla definitely
this is 115.
Interesting on a lot of people's watch list today. So you can see here, TSLA doing over 2 times. We had some increasing relative volume in the morning session, but we've stabilized in and around above 2.5 times relative volume. Now this is on a 5 period here. So yeah, TSLA. So Tesla is probably not doing as much relative volume. I don't think it's doing 2x, but let's see. Okay, wow. Okay, so Tesla's actually doing 2 times relative volume here on a 5 period. Okay, so interesting. So TSLA doing 2.5, a little bit more volume being done there. Maybe people prefer it a little bit more because it is a lower priced equivalent there of Tesla. But yeah, some strong pushes there. Again, TSLA, it's been a while since I've traded this one, but now I'm realizing that I might do a little bit better trading this one and watching Tesla, as it does kind of provide some of the liquidity and some of the tighter risk that I might prefer at certain opportunities there on TSLL. Because I tried trading Tesla earlier, and that one was it was pretty choppy. I think I was kind of risking it too tight at $300 ticker. I think it's fair to give it, if you're trading it for a bigger picture move, it's fair to give it a couple points to let it work. But I definitely wasn't doing that and got chopped up there. Amazon goes green, saying Los Pollos Hermanos. Let's see that. Let's take a look at Amazon here. Does it go green? Is it above day highs? Oh boy, here we are, above day highs currently on Amazon. So going strong into the close here after a V-shaped recovery. Again, it's 3:26, so about 34 minutes left in the trading day as of right now. And Amazon, oh boy, trekking up all the way back up towards its highs and now printing some fresh highs on the day. Pre-market highs, though, still about 40 pennies away. 213.14 I have as the pre-market high, currently trading at 212.73. So definitely going to be watching that one. Maybe gets a strong push into the imbalances. I have no idea. Some size showing up here on a MIAX. Hello, MIAX seller on Intel at VWAP. Okay, hello.
Hello.
For 900 lots there, Buddy. I don't know if Buddy was taken out. I don't think he was. Spoofy Man.
Is Spoofy Man is there?
Spoofy Man has arrived at VWAP for 900 lots. Let's see if that guy comes back in again, but kind of never got printed and then kind of slams down off of that. So that's an interesting piece right there. Exactly, right there. Boom.
Oh, go.
That's a good one there.
We're back.
So that was an interesting piece of action that I happened to catch. Maybe I make a decision off of it, Sean. I have no idea.
All right, we got a big one right now to face slap. Finally, I mean, of course, as soon as we get stopped out of that piece that maybe you guys were all in with me there, I just said, you know what? Let's just see if 304 holds again. We got a little stubborn on it, but there goes Tesla Man right back in, and oh boy, OB. Wrong one. I hate this one. My bad. It was this one.
Nice. I like that one.
All right, $1.50 in the money now on this as it comes right back in. We just covered some of that right there again. Like couple shorts we just put on right there on Teslas. It's coming back in for us there again, and it was just like that was just getting bid up the whole time. And this is part of about sitting there and. Experience will go pretty far when it comes to day trading, and I think the advantage that I know you have as well as I do is the fact that I think we're probably both pretty good tape readers, and I mean just being able to sit here and watch the momentum there. It was kind of drying up there near the top side of this Tesla trade, and then I hit it, then I hit it again back down through 304. So just being able to watch it looked significantly different. Remember we were talking about Nvidia getting like meme crazy, it just goes and you can't stop it. That's kind of what this was, like right against us. It just started going, a little bit of a retracement, then boom. And then when the music stops is when this all happens. If we take this off, you'll be able to see a little bit here. If I take off these fills, one there and one there. Those are part fills. You can actually code part fills in there as well. But there it is, man. A little exhausted, and then right back in to there. So, I mean, you could trade support and resistance. Sometimes it's great. And right there, it does appear to work out for us one more time there on Tesla. And then just looking at this,
oh boy,
I'm going to have multiple minute charts up. Maybe we'll just have one just up of RSI right there. But there it is. It does get overbought right there. So you did have a little bit of a peak right there on the mountaintop.
Oh boy.
You a skier or?
Snowboard.
Snowboarder,
yep.
I think you told me that.
I like snowboarding. Tried skiing a couple times. I was like, yeah, not.
So now we're at the midline.
Not really for me.
Okay, OB.
But yeah, did you go skiing, snowboarding this year?
Me?
Let's go. Nice.
No, my son is into it. My son is into it right now. Yeah, we send him up. He goes up on a.
He's so cool, Sean.
He goes up on a. Oh shoot! dad from my baseball rep team. Coach, how are you? I'm doing good. How are you, my guy? Okay. So, all right, nice move down right now for Tesla. But no, my son. So, unfortunately, I have a reconstructed knee. We talked about that. I had an HTO, high tibia osteotomy, on the knee. And yeah, I don't think snowboarding or skiing would be very good for...
Tobogganing?
Tobogganing, yes. So it's fine. Yeah, we did some tobogganing.
Nice.
I had some videos up on that as well. So we don't mind some of that, but I wish snowboarding was a thing for me. But yeah, so I was just thinking about this. Did you get out this year?
No, unfortunately not. There were a couple.
You're a young, strapping individual. You should be out.
Couple of trips there. My siblings actually went up to. Was it Muskoka?
It is.
I think, they went up to Muskoka last weekend. They were like, "Oh, come along," and I was like, "It's earnings season," and then I kind of stayed.
So I have advice for you.
Yes.
Never do that again.
Why?
No, because time is too short.
Yeah,
you know how many earnings seasons there are every year?
4.
Okay. How many times do they invite you to go there?
Maybe like once a year.
Thank me later, my guy.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, right there. Let's go. Let's go.
Nice.
Right, not upside
right back
there. All right, $2 in the money. $3 in the money. We are $3 right now in the money. Where's my guy Ozan? It's a cash cow kind of a situation right now happening for us on Tesla. So there it goes, man. Boom goes the dynamite. Oh my God, Obi. The net has different figures in it now than it did before, as we've made back almost 3/4, basically. Like we were a problem right there. We're like Jake Paul, man. We were a problem child there for a minute. And then all of a sudden, we turn our frown upside down. I want to thank everybody for watching as this market is starting to come back in just a little bit right now. Bye-bye, Tesla. Let's see where that's going. SMCI going the other way. But again, we had 7% left of this name. We had got greedy on it, trying to wait for a little bit lower on SMCI. We should have absorbed that 50-period moving average. Let's put another bid here at 47 flat. Get out of another 2%. See if we can hold 5%. We're bidding 47.20s. Let's see if we can hold 5% into the close so we can make that new low right now. But again, getting out of some Tesla, man, we only have about 25% left. I'm going to bid out again right now. Just punch some out there, get some 60s, getting more and more out of this trade on Tesla. Look, do I think it's going to come back in? Yes, but what's the market doing? We just did a video on how our setups are. Leading indicators, man, this market. So you got to be watching out for that. I'm probably going to get rid of this 20-minute chart. I don't use it enough. And I'm going to think about putting a 1-minute chart maybe with some of this RSI on there and figuring that out right now. Send Tesla Model Y through the gates of hell. Where's the gates of hell?
You seen the new Tesla?
Los Polos Hermanos. Yeah, man. I mean, if that's going to be the new Tesla, do a better job, in my opinion. There's the gates of hell. I like it. It just looks a little bit more sleek.
Yeah, it's very.
I like it. I like it. I just wonder if they should have gone a little bit more dramatic. There it is, right?
Yeah, here's a few pictures of the new one here. Just a Google search. But I think it looks kind of cool. It looks kind of slightly lucid-y, the front end.
It does.
Actually,
it looks much nicer. I take that back. It looks much nicer than I thought before.
Look, you see that, just the kind of the bar in the front.
Type in ID Buzz.
Very much like that.
ID space B used as I want to show this. There it is.
Oh, 90,000. That's
what I'm saying. 90,000. That's how much it costs.
Yeah.
Short. All right. It's all electric vehicle.
Short Volkswagen right now.
There's the what I was talking about.
This actually looks really spacey. It's like a box.
Yeah.
It's like a camping box.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it seems like it's all the buzz right now.
7-seater or 6-seater there. He's on the far right. There's a little bit of a picture over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Camper.
Wait, take a look at that.
Interesting. Yeah, would you look at that? That's not bad.
Any scratches on that over there?
It's a $90,000 camping vehicle. It's not bad. Not too bad.
Elon is so mad at me right now, apparently.
Why is that?
I don't know. This guy's at me because I'm shorting it. What's up, the FUD farm? Hey, look, everybody in the chat, man, thank you so much. I mean, join it if you're not part of it. I don't know what we've got on the stream right now, but thank you to everybody for watching. I mean, here it is right now. My friends are giving me,
let's refresh that page and let's see.
Is this? I think this is probably right.
Throwing in the likes or what?
Is that right?
I don't think that's right. Let's refresh
probably
the page.
No, it's probably right. We didn't do the ask.
Right.
We didn't do the ask.
There's no way.
Yeah, 446.
Wow. How many people are watching?
5,100
people are watching.
Ramin, cut the stream. Honestly, we need to get. All right. See ya.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Do not bring it back. Cut the
I mean,
mic.
you got to see a little bit more than that.
All right, bring it back over there.
You got to get a little dark in there.
Yeah. We went dark mode on the charts there for a second.
Do you like dark or light mode?
I like light mode now that we're using them more.
Yeah.
But we were using, I was only ever using dark charts.
Yeah.
And then we had a little bit of a switch there.
I've been trained in the art of the dark charts.
Right. The art of dark magic.
Yes. There you go.
Darkness has taken over Trader TV Live. Tesla down 8 points.
Yeah, so nothing else crazy going on right now. 25 minutes left in the trading day, right? So again, we've got
bell will
some
toll.
eyes.
Is that what I just heard over there?
The bell will toll?
I think there's Undertaker has been risen.
Oh boy. Alphabet coming back, pulling back in aggressively here. Let's see what's going on here on the goggle.
Yeah, let me go log in over there so we're ready for the close, and then you take it over.
Yeah, so let's take a look at some of the stuff that is actually moving around going into the close. It would seem that Google with the strong sell coming right back in. I was looking for that 175 earlier on in the day, and we get a bit of a lick grab of that 175, trend breaks, and we get that reversion along with the market. But take a look at this, a little bit of a distinctly different action here, selling off a lot more aggressively relative to any of the other Mag 7 names here. You can see the NASDAQ also pulling back in below that 21,200 that we were talking about earlier here. You can see that Microsoft as well, kind of still continuing to stay underneath VWAP, but again, relative aggressive selling on Google. You can see we can just go through all of them real quick. Meta holding its own as of right now. Nvidia as well holding its own, still consolidating above this VWAP in and around that $29 area, trading 28s right now. VWAP's 127, 127.60s. Tesla as well. We know we're watching this one, kind of a chop around this 300, so consolidating, pretty much a dead cat bounce on the day on top of this 300. So bigger picture, 300 test is happening currently right now on the intraday. Coming into the rest of the week, Tesla is definitely going to be interesting. Apple with a little bit of an accelerated pullback now as well. Again, oh boy, I was talking to Sean, that 250, I wish I was here at the desk for that 250 test. Look at that aggressive bid all the way up in the 250, breaks the trend at 249 halves, does not look back. Clean test, high of day, 250 O's are the highs right there. Beautiful reversion back into VWAP that was sitting at 147 halves. So yeah, you're getting at least a couple points off of that trend break happening. Not only is it a trend break, oh boy, that opening range high was 249.50s. So a 50-cent failure to follow through of that opening range high, plus a 250 pullback, plus back through yesterday's double top highs at 248, 249s. Oh boy, how much more confluence will this Apple have? I have no idea. I'm done talking about this one. A lot of great opportunities in this market. We've talked about Amazon as well. Amazon very, very strong on the day. So this is what I mean. We've just gone through all of the Mag 7 and Google looking distinctly different from the rest of them, kind of retracing back towards its range lows here. 174.70s is the day low on Google. So yeah, maybe something there. That's, again, I'll watch this one once again. Yesterday, Google was very strong into the close as well, into the imbalances. So maybe we'll see more of the same. Maybe there's more sellers that need to deal with some business going into the close on Google today. So that one is definitely going to be on watch, along with Tesla, along with Amazon. Bitcoin didn't really do that much of a reversion on the day. We got some pops, but you can see bigger picture. We've kind of held below this 90,000, made lows at 85.8, and yeah, kind of can't really get back above VWAP. Now again, this is a 3-minute chart, not really giving us too much information. Remember, this asset trades 24/7, so I don't know how good a 3-minute chart would do in this scenario. But let's go up a higher time frame here. Looking at the hourly, we've been holding trend since we've sold off of this 99.5 top that happened again on the 21st of February there. So just a couple days ago, you can see we've been struggling to hold highs into that 100,000 mark, making incremental lower lows and lower highs as well. Yeah, 300 coming back in on Tesla. Nice trade there, Sean. A bit of a reversion happening in on Tesla. That 300 price, man. I think it keeps on.
About trading now.
I mean, yeah. Sometimes if you that's the thing about mean reversion. If you think that the probability of testing a certain price is very high, like it's like you got to do exactly kind of what you're doing. Be willing to sell a bunch of prices for the mean reversion into 300. It's like it's going to chop around 300. It's a bigger picture kind of a level on the higher time frame. And
chart?
I think if we can go to the chart, there, 300. The other one. Here on
my chart.
Sean's screen. Yeah,
there it is. We'll take a little bit of a cover right there. And by the way, I just want to bring it to everyone's attention too. SMCI making that move. I will take advantage of this. I apologize. Were we supposed to go to Adair there? And let's go.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
I'm looking here for SMCI news. I was trying to see if they had their number out yet. I'm not seeing anything. By number, I mean their file. But we have so many Jensen Huang related graphics that I've been putting out here for TTV Research ahead of the Jensanity that is going to be earnings day one here for Nvidia. They're going to report after the bell tomorrow. Check out that. I believe it's going to be another earnings party style with myself, Sharif, and Sean. It'll be someone after the bell tomorrow. So this is Nvidia's revenue growth. It's been pretty parabolic here, especially if you look at 2022, 2023, pretty stagnant. Then we get this pop for 24. Nvidia is currently finishing up fiscal 2025. So we actually have the entirety of this 2024. The report we get tomorrow is going to be Q4 25. So let's see what Nvidia gives us, what their guidance is, and most importantly, how the market reacts, because we don't know if we're going to be long on Huang until tomorrow after the bell. Back to you.
Okay, I see you, Adara. Even
I can't take it. Jensanity, long on.
I was saying this in the chat earlier. She's pun stoppable. You know.
Yeah, that was a good one too. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean the challenge still stands. You know. Oh boy, there's my alarms. Imbalances. Yo, bro, imbalances.
Bro, there's imbalances.
Bro, imbalances.
Pay attention.
Imbalances, bro.
All right. Let's get some props up there. There, props up.
Hey.
There it is, man. $3 in the money right now on that. $3 and $2 in the money on this. And this was reloaded, right? I mean, you guys could have reloaded this right there at VWAP. We talked about how much we like that trade. We are enthralled with what was been happening. Wow, what a difference this day makes, man. If you fast forward this to 9:55 or something, it was a much different day for your boy than what we're doing right now. Like, look, this is a banger trade, man. That's $2 in the money, man. Props up to anybody in the chat there. Thank you for sticking with me. And then this trade, again, this is what I said, this is the most frustrating part about trading. It's like you're short, you get stopped out there, and then you don't do this again, and then this happens. Well, we had something very, very similar. So sometimes, you know, you get lucky one way and unlucky the other way. And it's not about luck. You're the one hitting the buttons. But like there's that same stop out that basically we had in Tesla. There was just no continuation. Tesla did continue, gave me another opportunity. But that was, whoa. So right there, 108, like where we're short. And not only that, it's your number one trade idea today was Apple and AMD. Nailed Apple there at the end of it all. And AMD, the short was right there. We talked about it. And as soon as we got out, basically instantaneous, this is a 1 minute chart. We fell from 108.60 where we got out, and we were just using this stupid little wick right there, along with the pre-market high. As soon as that happened, it was about 5 minutes later, we were down $1, and then another 5 minutes later, we were down another $1. As the story continues. All right, Tesla, let's go. I did put a bid there near $3 bills. So of course that gets filled right there, Obi. Oh boy, we're doing something special right now. So let's see if this can get to the downside right now for Tesla. This is what the chart looks like. It is starting to bleed out right now. So again, a quick little hit there. We don't discuss share size. I had the same amount on both times. And I told you, we're not trying to trade this with huge trades, but with a huge amount of shares, but we are waiting for this. So Tesla, all of a sudden right now, we are up significantly more than we were before when we were right here. Now we take this profit. Remember how much we lost there, $1.15? So that does suck for sure. But the fact that you're in the money now $4, and even though we still have about 20% on, it's paying off, man. A $1 hit on 100% of it is roughly the same as still having 20% all the way on still down here for $4. So the math works out sort of. Plus, all these wins that we took out right there as well. So yeah, man, here we go. $4 right now in the money. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think Joe and Sharif are already in the club right now. But traders don't leave, man. I mean, they're gone. They're working out. They've done their job, I guess. But man, we stay here all day. You never know what's going to happen. There it goes to the downside. It's Tesla starting to make these moves back in. So there's 3 bills coming for TSLA. Let's break yourself. Let's go. There it is, man. It's a hot dog cannon of a trade right now. Get lower, man. My next bid is at $298.50. Let's see if we can get that. There it is, man. $4, $5. Let's see if we can get going to the downside for Tesla. And you asked me, what's good into the close, right? Remember you asked me that? And I said, we're doing Tesla. And there it goes, man. Nice move in. We definitely started stacking up our day right there. We want to thank everybody for yourself for this trade as well. And thank everybody for coming through and watching us here every single day, because it doesn't matter, man. We're trying to be the realist out here. I've got Obi right now, an absolutely amazing trader right beside me. And yeah, we're putting up the numbers one more time here today. So yeah, so far so good. Look at this, man. Look at this. We take a look at that. I mean, we still have, this is another benefit of using more shares, is the fact that you can layer them out.
Yeah.
And, you know, you don't have like one hit there. You don't have one lot left or anything like that. Boom! This is a good one right here to end the day.
Man. Like we talk about looking at Tesla going into the close. I think this could have, I mean, this sellers are definitely dominant on the
Sorry
day.
about all the emotion, by the way, everybody. I apologize for the emotion.
Right now. As long as you're making good decisions. You can
No, but I'm saying the emotion doesn't affect.
Yeah.
We're just celebrating for the show. I mean, honestly, like sitting here and trading this, I mean, it's a great trade, fine. It's nice to celebrate your wins. We talk about that all the time.
Definitely.
But my emotions were not out of control as we're taking these trades. It's very, 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 very different beast altogether. As we, whoa, big lot there.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, see ya.
Bids are getting hit.
Boom, there it is. We get that $5
Boom.
right there. We props it up. They're on Tesla. Drop that, Elon. Let's go. Stop worrying about the Doge, man. Worry about your own company. Here we go to the downside right now. It's a big one coming through for Tesla. So there it is, man. I hope everybody was able to hit that. Oh, man. Oh, boy.
See, it's coming in for that low day, man. So, yeah, I think it's a good one to watch. Again, only about 3 minutes left now for these imbalances to hit. And I was like, yeah, 300, bit of a key level there on a higher time frame, potentially on Tesla. Let's see if we can, let's see what we do with it going into the rest of the week. We saw what the weekly looks like on this ticker. Here, we can take a look at it once again right before some of these imbalances come out. Look, yeah, so we've been kind of pulling back aggressively, we did break out of this earlier on last year. This was a beautiful breakout when we reclaimed 200, pushed past 240s, 250s, and then, yeah, all the way up to 488.54s on the intraday here. But yeah, taking a little bit of a breather, pulling back aggressively. Again, this is the weekly chart. We've been selling off of those highs for quite some time, extending a little bit lower. But this is why I think 300 is a little bit important. Prior kind of levels here at that 294, 290s, 300s, 270s, 273s as well. So I think if we can get below 300, the rest of those prices are definitely fair game if we have continuation on this ticker. So yeah, I think Tesla, again, poised for a lot more great opportunities in the coming weeks. I definitely think so, as it steps down off of its highs here. But yeah, market tailwind definitely giving it a bit of a push as well. We know the market's been selling off, like we've been saying over and over again, I guess, for the past couple of weeks, right? Aggressive selling coming in, especially last Friday. That was absolutely wild. Maybe we'll get some more this Friday.
We called this whole move, my guy. We're now $5 there. We're $2 in the money on SMCI. Someone in the chat wanted to know, I don't know, blood pressure. I have my
Amazon above day high.
Heart rate right now.
Or pre-market.
62 beats.
Okay.
And that's what it was.
Let's see what I'm at.
14 minutes ago. Right now it's 64 beats, and we have well, you can't see it, but anyways, on the watch right there, it's fine. I mean, this is what we do.
Oh boy,
oh boy.
I got like 70s.
In the 70s?
Maybe I am a little too excited.
Okay.
Yeah.
Calm down.
I gotta do some breathing exercise. I gotta come down into the 60s.
Obi.
Look, yeah.
Calm down.
I will.
Okay. All right, minutes away. No, man, and again, let's go. Just nailed it right there on the show. I mean, you know, we gotta. It's part of it. Part of it is the show, right? I mean, we're being excited. We're trying to show you guys. I mean, many people. I get so many emails and all that kind of stuff saying we love the excitement, we love the energy, we love what you guys are doing over here at Trader TV Live. I feel like I am one and only. You are as well, Neil. We all have our own personalities. So, all right, and you know, pick your poison. You don't like it, send your complaints to Trader TV Live, and we'll figure that out. Marketing at Trader.
If you like
TV.
it as well, send that in.
We'll send everything. Marketing at
Let us know what you
TraderTV.live,
think.
whatever you want to do. All right, 2 and 1.
Boom, imbalances. Where
All
we're
right,
at,
not
what are we
much
doing?
actually. All right, plug Intel with a sell, Google with a sell, Tesla. Shit, of course Tesla comes with a buy right there. So we're going to punch something out. Look at Tesla. Look at Tesla's instant move to the upside. Come on, everything's a sell there, but we got a Tesla bid. We got Tesla bid. That's okay. We're almost out of it all. So we talked about having 20% left. We took 2 more outs down there. We have 10%. It's a little bit more, maybe 12% left of this Tesla trade. I just bid $300.20. We'll see if that comes through as well. Is there anything on here that's on the bid? Okay, so Apple right there. Caught a bid, but not much. Intel was a name you were looking at. That's hitting that $23 mark one more time right there. Apple, we could take advantage of that. Maybe we can do it. Wow, SMCI right now. See ya. This is exactly what we wanted. Too much emotion. Look at this move right there for SMCI all the way back in. I mean, who's doing this? Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not here when Neil, whatever. Nice move down here for SMCI, man. We're in the building one more time. There's the trade that we talked about, and so far so good. So, man, we're good. There it goes. Look at that SMCI. We good, baby, on that trade. Nice move to the downside now for Super Micro. See you later. This is honestly, what a great. I just hope everyone's enjoying the show, man. And we put a lot of work and effort into this. And not only we had some great conversations today. We talked about what's for dinner. We talked about all that stuff. Meanwhile, we're just putting up digits right in front of you all the time. So, shout out to all the real traders out there. You guys know who I am. I hope, and hopefully we know who you are. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and let's go over to A.
So to give you guys a recap with regards to SMCI, I am not seeing that they have, as of yet, filed their report, which is due today. We know with B. Riley, they filed theirs with about an hour before the close, but we have now about less than 10 minutes before the close. So we have yet to see if SMCI is going to meet this delisting deadline. They've already had their deadline extended. So this is actually their extended deadline here, February 25th, 2025. And it's worth noting some of the other things that were required of them as of that internal audit they had, they actually didn't fall through with. So they were supposed to appoint a new CFO, a new chief compliance officer, and new general counsel, and they have appointed none of those roles. Their CFO that was recommended to be replaced is still there as of December. So it is worth knowing they've not really necessarily complied with all of these things. We have yet to see if they have that filing on time, but we did have their CEO, Charles Liang, saying at their last report that they're confident they're going to get the reported on time. I just want to give you guys an update on that and the implications of this lack of report. Back to you.
Visadera.
Thank you very much. I'm kind of looking at some of these imbalances. Some of them a little lackluster. Plug power there, a little bit high on the NASDAQ imbalances there. So let's take a quick look at that one, see what that one is up to. I have about a sell imbalance of about 2 million.
Yeah, I saw that
here on Plug Power. But again, this ticker not that crazy in terms of amount of money there. 2 million shares worth at $1.58. That's a little lackluster there. So that was Plug. Intel's up there as well. Oh boy. Okay, so Intel with the sell. So that's interesting. Intel kind of rejected off of its VWAP. I kind of missed that reload here at the
SMCI is a monster, dude.
SMCI is going? Oh boy.
It's not even worth this.
Buy the dip? I don't know. We'll have to see how that report comes
Guys,
in.
SMCI is $4 in the money.
Cracking.
And it's not even like we're trying to play around with this trade. Like, we talked about this trade and where we thought this was possibly going, and it happened. It happened, right? I mean, it is like, this is what trading's about. We sit here, we talk about it. Leaving your desk, not missing opportunities. I mean, this is what it's all about. Sitting here and making trades like this. You know, SMCI at the beginning of the day was up. All right? Now you're down 15%. I thought this was a relatively easy play because you know what the stop order was on this, Obi? We talked about it, so maybe people know, maybe people don't know. This was 16 cents worth of a stop order, now in the money $4. So, I mean, it's going to work out for us. All right, at the end of the day, we still look over here and we say, what's up with that? And we look to see what's going on with these imbalances because we could get a little bit of a flipped up action happening right now because at 355, we could go the other way. We did get a little bit out there on Tesla. I'm not worried at all all. We've got 99 problems, and right now with Tesla, that's not one of them, man. SMCI is the downside. I got to worry about those wings tonight, as we're really excited for that. With only 10 seconds left, this energy is about to stop and move over to another desk, because when that happens, then we're going to do the market recap show. Man, they're working us like dogs around here. Okay, here we go, 355, so it's in right now. It doesn't look like Tesla reversed at all, because it's still going to the upside right now. So 302 and change right now. Tesla's starting to moon a bit, as we're just going to start to cover all of our positions. So you don't have anything on there, talk for a couple minutes. I'm going to start to cover some of this, and then we'll figure it out after that.
Yeah, no, again, I'm watching Intel. Intel has a strong sell imbalance into the close. We cracked below that 23 once again, and now that we have a bit of a size on the offer there, 22.97s right here, 96 is now size stepping down, but it seems like there's a bit of a bid now catching it there. I'm just underneath that 23 mark, but yeah, you can see right here, I can bring in my imbalance locator. You can see that sell. This was a little bit bigger before, about 2 million, and half of it, roughly just over half of it paired there. There it is, 900K to sell going into the close, and a little bit of a selling pressure coming in here on Intel going into the close as well, breaking that $23 mark. Tesla, what are you up to? Tesla's 303s as of right now, so didn't really get that quadunk I was looking for there on Tesla. SMCI coming right back in, 45s, trading back above 45s here on SMCI, so a strong little push on that pair. Again, it is 56 now. Oh boy. Yeah, some of these imbalances getting paired off, and not really much else left. TLT, oh boy.
Oh boy. The treasury.
So I messaged Wayne about this one last night. I was like, yo, TLT is looking solid.
Is it?
I'm not a bond trader, but you know, chart's a chart, right, Sean?
That's what I said.
So I was looking at TLT, and I'm like, yeah, if we can get above 90 going into today, I think I like the trade for continuation. And we know TLT trades a decent amount of volume here. 40 million traded on the day today, doing some relative volume. In the pre-market session, you can see about 4 times the relative volume as we step up above some of these prior highs. And look at this continuation, man. VWAP respect. What a beautiful respect of that VWAP. Every time we pull in, buying comes right back in for that continuation. Now we're closing near the highs here on TLT. Again, these are the 20-year Treasury bond ETF. The ETF is TLT. So yeah, maybe we'll look for some more continuation. I don't know. I know a lot of people get into into the complexities of bonds. I have no clue. I have no idea. I have no knowledge of those things. But I like when chart breakout. That's about as simple as how I like to perceive it there. And yeah, some strong buying and continuation on TLT happening on the day there today. So yeah, nothing too crazy. Imbalances, yeah, there was some strong moves there on SMCI, but that kind of gave most of it back right there. I see that you took a decent. Oh no, that's
no, we're out. We got out of everything, man. I mean, SMCI, we didn't have anything left really. SMCI bled to the bottom there. I mean, we were like, what? And then Adair was like, there really wasn't anything out there. So we just covered. It was an absolutely banger there. We only have, we have 2 red names today, man. We'll have AMD and we'll have Tesla. And I mean, the Tesla, we are still red on this name. And it's, it was very similar. Like we took a $2 or $3 hit. It's just that we had more shares. We were playing with a little bit more shares there around 10 o'clock. I prefer that. But again, I think that's one thing that Obi and I sat here, and it was just before we went on air. It was like trading the close and trading the afternoon session is much different than trading the open. And so I need to figure out a little bit more strategy and whatnot to trade said spots. But yeah, man, what a wild one, man. What a wild one today. As we'll go out. We did get out of some Apple there as well, as that just spiked all the way back up. So this was a really good one, man. Intuit, Caesars, man, Workday, Axon coming out as well. They're the guys that with the tasers and whatnot coming out right after the close. So, all right, I'm going to get over there, get ready to rock and roll. We're going to log in over there as Tesla coming back into 302 one more time, SMCI 45. We'll see what's going on. Obi, thank you so much for a great day.
Thank you.
We'll check you tomorrow. I mean,
yes, sir.
I hope you're here, but I also hope Neil's here,
Yes.
and I hope he's feeling a lot better. So shout out to Neil. If you are watching, get back here ASAP and get healthy again.
Yeah, Neil's off tomorrow. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Like a booked day off or?
He's booked day off.
Oh, booked day off. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm covering the Nvidia. Okay, so Obi, I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, ciao, everybody.
So yeah, just kind of watching some of these tickers here going into the close. Tesla, nothing too crazy. Only about 10 seconds left. I got to reach for that countdown timer here. But yeah, no, thank you all for joining us today. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Don't forget, we are sponsored by Origenics, transforming concussion care with innovative intranasal delivery technology. But what a crazy day here, right? Off of the open, we get that strong continuation. We've been seeing some strong selling across the board, not just on tech names, but multiple names, a lot of thematic names, a lot of other sectors, but we're also catching a bid. If you look at staples, if you look at XLP, if you look at Coke, Pepsi, J&J, Philip Morris, some of the healthcare stocks today caught a bid there. We were looking at the sector map a little earlier today. And so it's not selling everywhere. Money's definitely moving around a little bit. And it's very obvious what's getting sold and what's getting bought up on the short term at the very least here. But some solid trading here today. Some good opportunities, some missed opportunities. Today I traded HIMS, Intel, and Tesla. All of them were relatively okay. Can definitely have some room for improvement, but we can talk more about that a little bit later. I'll see you guys tomorrow. They are ready for you guys at the big desk. We got Sean and Adara with the market recap. Don't go anywhere. We got some earnings coming up. Yeah.
What's up, everybody? Thank you so much. Am I muted? I probably am not. Okay, good. So far, so good. All right, man, we are ready to go, man. Everything's coming out right now as we speak, man. We just had Caesars come out as well. Caesars not doing too much. We'll watch it. This is a 1-minute chart. We're going to show you everything we can as we go. I just heard something about FSLR. We'll see if that's coming out. Not out yet. We did have Intuit. That would be the only number so far, I believe, Adara.
We have Intuit.
Yeah, there's a nice move there for Intuit. So Intuit up 555, up to 565 and change right now for Intuit. The move that we are looking for here was EPS of 258, revenue of 383, move right now just 6%. So we're going to have to wait to see what's happening with Intuit. But again, thank you so much for joining us today. As more and more names start to come out, we'll get them to you. Do you have Intuit?
Yeah, Intuit was really good here. So 3.96 bill versus 3.83 bill expected for revenue. That would be a beat. And you also have this adjusted earnings of $3.32 per share, well above estimates of $2.58. Q3 revenue guidance here coming in at 7.55 bill to 7.6 bill. That's going to be well above estimates of 7.51 bill. Their EPS guide, though, for Q3 actually missed estimates. So Intuit, just to clarify, EPS and revenue beat for the current quarter. For next quarter, though, their guidance a little bit weaker than expected for EPS, so their revenue guidance was a beat. FSLR, I believe, might be out. Axon definitely is out. So AXON here. It's a bit more of an expensive name. The revenue grew apparently by 33%. Also, guys, people asking about the SMCI 10K. I told Sean I will scream the second I see it. If you have not heard from me, I do not have it. Also, Tesla now below $1 trillion after the sell-off, which I think is pretty interesting here too. Pretty yucky day for a lot of stocks. I am still watching here, though, for earnings.
Okay, great. Yeah, let's keep them going, man. Workday apparently is out as well. We do have the chat. Whoa, Workday, hello. Nice little move there for W Day. Again, Workday, right? I mean, implied move 8%, EPS 178 I'm looking for, and 218 on the number for the revenue, but a nice little move up right there. What does this look like on the daily? So you're all the way up here right now at 273 for Workday. Not really taking out the highs. Watch out for 280, 281 or so on the top side, but right now Workday, a nice little move up. Implied move on earnings right there, 8%. They're out right now. Looks like they're reporting, we'll get the number, $1.92 versus 178. So $1.92 versus 178. Looks like a beat right there. AXON, we just had that a little bit. Nice little beat here as well as Axon, tasers, I think cameras, and so on and so forth for police as well. So nice move to the upside there. You see uranium down 1.87%. You're looking at me, what you got?
I am. I have earnings, but I do want to mention here too, Donald Trump just signed an executive order that could have some implications for tomorrow. He signed an executive order to impose price transparency on healthcare costs. So keep an eye on any of these healthcare-related names tomorrow, especially maybe some of these insurance names. We know UNH got hit today, though it recovered really beautifully. They made back pretty much everything it lost. But keep an eye here on these healthcare names. Donald Trump signing a related executive order. Also here, keep an eye on WDAY. You mentioned that EPS beat. They beat on revenue as well from what I'm seeing. So I'm seeing they report revenue of 2.21 bill versus 2.18 expected. What are you seeing?
Bear of Maple here, not the greatest now. Instacart, nice little downside move right now, down to 44 right now, $44 for Instacart. A nice little move to the downside. I guess we're not ordering enough
I don't have those numbers.
right now. So Adair's looking. We'll get that soon. Breaking through the 50 period moving average right now. Maple Bear, Instacart, a nice little move to the downside right now. They're getting hit as we go as well. So there it is, a nice move to the downside there for Cart. But it's had a nice move up. And then just yesterday and today, nice little cover up. Back in 2 weeks, now down to the 50 period moving average. We'll find out what's going on with Cart right now. Many names coming out, man. We still wait for First Solar. I think that's going to be the bigger one. We are hoping for this to come out at 4 o'clock. It doesn't look like it's out yet for Solar. Maybe we just might have got a move right there. I do want to show you. I am waiting for. There it is right there. First Solar and Talon Power into some sort of an agreement right there for First Solar. So that news coming out. I'm not sure there's earnings yet.
I have earnings.
Oh, you do have earnings now. There's Axon as well. So we want to thank you, Benzinga Pro, for that as well. So it looks like First Solar going to the downside. What do the numbers look like?
Yeah, so they did earnings of $4. Okay, we were looking for earnings of $4.64 per share. They reported 3.65 per share, so that would be a miss. But again, sometimes the numbers that we see for estimates are not always the same as the numbers that end up being run with. We know that that's a thing, so just be aware of that. In terms of their sales here, net sales of $4.2 billion. Okay, so $1.5 billion for the quarter. That is above estimates of $1.47 billion. So it looks like they did beat EPS estimates, and they beat on sales, they missed on EPS, and that is the number we are in fact getting here, guys. So I always like to wait till we have the official Benzinga number, because sometimes the estimates I'm seeing are different from the ones that we go with. But they did miss on EPS, as I suggested, and they beat on sales. So between Lucid just came out here, Sean, and I have those numbers for us. So Lucid basically beating actually here with a net loss of $397.2 million. So you might think that's not great, but it's well better than the expected loss of $716 million. So they almost cut that in half from what we were expecting. Revenue, $234.5 mil. That is also above $214.2 mil expected. Good look here for Lucid, other than their operating loss actually widened a little bit here.
All right, there goes, man, up to $3 right now for Lucid. I mean, nice move up. I mean, 22% short flow right now for Lucid. So that's what it looks like right now on the chart as you're starting to get back upside right now. We just took out $3. So you're only back to where we were 2 days ago, but still not bad. We'll see what happens here with Lucid. I would say fade it. But there's a nice little move upside. I did say we'd look at some live level 2. So let me see what Lucid looks like here. Live on a level 2 right now. So not crazy or anything like that. This is what Lucid looks like. Quick little look on SMCI here in the after hours. Not much going on. Let me have a quick look at TSLA at the end of the day. Wow, 304. Bang, nice move back up there to the upside there for Tesla. AXON, a name that people keep on talking about. Nice move up there for them as well. I just heard something was moving back up to the upside. Was that INTU battling back a little bit? Yeah, there it is. So INTU didn't battle back at all. It's just a nice little upside move up to 573 right now. Yeah. There's really nothing missing. We had Instacart that was downside, right? So that's going to be a miss. That looks like that's going to slip up about 10% there for Instacart. Workday was another one.
We have SSLR guidance.
We have which?
First Solar guidance.
Oh, First Solar guidance. Okay, so let's have a quick look at First Solar right now. All right, so this was one of the ones that I thought was like into it there. So a nice pop up there on First Solar. They got that little deal. Adair just sort of busted through it. But now coming back into the downside. First Solar, again, if you're a technician, we're going to have Brian Shannon on pretty soon. And he's great, obviously, at reading these charts. He's going to tell us not to catch this falling knife. But right now, First Solar, huge move to the downside. It doesn't look like it wants to stop right now, down into 140, bringing us right back into some of these levels. What does it look like on a weekly here, just quickly, for First Solar? So, wow, right into the 200 period moving average now for First Solar. Yeah, it doesn't hold this 130. You have a problem for First Solar. So not looking the greatest there for FSLR. We'll go back to a chart for this on the daily. Yeah, not great. But what was going on with First Solar's guidance?
So the guidance is kind of mixed here for sales. They're seeing net sales between 5.3 and 5.8 bill. Analysts are looking for 5.51 bill. So it's pretty much in line. Their earnings, they are guiding $17 to $20 per share for 2025. I'm not seeing how that compares to estimates. But speaking of technicals, I want to pull up Intuit's chart because, Sean, with this pop up here, if we could hold this would break. This is a crazy long downtrend. This is a downtrend in the 15-minute chart we've been in for more than 2 months. we really kicked this off here on mid-December. So I want to see what we do here, this FSLR. Because Sean, if we pop up and we stay above this level, we could be breaking a multi-month downtrend for Intuit.
Yeah, I really like it. Intuit for solar.
Intuit.
And
it's like $500, so you know I'm watching that one.
Yeah, you'll like that little spready one. Yeah, congratulations. You got another good day, right?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, all right, bang. All right, so we'll, Kava right now looks like it's out as well. Kava with a nice little move here. We talked about that a little bit on the 1-minute chart. Goes out at the end of the day at $99. Not a huge move, man. I had written down here for Kava, the expected revenue, EPS story, 0.06 cents. Right now with an implied move of 13%. Okay, there it is. Now Kava's coming out. It's going the other way, so my bad. Someone was teasing this all the way up there into 104, and then you just saw that live right now. Kava must be out, coming out right now. Kava, nice little downside move. They are now out, so we'll go through that, and Daryl will get that to you. Yeah, no worries. As soon as you get that right now, Kava, nice little downside move right there. So we are starting to bleed out on that name as well. AXON, a move. Nice upside move for Axon. That's happening as well. Intuit. Upside, Kava, Workday. I'm just trying to run through a lot of these names as we get going there. What did HIMS do at the end of the day? Up to $40. We'll get that. Yeah, man, we are waiting for AMC. Good one there. The world's largest. Okay, Kava's was 66 cents. I'm just hearing that in my ear right now. World's largest movie chain, theater chain, right there. 66 cents on Kava. What were we expected there? We were expecting 6 cents, so that seems a little bit off. But right now, Kava with a downside move. Figure out what's going on, man. We really broke that 200 period right now, and not too much support coming for Kava, down to $90. SMCI, isn't this their last day? So, I mean, if we
apparently it's 5:30, that's their deadline. No, SMCI, they'll come out at 5:28. And I'm not trying to be glib about this. I do not want anyone to lose money, but we have to be realistic about the fact that this company is in trouble. And as I mentioned before the close, all of these stipulations that they said they'd meet from their internal audit, including like replacing a whole bunch of their executives, that doesn't happen. The CFO that led to this whole disaster, he's still chilling.
I know, and it was like one board member that apparently went through all of their reports. And was like, yeah, we're good. We're going to file. Okay, we'll wait for that one. Look, man, I was always skeptical of Lucid. It does make that move back up to $3, and right there, here it comes right back in again for LCID. So what goes up might come back down there for Lucid. Is this having any effect on Rivian? I wouldn't think so, no. So, and of course, we talked about what Tesla had doing for the day so far there today. What are we showing there? Is that my seat, or is that Obi, or there it is. That's Adara and myself. So thank you. As we get that all figured out. So yeah, SMCI right there, KK as well as yourself in the chat talking about possibly 530 for SMCI. Okay, I mean, look, today started off very, very interesting. If we're gonna look at the Qs, I mean, Camping World's now reporting as well. Let me just go, you like camping?
I don't have any particular opinions on camping. I was a Girl Scout when I was a kid, so I do a lot of that. But yeah, I mean, like, do I have any?
I was a scout leader. Yeah, both my kids did Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts.
I was not really a Girl Guides type individual. I don't know. I like doing my own thing, so that's like really not, the whole like you have to wear a uniform and everything. But anyways, that's the extent to which I have camped, which is to say not very much. But I liked when you got to like make the little brownies out of oranges or whatever. Anyways, I have Kava earnings though too. Speaking of earnings, like all the numbers. Sure. So you said 60 cents per share for EPS. I suspect that was their unadjusted number because their adjusted number actually was a miss, Sean. As you said, it sounded a little shady. So we did have 5 cents per share, not 60, versus estimates of 6 cents. And it's so confusing because they'll always read the non-adjusted number, and then I'm like, which one are we supposed to use? But regardless, the adjusted number, the one that we go with, they did in fact miss estimates. Sales, though, for Kava were a little bit of a beat. 221.1 mil versus 223.636 mil. So Kava, EPS miss, sales beat, and they're guiding same-store restaurant growth for 2025 about 6 to 8%. So not bad. I'm not seeing how that growth estimate compares to what we were looking for. But I mean, Sean, we're talking here. Tomorrow, though, is going to be the real earnings winner. That is going to be our pal, Nvidia. Also, our other pal, Snowflake and Sierra.
You just said earnings winner.
I mean, like excitement. I don't mean they're going to win. I don't mean they're going to beat earnings. Because I think with Nvidia, if you miss on any metric by a hair, I think RIP. I think that green in that logo goes to red. But I think it'll be the name we're looking for, and I think that's
5,000 of you joining us right now. That'll be double or triple tomorrow. Join us for the watch party tomorrow, as it will be Nvidia time. All right, so yeah, Kav, a nice little move there. Shout out to Chef Joe. What's up, my guy? He said that there's a new CEO change for Lucid, so maybe that probably true. I mean, Chef Joe wouldn't be putting that in there. And again, I like CEO changes. You can see though it's not really affecting the stock at all. Yeah, okay, so that's a good move there. All right, let's go over the cues right now. I mean, what a tumultuous day it was for the NASDAQ. I mean, the NASDAQ started today selling off aggressively when we had a lower than expected consumer confidence number that hit us at 10 o'clock, and then it was like, see ya, down to the downside as that came in 4.8%. As opposed to 4.2% for January, so that's not really great right there. Tesla and Nvidia were both weak today, which when you get those names pretty weak, it's not that they're going to lead the market or anything like that, but ahead of earnings tomorrow, Nvidia down that 2.6% and really sort of started us off sour, right? The market sort of came back in, battled back, bounced off the 200 period right there, Nvidia, to close not near the end of the day, but it's I cannot believe this trade that we had right there. We had that short, stopped out, AMD going out near the close at the low of the day as well. What are we going to do tomorrow when AMD breaks $100? You could come in tomorrow morning. If people are nervous about about Nvidia, what's going to happen with this name? You also have stocks like Micron continuously downside as well, down below 90, below $100, down into $93. So there goes Micron to the downside. You did have UNH, right? Now, Senator Grassley came through right there in the middle of the day and wanted to investigate some of their business practices and whatnot. But I guess investigation, either he got lazy and he stopped it or what, but I don't know what happened. Huge move to the downside. Algos picked it back up and pretended like he didn't say anything, and we made that all the way back. So great opportunity there if you were trying to bottom pick a little bit there on Nvidia. Of course, AMC is now out, so I'm going to drop this into what? Okay.
Oh boy.
I went to the theaters on one of the weekend days, the Sunday night or something like that.
I haven't been to the theater in years. I just realized.
Yeah, a lot of fun. I like going, man. I go with the kids there. We take them out just to see some videos. I like to see the bigger thematic ones. Like obviously we saw the new Marvel there with Captain America. I think that was Brave New World. That was a pretty good one. I thought it was pretty good. Lots of action there. But there it is, man. AMC to the upside. And we've talked about this with many, many traders live on the show. I mean, our good friend Brian Shannon probably has thoughts about AMC, but again,
I have the numbers.
Yeah, AMD is advanced money destroyer, so this is maybe advanced money collector, and it's kind of the same way. It's collected a lot of revenue from traders. It had a nice little stop and go spot here at $5, but we revisited that back in December, and then whoops, now to the downside goes AMC, but we're getting a little bit of a rally back there today, up to 350 here for AMC. So once you have those numbers, give them to us, because right now AMC, Adair's just going. Okay, she's going over the numbers right now. So whenever you're ready, we can talk about it right now. So here's AMC.
Revenue 1.306 bill. That is, I'm not seeing what it compares to their estimates, but it is above last year's 1.104 bill. It's also above the estimates I have here. So it looks like AMC may have beat revenue estimates. They lost slightly less money than expected, or than they lost last year, so that's good. So larger revenue than last year, losing less than they did last year as well. Let me see if we have this EPS here to take a look for that. But their net cash for operating activities was actually up on a year-over-year basis. Free cash flow also up compared to a loss last year. Cash and equivalents by the end of the year, 632.3 mil, so 632 million. And I want to see if we can find these losses per share. But either way, they certainly did beat. It looks like they beat here in revenue compared to the estimates that I am seeing. I am still not seeing this loss per share. Okay, I diluted loss per share. Looks like 35 cents. So that would be above estimates of 16-cent loss. Looks like they lost more than expected. Again, though, I don't like to comment on the estimates till I see the picture that we're going with from Benzinga.
Right. We're going to call on Brian in just a couple of seconds. Look at this. Fear and greed index right now. You can find this all over the place. Takes in consideration some of the options and whatnot in the market movement and market sort of the way we're feeling there. And you can see right here, extreme fear right now in the market. I do want to ask, the reason I came over here is I tweeted something that Brian, what's up, Michael Saylor right there? This guy's going to have to raise some more capital. I don't know if Brian saw this. This is from Michael Saylor himself. I guess he's just sort of mocking himself. What am I going to do? I need to find another job. You may have to one day, my guy. And here's what Brian did. I want to talk to him about this. There is no such thing as down too much if there are still sellers. Let's bring him in and find out what he meant by that. It's Brian Shannon. All All right, Brian, how are you doing on this fine Tuesday?
Doing well. I did see that. That was pretty funny of Michael Saylor.
Yeah.
You know what I looked up? The average cost of Bitcoin for them is $66,800 or so. So they're not really that far in the money. I mean, for as long as they've been holding it, not ripping on it, but it's not as massive a trade, I think, as people think it is in terms of profitability.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because someone in our chat thought it was in the 30s, but obviously you've vetted that number. So 66,000, very, very interesting. I actually have a chart up right now. Why don't we start with Bitcoin? You had tweeted something out actually, I believe it was yesterday, that we weren't looking great here, nervous hands possibly in crypto. And then all of a sudden we get that move down. If you come over here, Ramin, and we'll just quickly show this chart. There's Bitcoin. I'm not sure if you were talking about this sort of ledge here of 93, 94,000, but we had lost some of these. We are now trying to make, I don't know, going back into here into November, some post-election, like day after kind of stuff. We're right back into these levels right now on BTC. What are we doing with this? Is it enough to get traders out? What are we thinking? Are there levels that we can rebuy? Or are we not catching this, man? This is some of the two biggest back-to-back. Like, you get a little bit back-to-back flushes here, but that's nice. Now breaking through some levels. What are we thinking here about Bitcoin moving forward?
You know, I had been talking about the anchored volume weighted average price from the election, and that's what that ledge was. It had been hanging on the anchor from the election, just hitting it for the last 2-3 months, really, with lower highs coming in. So I did get short it yesterday, and actually it's interesting, Sean, I got long the S-bit, which, as you know, I'm not a fan of those ETFs, but the good news is now that with 24 hours trading over at Thinkorswim, you don't have to worry about getting locked into it. That you can take advantage of some of the overnight activity. So anyways, I started nibbling. I've got an average cost of 89 right now, so I'm down on that a little bit. I'm really hoping we come down to the anchor from the August low, which would put us down at about 81.5. I think that would be a really nice flush, and I think that's the place where you want to look to probably get more aggressive.
Brian, I just wanted to let you know, I think the share screen is on a tab or something of yours, so we weren't able to see anything right there. Maybe there's something that you notice right. Oh, you just weren't showing it. You just weren't sharing, I believe.
I wasn't sharing the Bitcoin. I'm sorry. Yeah, because I don't get the, for this is the futures and you don't get.
Okay, no problem.
I was looking at a different screen.
Yeah, no problem. I just want to make sure that we were on the same page with that.
Okay.
Okay, so again, so what we talked about today was there's no, and we just talked about if anyone's joining us here right now, I want to talk about this tweet. There's no such thing as down too much if there are still sellers. So 15 comments as well. So a great little tweet there. I want to make sure everyone follows you at Alpha Trends. But I don't know, man, we didn't get a great consumer confidence number today. And then tomorrow, it kind of feels like a bomb could go off with this Nvidia. Like if they miss or something, then that gives, again, more sellers reasons to enter this market. So what did you mean by that? And do we want to explain, maybe, do you feel that there's more pressure coming in the market?
Well, Sean, we've seen so many of these, large momentum names blow up here the last week and a half, and they're not recovering. I mean, Palantir's not recovering, Meta's not recovering, Tesla's not recovering. And, a lot of people look at them and say, hey, it's down too much. So they, convince themselves it's time to buy because it's at a 20-day moving average or a 50-day moving average or whatever. But when those levels fail to hold, I'm just saying that, just be careful about buying the dip. It's really reiterating that thought that you don't buy weakness. Wait for, just because you think it's down too much doesn't mean there aren't more sellers out there. And who knows, maybe we're getting hedge funds with margin calls that are blowing up in here and they are forced liquidations. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but we do know that sellers are clearly in control here, and they haven't shown any signs of letting up yet. So it's I also tweeted this. I forget whose quote this is, but it's better to be late and right than it is early and wrong when you're trying to buy the dip and trying to buy things like Tesla, which nice trade. I saw your cover there at 298.50 as well on Tesla at the end of the day, Sean.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Yeah, that was a good little trade there at the end. We got a little frustrated because we did get stopped out initially when it broke through 303. Then we found another level at 304. That's my problem. I feel like I get in and then, oh, you want to see a trade right here? Let me show you something that I'm not super proud of. And thank you for bringing up that one trade. We had written down as one of our better trade ideas. Check this on AMD. So I like the short today, but look what just happened to me. We build the short here. Too many outs, obviously. Look where we got taken out. Right there, 108.60, Brian. I used the pre-market highs. I used the past wick high right there. We got taken out, and I almost threw up live on the show. It would have been great TV, but at the end of the day, 2 minutes later, we're down $1. Then we're down another $1. Then I tried the long. Then we're down again. And about a half hour later, Brian, this one trade was almost $4 in the money. And then we go out near the end of the day there, near lows. I actually want to talk to you about that. When stocks go out near the low at the end of the day, have you ever looked at maybe looking at continuation plays into the next day? Like I said yesterday when we were looking at the triple Qs actually, and it was like, it wasn't great because that fall happened near the end of the day yesterday, right there. And we went out yesterday at the lows. And then today we just had to open up basically at the same level. Then we had that continuation again. Now today we rally a little bit. Do you ever look at that continuation plays going out at the lows and a possible continuation move to the downside?
You know, sometimes, Sean, but in this case, we just saw it drop from 116 down to 104 is where we are now, down 3 days in a row. So I like to wait for the next day. So for instance, today, I'm not criticizing your trade at all because it's your trade and you knew why you were in it. But when it gaps down, I like to wait for it to break back below the volume weighted average price. Right. And then from there, it was clear sailing for your short, which was obviously the right position. I mean, and here's a stock that, Sean, a lot of people, they're still stuck on the psychology of this move in late 2023 into 2024. They're still thinking that it's a stock that does that, rather than looking at it and saying it's making a beautiful pattern here on the daily time frame of lower highs and lower lows. So it's guilty till proven innocent. But after 3 down days, I think it's more likely that if we get weakness tomorrow, it's after a gap up and then it rolls over. Shorts are really difficult in that regard for overnights, I think.
Thank you so much for being here with us, Brian, once again. I have a question about a different semiconductor name. It's going to be SMCI. We are, of course, waiting on this report around 5:30. I know you usually are not necessarily going to trade things heading into earnings, but given that we have this 10K, the stock's been on watch. Do you have any opinions on the future of SMCI from a chart perspective here?
You know, this is one that I've been wanting to be short, actually, and I just haven't really traded it. But we came, we've still got a declining 200-day moving average in this name. So when you see a declining 200-day moving average and you get these rallies, they typically will fail. Now, there was a great trade in here for those of them, the people who were involved. But as it broke this pattern just yesterday of higher highs and higher lows above that orange rising 5-day moving average, then that was time to get out. So, as far as the earnings go, I wouldn't be surprised to see it drop down into this level, on a reactive move down near 40, and then maybe you get some movement. But I'm still looking at the stock overall as, on the weekly time frame as a broken stock that's just, got some ranges for trades, but it's certainly not investable, I don't think.
Brian, here was a trade on SMCI, and I actually wound up tagging you in it. If the chart right here. Yeah, so this was actually VWAP, and I actually was just waiting for it to come through. We had some support and resistance, a little bit back and forth right there. We waited for it to come, and there it goes, and then there was the flush right there into the end of the day as we wind up covering a pretty decent trade there, $3.50 or so on 47. So 7 or 8% move to the downside there on SMCI. And I just want to, you never ask us to do this, but I do it all the time anyway. So if you come over here, Ramin, I just want to show the book because it's maximum trading gains with an anchored VWAP. So I want to thank you for that, giving me more confidence in taking some VWAP trades. And you mentioned it already, and you sort of said it earlier on. You don't have to trade things. Let them go into the penalty box. Once they're out of there, then maybe you start to look for some support and resistance and make sure that the stock tells you what to do. Don't try to predict the future. And we use anchored VWAPs and VWAPs like that to give us some good ideas moving forward on that. So I want to thank you one more time for that, Brian. All right, now's a chance. You've given us a lot of different names. I mean, including SMR, NewScale. That was a great runner for many, many traders. That SMR, by the way, maybe we can go over that right now, and then I'm going to ask you for a trade that you may have. You brought this. We did some work actually from an anchored VWAP from IPO, and it gave us the break, like in and around here, $3 or $4. Brian, that stock went to $32. So that was like a 7, 8, 9, 10 bagger for many traders. So we want to thank you for that as well. Michael Noss was talking about the same thing. But here we go. It's falling right back into a simple mind like me thinks this 200 period moving average might be something. Can you help us with an anchor here? Or if we're looking to get into some nuclear names, maybe we go into URA down 2%. That's obviously the ETF. But anything nuclear that you like, or maybe some work here on SMR?
Well, sure, we can look at SMR, and I agree, you know, that 200-day moving average looks like a magnet. That black line there is also the anchor from the beginning of last year, so 2024's anchor. And, you know, we've just dropped from 28 to, you know, we've almost been cut in half here. But we still have the pattern right now on this shorter-term time frame. We still have, I mean, just take it down to the basics of what a trend is, lower highs and lower lows. So until we see something that, you know, maybe we make another lower low, we start to do something like this, and then we, you know, perhaps can see that 5-day moving average flatten out, and then, you know, maybe early next week or on Friday, we start to see a move that can sustain itself and start to get a significant bounce, maybe even all the way up to that 50-day moving average. I mean, that wouldn't be out of line to see a bounce trade. You know, that'd be approximately half of this decline that's occurred in the last 2 weeks.
So, Brian, we know that you're one of the best subscription services right now on X. I want to thank you for doing that as well, putting out great information. I saw you had a little audio problem the other day. I saw you tweet that out. So, and again, the support from your followers is absolutely amazing. So make sure you go follow Brian. But hey, give us a name for free here. We got over 4,000 watching right now. What is there something that maybe you're looking at over the next couple of days, or something that's setting up that we could talk about that maybe we can focus on the next time you're here?
Well, you know, I got long a little bit of this BJRI. I didn't realize at the time, but it's a little bit illiquid. But here's, you know, a weekly chart. We're above all the key anchors. We're above this band of resistance here. So I'm long a small amount of that one. That's really, you know, and I'm looking at the same things everyone else is looking at right now for potential bounces like Palantir. And Palantir is down on its 50-day moving average. But again, you know, it hasn't shown any signs of the buyers taking control yet. We're below the declining 5-day moving average. So I'm just being patient with this market overall, Sean, and trying to, you know, make sure I'm not getting involved in these popular names early. I want to, you know, make sure I've got as much money as possible to buy when they actually turn, so I can, you know, not have to puke them out at a break even if I was, you know, 2 to 3 days and 10, 15 points early.
Yeah, I feel like that happens to me all the time on live on the show, where we're in too early and we're only making money once it finally comes back to our level. So I think patience definitely key, no matter really what your time frame is, right? Whether or not you're trading options, you're swing trading, whether or not you're day trading, whether or not you're holding something for the long term, you never know what prices you're going to get. So follow your rules and stick with them. Look, Brian, absolutely fantastic. I mean, we're past time right now. We got so many questions in the chat, but I can't take them because we're just a little bit over right now. Next time we'll try to get you on a little bit earlier. I want to thank Brian Shannon again. Go make sure you check this out. Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP, an absolutely fantastic book, and you can go find this handsome gentleman at Alpha Trends on X. So, Brian, thank you so much. What's the weather like?
It's nice. It's about 60 or so.
Ooh, beautiful. Snow?
I don't know how to convert that. You must know, right?
No, I don't.
60. So maybe it's like 20?
Celsius? No. That would be like in the high 70s. 60, you're probably like maybe 10 degrees Celsius or so.
Okay. All right.
So not too bad.
It's nice.
Good. Congratulations. So skiing, any skiing on deck for you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I like it. Thank you.
I'm not going to admit when.
Yeah, exactly. That's Brian Shannon. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks,
one more
everybody.
time. Have a great afternoon, and we'll check you next week. May all your trades be profitable, Mr. Brian.
You too. Thanks.
Ciao.
Thank you, Brian.
I mean, this is when we should play that song. It's simply the best, you know?
Better than the rest.
Yeah, okay.
Better than anyone.
You know what? I think we'd shut the city down if we did like a Trader TV Live karaoke.
Can we please do a karaoke night, Sean?
Yeah,
Can we please do a karaoke night?
Yeah.
That's all I want. It's really all I want.
That's all you want? All right. Well, maybe we could probably do a karaoke night, but the one thing that we always do every single day, I can promise you that, is
Roll
this.
call. Also, really quickly, we did
this.
have a super chat.
Go ahead.
With regards to Porch.
That's part of
Someone
roll
was
call.
asking about Porch earnings squeeze. I'm going to make sure who that was. Also, Lemonade
I have them all right here.
reported it was an EPS beat and a sales miss there. PRCH, not much happening here with this one. 199 super chat. Thank you very much for the super chat there, K. But they did have revenue. Let me find here. So total revenue of 100 million. They did actually have a decrease of 12% here, apparently. So revenue, yeah, I mean, the numbers do not seem super great here. I don't have like all of the numbers. I only have the whole overall report, but they did push up here for PRCH. Pretty lightly traded though for this ticker. And I'm going to see how much volume we had today on PRCH. 2 million shares traded on the day, 18% short float. So you're right, squeeze potential possibly for PRCH.
Here's all of the, we got to get out of here. Here's all of the super chats right now. We probably missed them throughout the show with Obi. Thank you, Vecna, $2 for HIMS. If you come over to the screen, we'll just do this quickly and then we'll do roll call. KT Options, thank you so much for your call about about Intuit there as well. Lingering Catapult wanted to give us a little bit. Thank you so much. $14 Canadian there. Made $3 plus change to $3.50 on Palantir. So thank you so much for that one. David as well, $10 on his Kelowna puts. From Kelowna NBC on Tesla puts. It's been a long day. Then there's your K from PCH Holdings there as well. So thank you, PRCH. Thank you so much for that. All right, we'll do it one more time. All right, so roll call, then we got to get out of here. We got to have some drink. We've been pounding this water there. Someone said I should look up some sort of a controversy about that emergency stuff, so I'll look that up and see maybe I shouldn't be taking it anymore. All right, thank you so much to Andrew. Celery, too. I saw you all day. Thank you for all your posts. Showtime. Kay is here. Stevenson Etienne is here. Michelle Muir. T.S. Booger, what's up? Putsbury, Doughboy, Putsbury. I like that one as well. And Protomon there as well. And the Piper. Say goodbye to a few guys there.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what's not here. SMCI. So they're not here.
Shoot,
we do have Bears versus Bulls here. Thank you very much. We have Rubicon. We've got Ostentatious Productions, Yumi, Andrew Chow. Nimrod here with the super chat. Thank you very much for the 69 shekel super chat. Your good vibes are the only pick me up today in this carnage of a day. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Nimrod. Thank you, John Adonis, Bird66, TS Booger, Celery 2, Mile High Momo, Adam DeLuce. And we'll stop here with Ham Bones. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here today. We'll be back tomorrow with Nvidia earnings.
Yeah, make sure you join us live tomorrow. It's going to be a banger of a show. We're going to have Sharif here. We're going to have Adara here. It's going to be Murderers Row. Everyone's going to be here, man. Obi stays late every single day as well. Nvidia's going to be absolutely huge. There's also Snowflake. I'm very, very excited for that. Will the market implode or not tomorrow? Adara, what do you think? Upside or downside?
I don't know what color I'm wearing yet, so I can't comment.
Ooh, it's going to be a color thing. So check Adara tomorrow at 8:30. Make sure you join us all there. Thank you, Ramin, for staying late. And thank you to everybody. Thank you, Bears vs. Bulls, as well, for that. We really appreciate everything that you're doing. For Adara, I'm Sean. This is a potato.
That is Pomfret.
And these are French fries. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.